A little bit of focus work. So we're going to have, basically you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 zones to get into the other end. So bibs, the person with a bib is going to pass to the first person with a bib in the second part of this row. The opposition player is in the front part of the row. So they're obviously there to block, try and catch and intercept. That's the same for every row. Pass, 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 pass. Another guy with a bib at the end, score 1-0. And the non-bibs will then come back down the other way. If it's knocked down, hits the floor, it's a turnover, goes to the person. So if bibs turns over to bibs, they start in that zone. Every section. So pick a section. So 1 blue and 1 bib in each section.
Wait, so Tom, I'm in the first section.
Yeah, you're in front of Charlie. So you're only allowed, Dan, you're only allowed to move in that front half of that row. Billy, yeah, perfect. Come on boys, let's go. Bit sharper.
Oh, he's taller than me.
Charlie,
In terms of scoring at the end, you just stand 1 of each on the cone, so don't worry about intercepting on the goal line. Okay, we'll have a little. We'll get into it if it comes up, it doesn't matter. So there's 1 person down there opposite Selly.
I need to go down.
Yeah, 1 down with tees.
Stringy box.
Okay, let's go, yeah.
Wait, does that count?
Yeah, we're starting.
Oh. Yeah, Matt! Oh!
No, you're in his zone. You're in his zone. Give it to him.
All up in his box.
Down. Loose ball, Billy's ball. Going back this way.
Oh, not sure about that.
That's fine. He wasn't in your box. Billy's ball. Right, you're in his zone, he's in his zone, Macca's ball.
On a gainer, on a gainer.
Macca will throw it out. Don't worry about it. Go on, throw it over in that. Go on.
Yeah, fine, good.
Right.
Yeah, drop short, big ball.
Yes, it is.
Home, big ball. Coach from here.
Let's try and stay in.
Right. Left.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine. 2-all. Let's go. Blues ball. Last 2 minutes. Oh, he intercepted it on your first throw. Right. 3-2. Callum.
Left. Right. He's done here.
Right. What are you doing? Throw it in the ball. From who? Oh, no. The floor, Tees. Let's go, Bob. Last 90 seconds. 3-2 to Blue. Come on, Pips. Need to get back in. Go, get a score. Let's move it. Right.
Oh, where's Courtney?
Oh, no, mouse, sorry.
Right, here it is. Here it fucking is. It's your lefties. Yeah, I told you your lefties.
Yeah.
5-2. Pips go from there. Last minute, change the keepers. The guys there in the keeping zones, swap with someone.
You're right.
Right, changing the keepers. Changing the keepers.
Who's this?
Good.
You need a good thrower there, see?
Go, Tim, go on, you go keeper and get it straight back in. Let's go. Give it to Tim. Okay. Right, let's go. Right, Cookie. Let's go. Right.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, Tottenham!
From you, top.
See what I mean, Chris? That's why I said shooting in there. That's a goal now.
Sorry, mate.
You can just turn. You're playing good training for an hour.
Where, Dan?
That's a long one for shooting now.
Listen.
Come on, boys!
Last play!
Let's go!
Double point!
Callum, move! Yes!
Fine! Fine! He caught it in! 2, fine! He caught it in!
Bell bows out in style as Warwickshire take control. Billy Root's unbeaten 51 helped Glamorgan edge into a first innings lead against Warwickshire in Cardiff on day 2. Warwickshire took to the crease on day 3, which would see Ian Bell's final first-class innings before retirement, with both sides searching for an elusive win in the tournament. Will Rhodes and Rob Yates took to the crease as both openers signalled their intentions, with Warwickshire quickly looking to eradicate Glamorgan's 17-run lead. But the host did manage to find a breakthrough. Nick Selman has made a habit of taking fine catches this tournament, and Yates would be his latest victim in the slips. At the other end, Rhodes was getting the better of Tim van der Hoekten, as both he and Sam Hain quickly set about rebuilding to bring up 50 for the Bears. Just as the partnership had got into its stride, Rhodes was gone. Michael Hogan this time finding the edge, that man Selman again with the reflexes in the slips. Warwickshire 53 for 2, which brought Bell to the crease for the final time. The 5-time Ashes winner was welcomed to the field with a guard of honour in his last first-class innings before retirement. And Bell set about his swan song in confident fashion, maybe a little too close for Hain's liking, shaving his stumps at the other end by millimetres. Bell continued to race along as he brought up the 50 partnership, and 100 for Warwickshire, with another boundary as the visitors went into lunch leading by 112 with 8 wickets remaining. The pair continued to go well after the restart, albeit in unconventional fashion from Hayne, who found another boundary. All eyes were on Bell though, and he continued to sign off in style. A fitting half-century, his second of the match, to leave the Warwickshire dressing room on their feet. Hayne grabbed his shortly after, as the Bears began to take control. Bell did show some signs of nerves as he mistimed a pull shot, which fell just short of the fielder, as he lived to fight another day and moved to 70. Warwickshire would lose a wicket not long after, but Bears fans could breathe a sigh of relief as Bell remained. Hayne dismissed after he edged Douthwaite to depart for 65 to leave Warwickshire 196 for 3. But with Bell on 90, disaster struck as he chopped on Van der Hoekten's delivery. A cruel end to a stellar 524th and final innings, to depart a first-class cricket field for the final time. After tea, and they'd lose a 5th wicket. Some sharp hands from Tom Cullen behind the stumps had Michael Burgess out for 11. But Dan Molesley and Alex Thompson set about building a partnership to take Warwickshire past 250. Thompson produced one of the shots of the day as he smacked out the ground. Molesley needed just 62 balls to bring up his 50, and it came via a boundary, one of 6 in his knock. He'd also bring up the Warwickshire 300, not that the 19-year-old knew much about it. A tired shot from Thompson would bring his innings to an end, caught by Van der Hoekten off the bowling of Callum Taylor. Molesley was next to go as he slogged Douthwaite's delivery to Joe Cook to depart for 71. Liam Norwell came to the crease and had time to hit a maximum before Warwickshire declared on 347 for 7, in an innings that will be solely remembered by Bell's final first-class knock of 90. That set Glamorgan 331 to win, with 5 overs remaining in the day. In fading light, Selman found the only remaining boundary of the day as the host closed on 9 without loss. Warwickshire will feel confident of wrapping up victory on the final day and marking Bell's retirement from the first-class game with a first Bob Willis Trophy victory.
Tim, I guess Glamorgan will be glad to see the back of Ian Bell after the last few years.
Yeah, exactly. He hasn't exactly missed out when he's played Glamorgan the last couple of years. So he batted again amazingly today, and he kind of showed his class again. So yeah, it was nice to see the back of him because he looked like he was penciling himself in for a big one. So
looked like hard work out there for the bowlers compared to the first 2 days of the game.
Yeah, we probably didn't bowl our best, especially in the first session. I thought we did quite well to drag it back a little bit in the following sessions after that. But yeah, the ball got a bit wet and it was quite challenging. But in saying that, they batted well. They put away any loose balls and yeah, they put us under pressure. So yeah.
Being a seamer down probably didn't help with Lucas Carey going off early injured.
Yeah, exactly. It always hurts, but I thought we stuck at it as hard as we could. The spinners came on and bowled quite well, I thought, and in conditions that probably didn't really suit them that well, especially having a wet ball. So I thought those two bowled really well.
331. How do you assess that as a victory target? Looks pretty formidable from the commentary box.
Yeah, it was probably a few more than we were hoping, but in saying that, I think they showed us how to bat on that today. And if we can put away the loose balls that they bowl to us tomorrow and just knock off the runs, just 10 runs at a time or so, you never know. We've still got 10 wickets in hand, so we're trying our hardest to knock them off.
What's the mentality when you're facing a big target like that? Do you just bat the first session or two and see where you are at tea?
Yeah, I think just not to get too far ahead, break it down into smaller sections of the game. I'm obviously not a top order batter, but the batters will have a game plan and they'll probably look to take it every couple of overs at a time and not get too far ahead.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens in Cardiff for this final day of 4-day cricket for these two teams for the 2020 season. And you join us as umpire Jeff Evans in his final day of first-class cricket receives a guard of honour from the Warwickshire fielders on his way out to the middle. He's one of those stepping down at the end of this season. So Glamorgan start on 9 for no wickets. They need a further 322 runs for victory. Not out batsman overnight. Nick Selman on 7, Joe Cook on 2. Warwickshire were pretty convinced that they had Joe Cook leg before wicket with the last ball of the day, bowled by Liam Norwell, but umpire White gave it not out. So we will start from the River Taff end this morning. 5 overs bowled, a possible 90 to go if either side needs it for victory. And Selman is on 7, Cook on 2. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby will be into the action. I'm Nick Webb, and alongside me is Edward Bevan.
Yes, good morning everybody, and welcome to what's a cloudy but fairly bright day. Yet again, I drove up most of the way in rain. Clive Eakin drove down from the Midlands, glorious sunshine. Then he was hit by this, so it's a bit of a mixture. Let's hope we'll have a full day.
So we're halfway between. It's cloudy skies, but no rain. Just a very slight sprinkling as I drove in this morning. 9 without loss as Hannon-Dolby is in to bowl to Salmon, who pushes forward, back up the wicket, and there is no run. A formidable target set by Warwickshire of 331 after they declared last night on 347 for 7, thanks to the efforts of Bell, Hayne and Mosley in particular. Morgan looked a little forlorn in the field at times.
Forget the target, Nick, that's academic. I think it's survival is the prerogative today.
As Hannon-Dolby bowls and Selman pushes on the back foot out into the covers, and there's no run.
It's a formidable target, of course, and looking back on yesterday, Glamorgan unfortunate after just 5 overs and 5 balls of Lucas Carey. And when one of your main seamers is absent, it does put a lot of workload on the others, and so it proved. But I was very impressed with the innings of Mosley, a young 19-year-old who made his best score of 71. One for the future, former England under-19 international.
Hannon-Dolby is into bowl to Selman, down leg side through to Burgess. I suppose you can't go into the day from the point of view of the Glamorgan batsman purely looking to defend, because if you just defend 90 overs, you're not hugely likely to last that period, though it has been done.
Once. Remember Will Bragg batting throughout the day here against Worcestershire.
Right.
And of course, as you know, Chris Cook and Colin Ingram a couple of years against Notts.
Hannon-Dolby is in to bowl, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Selman. We've already seen rearguard actions this season in the 2 drawn matches against Worcestershire and Gloucestershire here, and we could do without another nerve jangler from the Welsh point of view. Warwickshire, of course, will be looking to turn the pressure on as quickly as possible.
Wasn't the same venom in the Glamorgan attack yesterday, and a couple of balls you've seen this morning seemed quite straightforward.
Hannon-Dolby into Selman, who gets a thick leading edge out into the point area, looking to play straight, but got a thick edge on it, safe enough.
Yeah, but he turned that blade then towards us. He's a very, very much an onside player, and even if there's something at times pitched outside the off stump, he'd play to square leg, and other sides have noticed this. And he turned his bat then, and took a leading edge. It is a wonder to me why he hasn't got out of that.
There's a bit of room on the leg side. There's just a square leg and a mid-on in front of square. As Selman leaves that one to go through to Burgess, and we start off with a maiden over here at Sophia Gardens on this final day of the red ball season for both clubs, both with some hopes in the Bob Willis in the T20 Blast rather. Warwickshire with 5 points from 5 games in their Birmingham Bears or Bears incarnation, whichever you prefer to know them by, and Glamorgan with just 3 points from 5 games. So, as they admitted after the last visit to Edgbaston to take on Northants, got to win the lot really from now on.
Yes, indeed. As we talked before we went on air, Nick, haven't heard anything about the Northants stroke Gloucestershire situation for the respective games. I suppose Gloucestershire are all right to play, but after one of the staff, the Northants staff, of course, as we all know, was tested positive, and they cancelled the game after about 2 or 3 hours at Bristol. I'm just wondering what is going to happen, because Northants are due here on Sunday.
Well, before that, they're playing Gloucestershire and Northants.
Exactly. Liam Norwell then is opening from this end, who had a very good first innings here. He took, what did he take? 4 for 43 of 20 overs, and I think we both agree and a very, very good shout for LBW turned down last night by umpire White. It's looking at the replay, unless he got a nick we didn't hear, it looked rather adjacent.
Maybe a little bit of credit in the bank for the bowler if there's another close shout.
Here's Norwell running away from us, bowling to the left-handed Cook, and Cook plays a poor shot really. It was wide of the off stump, and he went to drive it, and he went through it to the wicket keeper. You know the old adage, you should know where your off stump is. If it is, that ball pitched outside the off stump, and really it wasn't there for driving.
So in that vital match to decide the winners of this group, Worcestershire 62 for 2, needing a further 183 to beat Somerset. It is likely that the winners of this group will qualify ahead of the winners of the North group.
In comes Norwell. He's round the wicket to Cook, who plays defensively out into the gully. And there's no run. Don't know if you've read your Times this morning, Nick.
Not yet.
2 very, very interesting articles there. One by Michael Atherton, that this format will continue next year, but there will be 14 games apparently. It hasn't been confirmed, but is likely to. So the 10 games here plus 4 other counties. It's rather confusing, especially to somebody like me. But I'll let you have a read of it later on and see what you think about it. As Norwell turns around, comes accelerating up and bowls, and it's a nice shot by Cook. He might well no, I think the ball will just pull up in front of the boundary. They'll think of a third. Yes, they're coming back for a third. It was pitched around leg stump, clipped it away, and Cook gets his first runs of the morning. He moves on to 5, and the score on to 12. And then when all Essex, having beaten Middlesex yesterday before lunch, were congratulating themselves, they were suddenly realised that had Derbyshire got maximum batting points, and if they beat Lancashire, they would be going up. For some reason, don't ask me, I had to read it 3 times.
They didn't get there though,
Derbyshire. They didn't get there, no. But Essex are certainly through. Here's Norwell to the right-handed Selman, who this time leaves outside the off stump and goes through to the wicket keeper. Also a little bit confusing.
Well, there was 2 sides going through as winners from 3 groups. It was always going to be a bit complicated.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of any sort of conference system where you play random fixtures against sides from other groups.
I think I agree.
If all is well on the public health front, I'd prefer to go back to 1st and 2nd division.
I'd rather go back to 18 counties. Norwell is in again and bowls, and this time it jags back and hits I think it hit poor old Selman amidships there. Nobody goes up and says, are you alright? But that's the end of the over. Glamorgan 12 without loss, 7 to Selman and 5 to the other batsman, the young Joe Cook, playing his second championship bat. But going back to what you said, I've always been in favour of 18 counties. How can you win the county championship if you haven't got the full 18 counties? But pros and cons, and
well, we're never going to get back to 17 red ball games, are we?
And, well, you never know in this game.
Yes,
and,
never say never.
You know, and of course that meant a lot of lesser counties, inverted commas, are losing players.
Hannon Dolby is in to bowl to Joe Cook, who defends back down the wicket, and there's no run. 12 without loss, a further 319 needed for a victory, and we shall see how the pitch behaves. There's certainly a lot of movement both in the air and off the pitch on days 1 and 2. We'll see the ratio, I guess, of Warwickshire batting better, Glamorgan bowling not as well in the second innings, and maybe the pitch deadening a bit. Alan Dolby round the wicket to Cook, who leaves through to Burgess, and there's no run. Glamorgan have not started well this season, and it's a problem that I've highlighted a number of times on air. Apart from the spell that Marnus Labuschagne has had at 3, no one has particularly looked as though they wanted to bat 3 since Will Bragg retired 4 years or so ago.
Yeah, that was a big loss, because he's a good player, Will, and of course he had to retire, health reasons. Big loss.
As in comes Hannon Dolby, bowls to Cook, who pushes into the covers and will go through for an easy single. 13 without loss. Yeah, Bragg wasn't by any means a spectacular player, but you need a bit of solidity at number 3, don't you? Anyone who can average in the 30s is worth having in that sort of position.
Absolutely, and we remember that remarkable innings I've just mentioned. He played against Worcestershire and Sajid Ahmed, or Saj Akmal, if you remember, with the dubious, very dubious action, who is eventually banned from the game, was bowling off spin, going across, and how he survived all day. It was a magnificent innings. Typical dogged innings by number 3.
Hannon Dolby into Nick Selman, allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. Selman, of course, had a couple of nasty moments in the first game. LBW playing no shot.
Twice in 3 innings, isn't it?
So you want to make sure his judgment as to what to play and what to leave is absolutely perfect.
He flatters to deceives, Nick Selman, at times. He'll get you a good 60 or 70 and then have a trot of nothing.
As Hannon Dolby bowls again to Selby, there was a steepling bounce on that one, went through chest high as Hannon Dolby banged it in, the tallest player in the game, and hasn't been a game for bouncers though.
No, that I think it's his. What is he? Do you reckon, Nick? About 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah, at least 6'6".
And he banged it in, and of course he has the advantage of height there.
Yeah.
You wouldn't let a 5'6" lad get it up as far as that.
And officially listed as 6'7" in Playfair.
Good line out forward then.
Yeah. Chuck him up in the air when you ball off the top. Wings will be flying. Hannon Dolby in bowls, and Selman is hit on the pad pushing forward. Umpire Evans doesn't look particularly interested at all in that one.
No.
13 for naught at the end of the over.
Yes, we'll have the advantage of a replay in front of us in, I'm sure, just a moment. And Hannon Dolby shares a joke with the umpire as we watch the replay here. Oh, high.
High, yeah.
Yes, very high. A nice gesture to Jeff Evans in his last match.
Yeah.
He's retiring this year, when the Warwickshire lads just stood and clapped him onto the field.
Yeah, Glamorgan did the same on the first day, so he's had 2 guards of honour.
Yeah, that's a good man. Here's Liam Norwell to start his second over of the morning. He's round the wicket and bowls to Cook, who Cook leaves a wide ball that goes through to the wicket-keeper. 13 without loss. Clouds quite high, but at the moment not very threatening.
20 years in the first-class game, Jeff Evans, and I suppose when he started, Edward, you'll know better than that.
20 years?
Yeah, going to play fair.
God.
Where's the time go?
Where?
Appointed 2001, it says.
Gracious me. I thought Jeff would have sort of 14, 20 years. Noel, round the wicket, bowls to Cook. Cook gets behind it, plays away on the offside. They think of a quick single, and there's a good reaction from Selman. And they take it as the score moves on to 15.
I suppose when he was appointed, there were probably very few umpires who hadn't been first-class players.
Very, very few.
Now there's a few more.
Yeah, do you remember the policeman from Nottingham? Steve? Big, tall man. Nice chap. He'll come to me later. He'd never played. I'm just trying to think of a few others. Not many, because from a long time ago. Next delivery is pushed into the covers by Selman. Bat and pad right together, straight from the manual.
Well, there's a few on this year's list. Neil Bainton, Baldwin, and Ben Debenham being the others. The football referee as well, isn't he? Isn't he? Ben Debenham?
I think it was the other Ben. It was the other Debenham who refereed it.
Oh yeah.
A cup final. I don't think it was the cup final. It was one of the Carabao Cups and that thing. It wasn't the actual FA Cup final, but yes, you're right. Noel bowls, and this is well judged by Selman, who leaves outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Yes, and Jeff, if he's 65 now, he came on the circuit rather elderly, you would have said 45, because some umpire, I remember David Constant. David came on at the age, I think he was the youngest ever, something like the age of 27, 28. And others just have a couple of years on the reserve list, and they're pushed on from county cricket. Noel bowls, and again, this is a good ball which just deviates a little, but it's well judged again by Selman. He is on 7, and Cook also is on 7. It's a job I don't think I would like. It's apparently well paid, and you stay in the best hotels, but a lot of concentration for the hours of 11 until 6, 6:30, and you're scrutinised so much, and the test umpires are scrutinised ever so more these days because they have the referrals. As Norwell comes in, bowls to Selman. Selman gets right behind that, nudges it down into the gully where it is fielded, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, it's Michael Goff has done well from the latest stats, hasn't he? Among the international umpires, he gets more or fewer overturned than anyone else at the moment.
Excellent umpire, and well done to one of our own, Alex Worf.
Yeah, good to see him.
He's come along well.
Involved in the limited overs internationals this summer. Must have a chat to him sometime about his experience in the bubble.
Yes, and of course the system has changed, Nick. In the old days, I well remember that captains used to mark the umpires, which was grossly unfair, really, because, shall we say, there's a side 9 down, and you appeal for the last one, he's given not out, and you go straight to write your umpire report, and it's not good.
Hannon Dalby continuing from the River Taff end, and Cook drives at that and misses.
I just look at his feet and
didn't get to it.
Move his feet. Now Selman should go down and have a word there. Senior batsman. Just say, come on now, compose yourself. You can't play shots like that. Ball is new, basically. Just in the 10th over with it. He's young, he's very inexperienced, and really he should be urged by Selman and have a little chat, as Bell apparently did with some of the young batsmen in the first innings.
Hannon Dalby runs towards us and bowls to Cook, who's beaten by a ball that does get a little bit more lift, and Hannon Dalby making use of his height in these early overs this morning. Cook on the defensive that time, but likewise didn't make contact.
Might be wrong, but I think Hannon Dalby is the leading wicket taker for Warwickshire this season, but he hasn't taken a wicket in this game. It reminds me of Hogan at times, where He beat the bat, and ended up with 1 for 50.
Someone else gets the wickets.
Yeah.
14 for Nord Glamorgan as Andalby bowls, and Cook drives but doesn't time it. Ends up at mid-on, who's aiming through mid-off. So Warwickshire with 1 defeat and 3 draws coming into this. Glamorgan with 2 draws and 2 defeats. At the moment, Glamorgan are bottom of the group.
Yes, it's not good reading in either competition.
There's Andalby in again, past umpire Evans, bowls, and Cook this time shoulders arms, allowing it safely to go through. It's as though Surrey are in with a chance of breaking their duck, as it were. Sussex 121 for 9 in their second innings, leading by 148 runs, though Stuart Meeker is doing his best to add a few with the last wicket. He's 40 not out.
Against his old side.
Essex, of course, beat Middlesex yesterday. Alan Dalby into bowl, and Cook beaten, I think, by that one, although he did take his bat away at the last minute again.
Big test for young Cook. I think I'm right in saying, did he play for Radlett, that lovely ground we played Middlesex last year?
He was certainly
in
from
that area,
neck of the woods, Hertfordshire, may well have been.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, Middlesex are playing there quite a bit this year, aren't they?
It did rain a bit, if I remember.
It did.
But a lovely area, wasn't it?
It was yeah, a nice experience. 14 without loss. As next delivery is hit by Cook uppishly into the covers.
Didn't time it at all, really.
But gets away with it, gets a single. 15 without loss.
Going back to Radlett, Nick, remember those lovely houses in that area, and we were told where Simon Cowell, is that? Yeah, I think that's the word, his name, isn't it? Simon Cowell, the man who...
The pop impresario.
Yeah, we passed his house.
Probably
very much like your house, I would have thought. Oh, mine. Oh, goodness. But all the houses there, apparently it's the richest area in Britain. It's not far from London, of course, you hop on a train, but beautiful area.
Yeah, well, it's probably not like my house, because my house is in chaos at the moment. The front and back gardens are being dug up and repaved, so it's bedlam there.
Here's Liam Noel round the wicket to Cook, and bowls to him, and Cook drives nicely through the offside. Might run away for 4. I think the ball is going to lose this battle, yes. So Cook gets his first boundary, and that's a good positive shot. Chose the right ball there, where he's flashed at a few this morning. He moves on to double figures, into double figures. He's on 12, and Glamorgan now 19 without loss. As I mentioned, he played in the match at Northants and was out for 3 in the second innings. He did score 18 in the first innings, but was dropped first ball at slip. So obviously a young man making his way in the game.
Precarious times, aren't they, to make your way in the game?
Lowell does a little turn, then accelerates and comes in again and bowls, and Cook gets one that he leaves outside the off stump. Blue sky above us, going across the ground, no wind, nothing at all to bother us in that area. Let me give you the feel for Norwell. There are 4 slips, and then a very deep gully or an orthodox cover, and then a big gap where mid-off is, and on the on-side it's a straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on. And a man, as always, down on the fine leg boundary is Norwell, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, bowls to him now. And that is well judged by Cook, actually. He just takes his bat away. And Norwell, who only played 4 games because of injury last year after moving from Gloucestershire the previous season, and this of course his first game of the season, has made an impression. And Craig Miles, remember him, Nick? He also moved, didn't he, with Norwell? So
yeah, he played in the last game, didn't he, for Warwickshire?
But you have to commend Gloucestershire, who were promoted last year, for their signing after these 2 left, because they really do sign good players. I'm back to that in the moment. As Norwell comes in and bowls, it's another good-looking shot, but this time it's intercepted by Rhodes at mid-off and there's no run. Ryan Higgins proved to be an excellent signing. Ian Corbin, though he plays only one-day cricket, is another talented cricketer. He was signed from up north, and they also signed the lad from Joe Shaw, of course, from and Scott has arrived from Middlesex, and there's another Middlesex player, I think.
Lace. Tom Lace?
No, I think yes, it is.
Clark.
He was with Derby last year, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
that's right.
I think they've got a spy, in the Middlesex camp. There's Norwell again. And bowls, and that's played away up towards mid-on, and fielded, and no run.
There's a media release from the Professional Cricketers Association this morning highlighting the sacrifices that players had made, etc., taking pay cuts and their own work. An interesting figure is that 134 players were out of contracts when the season was due to begin in April. It's now 70 remaining without a contract for next year as things stand, and in average 45 leave the game each year.
That's so. This is chopped away for 4 by Cook. Now that's a delicate, perfectly safe. It was short outside the off stump, and Cook had run on top of it, chopped it down to the vacant third-man boundary. That's his second boundary of the morning. Glamorgan coping quite well at the moment. 23 without loss. Cook moves on to 16. And Selman on to 7. I did see something about the 100. Did that cost 8 million or something? No, it cost much more than that to set up. I was rushing at the time, so I skipped over it.
Yeah, caused further financial loss to the players of over £7 million. So that was the money that would have been paid to players had it happened. But
and senior coaches from abroad, no doubt.
Less said about that. The better. So, yeah, interesting figure. 70 players without contract among the 18 counties. So that's about 4 players per county, which is about 50% more than usual. Of course, there is natural turnover every year with youngsters coming onto the books and some retiring and some being released by their counties.
We were talking earlier on about full county championship, 18 sides. Perhaps you wouldn't have the pillaging of Leicestershire, Northants, so have their players taken away. I think Taylor, Broad, and those,
As over the wicket, Annan Dalby to Selman, who clips it on the leg side, and there's no run. I suppose there's always been movements between the less fashionable and the fashionable counties, Edward, even when it was an 18-team championship?
Not so much, nowhere near so much as there is now, Nick, because, counties wanted to win the championship and it was on an even keel, but, it's just like professional football. If somebody comes up and tells a 21-year-old, if you join us, we'll double your pay, or as far as soccer is concerned, treble your pay, what do?
Yeah. Short career it can be.
Yeah.
Hannon Delby in to bowl to Selman, allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there's no run. But next year the minimum salary has been reduced because of the financial situation the counties are in, from 27 to 24,500 for a full 12-month contract, which all right, it's more than some of our listeners will earn, but it's not very big for professional sports terms.
Well, a precarious occupation, especially if you're trying to make your way in the game, where you might get the sack at the end of the summer.
As Hannon Dalby is in to bowl to Selman, who plays gently on the offside to cover, and there's no run. And the other aspect is the return of the part-year contract, so 7 or 8 months as a percentage of the previous 27,000. So worked it out, a player could earn as little as 16,500 on a 7-month contract, which obviously will necessitate the getting of other work during the winter.
Fast bowlers do what Alec Bedson and those used to do, go and chop trees in the winter and strengthen
Christmas
their
trees,
muscles, sell Christmas trees, and then come back in March.
23 for naught as Alan Dalby is in to bowl to Selman, outside off stump, allowed to go through to Burgess. So Warwickshire unable to make the early breakthrough in the first 20-odd minutes of play this morning. And there are 83 overs left to be bowled after this one. Selman 7, Joe Cook 16. 308 is technically the number of runs needed for victory, but I'm not sure Glamorgan will start even thinking about that unless they're still got wickets in hand at tea. As Selman pushes forward, back to the bowler. Bit of brighter weather. It's
lovely.
Yeah, well, as I said, there's a tiny sprinkling of rain as I drove across Cardiff this morning, now before the start of the game, but
rained all day back west yesterday, all day long.
Oof.
And it wasn't very good this morning.
The rain gods over Trebanos.
Absolutely a miserable day, so my wife was saying, but further east.
Bit of blue sky overhead now, which is very pleasant. There's 4 slips wait. Hannon Dalby into bowl to Salman, who leaves outside off stump. And Warwickshire just might be making the batsman play more often. There have been plenty of plays and misses, as you'd expect with the new ball, but probably slightly too many that have been allowed to go by the bat.
Yeah, good judgment though, I must say, but especially by Selman, who's left well. He's been out so many times just putting the bat outside the off stump and nicking off. But perhaps we'll see also some spin if Glamorgan can hold out like this during the day. Thompson is a spinner.
Yep.
And young Brooks is an all-rounder, so we might see a bit of him. But Norwell has been very impressive in this game, and he is going to continue. This will be the 13th over of the innings, 23 without loss. And he's bowling to the left-handed Cook. He's in and bowls, and this time Cook edges it all along the ground into the gully. And fielded there by Brooks.
Player Pompey says, great to hear the mellifluous voice of Edward Bevan commentating.
What does mellifluous mean? Rubbish.
The honeyed tones. Commentating with youngster Nick. Well, I don't know.
There we are,
if it described me as a youngster.
That has made your day too now. Yeah. Oh, it's good. Good to talk, as they say. There's Norwell round the wicket and bowls again, and this is a good shot by, similar to the shot he played earlier on, and again that's going to be pulled out just short. They'll take 3 runs, but Cook, I haven't seen a lot of it. I think you have either, Nick, but he, on that leg side, he's played 2 lovely shots up through wide of mid-on, and
Ryan Sidebottom is obviously knows his golf etiquette. He's gone back to replace his divot. And it was Johnny No Mates there on that chase, because quite often you see 2 of them chasing, so one can flick back and the other can complete the throw, but he had to do all the work himself there, the Victorian-born fast bowler.
26 without loss, and Cook leading the way of the 2 openers. He's on 19. Selman is on 7. And here is Norwell and bowled. And a good looking shot there, half volley, but played straight to cover. There's no run. That reminds me of a great story that dear old Don Shepherd used to say when he was a seamer, bowling at Lords, and no doubt Will Fuller was the captain. And, this chap came in, I forget his name now, and he was renowned for cutting and pushing and nicking it down. And Wallace said, right, Don, I'm going to have 8 or 9 behind the bat. I will be in front and silly mid on. For goodness sake, don't bowl him anything resembling a half volley. So lo and behold, Don did bowl a half volley, to which this chap drove it up to the pavilion gates at Lords. And as it was going, there was nobody, only Wilf there. So I just break off as in comes the next ball, and that's pushed out to mid on. And as he passed on, he said to him, Shepherd, you must be the dullest whatever bowler that's ever played for Glamorgan, as he had to run 60 yards to retrieve it. And the rest of the side couldn't stop laughing. And that reminds me then, beside bottom, I had a look round. Oh, it's me, there's nobody else going for it. then you get stories like that you tend to remember in this game.
Yes, the chase probably grows longer over the years.
Yes. In comes Norwell and bowls again, and this time it's correctly played, and a good diving stop in the gully there. There's no run. 25 without loss as the sun comes out and Nick takes off his jumper or coat or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like prop forwards tries, isn't it? They drive over from 2 metres, and by 11 o'clock and 6 points later, it's a
burst from 22.
Yeah.
It's tails from the cricket field. 26 without loss, Glamorgan. As Norwell comes in past umpire White and bowls, and wide of the off stump, judged well by Selman. End of over. 25 then, 19 to Joe Cook, and Selman is it 19? Yes, Selman is on 7, which tells you that there are no extras in this innings, and we're going to have a change bowling here.
82 overs left potentially of the day.
I think we have tall burly figure of Hannon Dalby, who joined of course from Yorkshire, didn't he? Is going to continue, and he bowled pretty well this morning.
So he's going to continue round the wickets to the left-handed Joe Cook. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a minute or two's time, I dare say.
And that's of course where our good friend Clive Egan is doing his updates for the Midlands. He'll be back before long.
As forward comes Cook, pushing out on the offside. No run, in case Midlands listeners and viewers were wondering at the lack of visiting input today. We do have the relative luxury of 3 people on commentary, which is always good. As Hannon Dalby walks back towards the River Taff end, clouding over a little bit more this morning. As Cook faces up, the slip cordon is now numbering 3. As Hannon Dalby bowls, and Cook drives nicely through the covers for 4. Shot of the morning so far. Glamorgan are 30 without loss. They need 331 to win or to bat out the 90 overs for a draw. They're still without a win in this 4-day competition this year, so it would be a tremendous achievement if they were to get that far, but survival, I think, is their premier instinct. We've got Nick Selman 7 not out, Joe Cook 23 not out, and Glamorgan, after half an hour's play this morning, are 30 without loss. So the batting to come: Owen Morgan, Chris Cook, Billy Root, Callum Taylor, Dan Douthwaite, Tom Cullen, Tim van der Hoogten, Lucas Carey and Michael Hogan. As in comes Hannon Dalby's next delivery, which Cook allows to go by outside off stump. See you in about an hour, Edward.
Yes, Clive has returned, and I'm sure Midlands listeners will be absolutely delighted to hear him use that word again, mellifluous tones. What's that?
Thank you very much indeed, Edward, as Clive Eakin joins us, and we swap the headphones and microphones round to make sure that no one shares. As Cook is beaten, pushing forward by that one, not for the first time this morning, by Oliver Hannon Dalby, who's bowled a good line to the left-hander in particular. 30 without loss. Welcome, Clive.
Thank you, Nick. Spoke to Dan Mosley yesterday, said they would have to be patient today, and that's already proving to be the case.
Yeah, they've beaten the bat often enough. I don't think they'll be discouraged by the first half hour. Hannon Dalby into Joe Cook, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. It's a real test of technique, isn't it? Having all day stretching in front of you, and knowing that you have to try and bat out the 90 overs in addition to the 5 last night.
Yeah. presumably as you were saying yesterday, Glamorgan will just sort of play and then perhaps look where they are at tee as to whether they actually try and chase the runs down or settle for the draw.
Alan Dalby into bowl, and Cook everything behind that one, playing it securely up to mid-off. 30 without loss, Edge remains. Selman 7, Cook 23 after that beautiful off drive, which I didn't describe in full because I was doing a BBC Radio Wales update, but it was the shot of the morning by some distance. There haven't been that many attacking shots to choose from. And Warwickshire sticking with the two bowlers who started up last night until now. But just as we have the first commentary change, we'll have the first bowling change.
So Ryan Sidebottom is to bowl. With Glamorgan 30 without loss. The table I was looking at yesterday obviously didn't update Northants Gloucestershire's points, so Sidebottom comes into bowl, and let's push out on the onside. There's no run. I could say this is kind of the battle for the wooden spoon of this group. Glamorgan have to win to get off the bottom, but if they did win, then Warwickshire would finish bottom. A draw's enough for Warwickshire to reclaim third place. None of which is of huge magnitude, but so we've got 5 teams started this round of matches without a win. Surrey have got a very good chance of getting their first win. In comes Sidebottom to bowl to Selman, who guys at the point. There's no run.
Yeah, Surrey chasing 156 to beat Sussex.
Yeah. And on Notts, maybe running out of time, they could get their first win. Durham 30 ahead of them with 8 wickets left. These two teams both without a win. Obviously can't both win.
Worcestershire Somerset still nip and tuck. Worcestershire 71 for 2, needing a further 174 runs to win. No wickets lost first thing this morning.
In comes Sidebottom to bowl to Selman, who fends that off into the onside. There's no run. Durham, well, I guess Durham and Notts playing each other. So if that ends in a draw, they'll both be without a win. If either side wins it, then they'll have their first. Three slips in place. Sidebottom hit stumps a couple of times in the first innings. He's in to bowl to Selman. Accurate delivery. Selman plays it to mid-on. No run. Solid start from these two.
Yes, it's a completely opposite tempo, isn't it, to what we'll have come 6:30 Friday night, weather permitting, when we're back to all the fun of the fair at Edgbaston. Glamorgan spend their second successive Friday night there, which is bizarre, having played Northants there. Or was it Thursday? I don't know, I've lost the days of the week.
Thursday.
Yeah.
In comes Sidebottom. Bowls shortish, he leans back and pushes it through the offside. That's a tight single. Goodness, that was tight. And he got there. Dan Mosley's throw was not thrown in with a huge amount of force, and it missed anyway, but slightly dicey looking single. 31 without loss. Maybe they are going for it already. 300 more required to win.
Only the 300 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they took a little bit of a gamble, but Fielder trying to throw on the run would have been a tremendous hit had he struck from there. Selman went diving into the crease.
Sidebottom around the wicket. Balls that's left by Cook. End of the over. Another over. Glamorgan has survived. They had a one more run during it to take Selman on to 8. They're 31 without loss. We've got 80 overs left in the match potentially. minimum of. Except it might be less if the game pieces out to a draw or Glamorgan get bowled out.
Indeed, that's the usual 5:30 injunction for the last day for the bulletin reader. You might get a live report, you might get a pre-recorded report, or you might get a clip of someone talking about it. So there we are. As in comes Hannon Dalby, continuing to bowl to Salman, who's on the back foot, pushing it back down the wicket, and there is no run. So Glamorgan starting at least in determined mood. Can they maintain it for the hours to come?
Will Rose looks like he's preparing to come into the bowling. Still pretty much sticking with the 4 main seamers, including himself.
As Hannon Dalby loses his run up there, I think.
Warwickshire chose to keep their T20 bowlers away from this game. That was the only compromise really they made in terms of selection. So Ollie Stone isn't playing. Tim Bresnan, another one.
Yeah, the bottom 5 in the order, completely different from the Bears side that played T20 against Glamorgan. As Salman gets one on leg stump and makes the most of it, turning it through square leg for 4 runs, as Hannon Dalby maybe just starting to tire a little bit. It's only his, what did he bowl, 3 overs last night, so it's only his 5th of the day. The over rate hasn't been hugely high this morning.
Henry Brooks, the other one, not big. I mean, all 3 probably wouldn't have played anyway. I mean, Liam Norwell, I think, would have played come what may. Probably 2 of those 3 would have played if this had been a group decider. Possibly Jitan Patel, who hasn't played in the Bob Willis Trophy this season, but would have been available potentially for this one. Might have played as well.
As the next delivery is also down leg side from Hannon Dalby. This time Salman doesn't get bat on it, and Glamorgan likely to have Marchant de Lange, Rory Smith back for Friday night, and also fairly likely that Graham Wagg will be back in the side. So they too will have a changed bowling attack. Andrew Salter will be the spinner with Prem Sisodia as well. You would imagine that both spinners would be in. So yeah, it could be virtually almost entirely different bowling attacks on Friday. As Hannon Dalby bowls and Salman dead bats it out on the offside to cover Moseley Field's no run. Partly because of resting for the T20, and partly because there are players who are preferred for the different disciplines. Certainly in the case of Glamorgan's spinners, that's the case, where they go spin heavy for the T20 and have used the all-rounders to provide the spin in this game. Callum Taylor and Owen Morgan might not have bowled if Lucas Carey had been fit. As Salman forces on the offside, but it's well fielded by Ethan Brooks at point. No run. 35 without loss it remains on this reasonably still morning in Cardiff. Blue skies now have disappeared that we had about half an hour ago, and the thick grey cloud returns that has presided over most of this match. It has felt like the last 4-day game of the season, even though we're 2 or 3 weeks earlier, or at least 2 weeks earlier than we would be normally finishing off the 4-day campaign. Hannon Dalby in, bowls, Salman leaves, moves away, Burgess takes, moving towards the slips. 35 without loss. Salman is 12, Joe Cook is 23, his county best score. And Glamorgan have 79 overs to survive, potentially, or 296 runs to win, or Warwickshire 10 wickets to win still.
Yeah, so frustrating start to the day for Warwickshire. I felt they had a pretty good LBW shot with the last ball of yesterday, but teams always do, don't they? They always feel if this decision went against us, that decision went against us. They're a bit different from football managers. They don't make a song and dance about it at the end of the day. But they might reference it. Side bottom round the wicket to bowl. That's left. Beaten by beats about there of Cook. Plays forward at that. That one drifted away. Good ball from side bottom. Yes, if it was a football manager, they would have come on afterwards and said, "Oh, worst decision I've ever seen." If it was a cricket coach, you'd say, "Oh, we're a bit unlucky not to get her."
Well, they know that the umpire's got to preside again the next day, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's more than that, though. I think the culture is different in terms of...
Yes, they might tell you privately that was a shocker, but not on tape anyway.
Side bottom, bowls to Cook, and Cook this time plays inside the line of that. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run. 35 without loss.
Update on England's one-day international squad. Joe Denley, who was originally named in the squad as reserve, has left the biosecure bubble and returned to Kent. Surrey's Jason Roy is back fit and in the squad, with Dawid Milan as a reserve now. So that starts on Friday at 1 o'clock at Old Trafford, England-Australia.
Chris Wokes involved in that. His side bottom, that bounces away and it's left by Cook. We haven't seen Wokes at all for Warwickshire or the Bears this season.
So that series ends on the 16th of September. The match is being played Friday, Sunday and Wednesday. They're all at Old Trafford and they all start at 1 o'clock.
Well, the player, of course, could conceivably feature this game was Dom Sibley, but perhaps Warwickshire felt he'd worked hard enough this summer and deserved some time off. Side bottom bowls, and that goes past the outside edge of Cook, playing forward to that. And a good delivery again. It's a couple of good deliveries from side bottom. Just knocking on the door.
Yes, he's had a couple of nice shots this morning. Cook, a couple of clips through the leg side and off drive for 4, but has played and missed a fair amount as well. This is the lot of any opening bat, I guess, under cloudy skies in September.
In comes side bottom, and that's a good accurate delivery, defended solidly by Cook. So a cloudy day, clouds quite high, a little greyish. Outfield still looks quite lush and green for the most part, a little bit worn in places.
Emir Evans on Twitter, thank you for your kind words. Note of thanks on the last day of the 4-day season for the live stream and the commentary.
Can't quite get my head around what this is the last. I know we're well into September, it still feels we just started.
Yep.
Side bottom bowls, that's left by Cook. That was a bit wider from side bottom. Big grunt as he bowled, and it's 35 without loss. So Glamorgan still no damage in the early part of this morning session.
Yeah, can't take any credit for the live stream where our commentary does feature, but hard-working team downstairs and cameramen around the ground to provide much more comprehensive broadcasting experience than we had in previous seasons, when of course it's just the basic camera at either end. But it's a little bit more sophisticated this season, with for the benefit of those people who have paid their membership to the club and haven't had any live cricket. Big banner for those who inspire us, for those who support us, on the stand next to the dressing rooms. the home of Welsh cricket. 35 without loss. Selman 23, Selman 12, Joe Cook 23. Overrate has slipped to -1. Warwickshire won't be remotely worried about overrates, I don't think.
No.
Even if they were to lose a point or so, they want to win the match first and foremost, as Will Rhodes is into the attack, bowls and starts off with a bit of a loosener outside off stump, and Selman would have had difficulty reaching it even if he'd wanted to. Trees fairly still today at the River Taff end. Not an awful lot of breeze around. Warwickshire's captain, Will Rhodes, then 4 wickets in the first innings. Bowled very well. So all the bowlers, seamers, did in the first couple of days, as Selman drives to mid-off. And there's no run. So 78 overs on the board. Norwell having bowled pretty decently this morning without success. Rhodes and side bottom, the change pair. Ethan Brooks and Alex Thompson, the spinner, the further options. As Rhodes bowls, and that's not too far outside off stump, but Selman is still able to let it go.
Will Rhodes confirmed as Warwickshire's top run scorer in the competition this season, now that Warwickshire's batting is finished. 423 with an average of 53. Tim Breslin, second highest scorer, 214 at an average of 53.5, and Ian Bell crept up to third place after his efforts in this match, 184 runs at an average of 23.
Rhodes bowls and Selman blocks up to mid-off again. So few Glamorgan supporters would have begrudged something to Ian Bell in this match, though he did rather overdo it in the second innings.
I was going to say 140 of his 184 runs came against Glamorgan.
As so often in the last couple of seasons, he's saved it for the Welsh side's bowlers. Rhodes bowls and Selman leaves outside off stump, through to Burgess again. And they're nagging away outside off stump, and Selman really isn't playing anything that he doesn't have to, but they want to surprise him maybe with one that nibbles back in a little bit.
I suppose it said something about Warwickshire's a lot of problems at the top order batting this summer, that Tim Breslin was second highest scorer.
Don't talk to me about top order problems. Rhodes bowls and Selman pushes out on the leg side, and there's no run. Since Selman is the only member of the top three to survive through this brief campaign, you can tell that there have been problems. Kieran Carlson had one lovely innings of 79 at Worcester, but with single-figure scores apart from that. Charlie Hemphrey didn't really get going at all in his 3 matches, hence the introduction of Joe Cook and for the last match, and Owen Morgan for this one.
So Ryan Sidebottom to continue. At this point, Will Rhodes is still third in the country, though he probably will be overtaken by 1 or 2 before it all finishes. Sidebottom then bowls. That's the left, slightly late decision to leave, but a safe one from Cook. 35 without loss. Glamorgan, so they've got the requirement down to 200 and something. 286 required to win. Could be a very entertaining day if they get close. On the other hand, it could be quite a dull day if they don't get close, but Warwickshire don't get wickets either. Sidebottom to Cook, and Cook leaves that one outside off stump. Good leave. Sidebottom pitching it up a bit. There's a big grunt at the end when he delivers the ball. Ryan Sidebottom. Short sleeve shirt. Warwickshire wear the sort of bright white clothes, including the bright white jumper. I've got to go and do an update in a mo, so I'll
Yeah, Edward can replace you, and then you can replace me.
I'll just describe this ball in case it takes a wicket. Side bottom into Cook, who ducks under that when the wicketkeeper takes it.
Clive's optimism is not justified on this particular occasion. 35 without loss. Glamorgan moving placidly along. Make sure you get the right headphones, Edward. Otherwise you'll have to wash your hands for 20 minutes in a row. There we are. Live sanitisation in the commentary box.
Yes, nice smell there too.
No, behave.
Lovely.
No, side bottom is in, and this is driven out into the leg side by Cook, but there's no run.
What was the optimism by Clive?
He was going to do one more ball in case it took a wicket.
Well, they played quite well, haven't they? And Salmon hasn't really played a shot in anger. I can't remember him being beaten. He's there for the duration. Hopes to be.
Yes, quite. Dig in. Hope to be there and shaking hands at 5 o'clock or bumping elbows.
Kicking feet.
Side bottom bowls, and that is the breakthrough as Joe Cook edges through, and Joe Cook's gone for 23. Celebrations among the Warwickshire fielders, and Joe Cook's spell is over as side bottom caught the outside edge, and it was a routine catch for wicketkeeper Michael Burgess.
Yeah, good ball that. It pitched and left Cook, but he can be quite happy with his contribution of 23. He's only playing his second match, and as I say, a good delivery that left him, and Burgess took the catch quite comfortably. But he's been at the crease this morning for nearly an hour, and they'll try and do exactly the same if they can, and it'll be very interesting now with Owen Morgan in this his first championship match of the season, coming in at number 3. He's not coming in first, second over. In fact, it'll be the 19th over. He is an obdurate player, really, and does play a few shots, but a lot depends on these top order batsmen, because Glamorgan really haven't been contributing this year from about number 4 down, except for that game at Northampton, of course.
Yeah, it's Chris Cook has been leading the way. He's expected to come in at 4 again in this innings, having moved up after relinquishing the wicket-keeping gloves to Tom Cullen. But 9 wickets now, and 76 overs remaining after this one for Warwickshire to claim those wickets and get their first win of the season.
Oh yes, they'll be very much favourites to win this game, because as you mentioned, they got so many overs left, and 4 good seamers will keep plugging away, I'm sure, throughout the day, as they did in the first innings.
Owen Morgan is in then. He made 28 in the first innings. He was the top scorer in the first 5 of the card. Billy Root 51 not out. Eventually top scored as side bottom is into Owen Morgan with a short leg in place now, and bowls him first ball with a very full length ball. And Morgan has gone, and side bottom is on a hat-trick.
Well, how things can change in a minute or two. As you say, a very full delivery there by side bottom, and whether Morgan...
It was a full toss, wasn't it?
Yeah, full toss at the base of the stumps, and I think there was a gap between bat and pad. Whether we'll have a look at that replay as Morgan just takes his gloves off and walks very slowly, disconsolately back to the pavilion. But what an over this.
Yeah,
big gap.
Bit of movement in the gap between bat and pad. Through it went. Side bottom celebrates. He's on a hat trick.
Yeah, and 2 wickets and 2 balls. Very much advantage. Warwickshire, after a good solid hour, and all of a sudden it changes.
You have to feel desperately sorry for Owen Morgan. just handed the one chance in the red ball game at the end of this mini season. Hopefully for him, he'll get further chances in the T20 to justify himself for next season. But these are worrying times for a lot of players around the country.
Well, Sidebottom will have to wait for his attempt at a hat-trick, because that was the end of the over. But certainly the last 2 balls of the over have changed things here quite a lot, as Chris Cook comes to have a quick word with the man who's been there since the start of the innings. He's only scored 12, Selman, but it's very much a rear guard action from him, as Will Rhodes prepares to bowl from that far end. So if Warwickshire can pick up another couple before lunch, they're well on their way to victory. Even one, they'd be happy, because in the last day, if you can pick 3 a session.
Yep. Glamorgan did manage to improbably bat through the final session against Gloucestershire.
Here's Rhodes from the river end, bowls to Selman. Selman leaves outside the off stump. Very strong offside field, 3 slips and then a 3 in an arc, saving one. And just the 3 men on the onside. Yes, it was a full toss. It just swung a little bit and hit the base of the off stump. Well, he misjudged it, but there was a gap, as we saw in the replay.
Surprised, I suppose. You didn't expect a full toss in the championship match to first up.
Rhodes in, bowls. Again, it's wide of the off stump. Again, it's left by Selman as it goes through to wicketkeeper Burgess. Warwickshire in with a chance of qualifying here? No. So
no, third is the best they can finish with victory here. As Worcestershire and Somerset fight out the top 2 positions in the central group.
Here's Rhodes again, in, bowls. Selman dabs at that and pushes it out into the covers. Spring in the step now of the Warwickshire fielders, as you would expect, having been there for an hour this morning without any success, and then picking up 2 in 2.
Yes,
Sidebottom.
Have the hat-trick ball for Ryan Sidebottom. Coming up in the start of the next over.
Rhodes turns in past umpire Evans and bowls, and this is played off the back foot, and Selman gets an inside edge which goes down towards fine leg. Burgess scampers after it and picks it up. They go through for a single. That's the one false shot, and he moves on to 13, and Glamorgan now on to 36 for 2. And Cook takes guard from this end as Rhodes continues. I was just thinking 10 minutes ago, will we see a spinner today? But no, after this, I think it'll be all seamers again.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Still the 3 slips for the new batsman. Captain bowling to captain as Cook is forward, smothers any chance of any movement, and is pushed down the pitch.
Though I suppose the lack of spin on the first 2 days, just the 1 over, was probably due in a large extent to the fact there was a rain break in the middle of each day, so the seamers didn't get too tired.
And there was nothing there really, and the ball was moving around quite a bit. Not the same moment in the yesterday and today. As Rhodes again in to Cook, hasn't scored yet, bowls to him, and he's left it outside the off stump. But now the drama returns as Sidebottom. I wonder whether he's had a hat-trick before. Will attempt. He won't be bowling at the new batsman Chris Cook, but Nick Selman. Always anticipation when anybody bowls for a hat-trick ball. They used to bring everybody round the back. Do you remember? That seems to have gone in the last couple of years. But it'll be in the back of Selman's mind, never you mind. It's a daunting position.
Yeah, Will Rhodes just asking Ryan Sidebottom if he wants anything extra. He's got a short leg. He's got 3 slips.
That's the only change, is the short leg has come in from square leg.
Ryan Sidebottom then in his 4th season with Warwickshire. 31-year-old fast medium bowler is in to bowl to Selman, who defends it out on the offside. No hat-trick, at least at the moment, for Ryan Sidebottom.
I think Selman was absolutely determined he wouldn't be the 3rd on the list, because he pushed right forward to that and kept his bat very much together, as if to say, "Thou will not pass." The Sidebottom, no doubt, is on a high.
Yeah, he's claimed both those Warwickshire successes this morning in successive balls. 35 for 2, 36 for 2. Sidebottom bowls a short ball that Selman just jerks back out the way of.
You think he might have had a dart at that, short outside the off stump, but Selman knows the position here. He has, of course, batted throughout the day. Remember at Swansea a couple of years ago, he got 100. He got 100 in both innings.
Was that the win over Durham? It wasn't
I
it?
think.
Remember him batting through on that occasion.
Well, didn't he carry his bat in the first innings?
Possibly. David Milan is number 1 in the world's T20 batting rankings, I see. As this next delivery is a good one from Sidebottom, but Selman deals with it well, playing it off his toes down in front of him.
Yeah, Milan not absolutely sure of his place in that side, because when Cook comes back, Joe Root can't get in the side.
Yeah, it's
Banton, who we'll see, won't we, next week down here?
Unless he's in a bubble.
Could be. Baba is out on the other end. Good luck to Glamorgan.
As Sidebottom is in, bowls, and Selman off that leading edge that Edward was talking about earlier. Plays out on the offside, aiming through mid-wicket. No, Banton's in the bubble, so...
in the bubble, is he?
Won't be here for Somerset. He's in the ODI squad who play Friday, Sunday, Wednesday against Australia.
He's in that? I thought he wasn't in that.
No, he's in.
Lewis Gregory's back, of course, in Somerset's colours.
Yes.
Baba stayed on.
Yes, indeed. Glamorgan, of course, had Fakhar Zaman last season in T20, but just the 1/2 century for him. And Sidebottom bowls, and Selman plays an awful shot, really, just tempted into pushing at it. Nothing much to be gained there.
What a lovely action the Sidebottom's got. It really is perfect. And it just comes up, high arm, everything correct about it. I think we'll have some musical chairs here.
Yeah, end of the over, Edward, end of the over, as Clive Eakin will come back in, and I'll depart for 20 minutes or so until the bulletin on the top of the hour. Here is Sidebottom into bowl, and Selman pushes on the offside. The scoring rate has dried up completely. Glamorgan 36 for 2. Selman 13. Cook yet to score. Sidebottom with both wickets to fall so far today. A word from Edward, and then he'll be joined by Clive.
Yes, dramatic change here in the last over or so, thanks to Sidebottom with those 2 wickets in successive balls. Glamorgan have to regroup and restart now, as they were going along quite nicely. And I was just asking Nick, Clive, if there's any chance of promotion or playoffs for Warwickshire, but apparently there isn't.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
They will finish 3rd if they don't lose this game.
As Rhodes comes in and bowls the first ball of the over to Chris Cook, who leaves outside the off stump. Yeah.
So they'll finish 3rd if they don't lose. If they do lose, they'll actually finish bottom of the group.
Don't think there's any chance of that.
Well, no. You haven't got Ben Stokes in your team, have you?
No. No Jack Leach.
No.
36 for 2 then. It was 35 without loss. And, those 2 balls going, 2 wickets to Sidebottom. In comes Rhodes and bowls, and this time it's beaten Cook outside the off stump. And it's taken by Burgess. 3 slips and then cover short extra cover in the mid-off, rather close, stopping a single. Cloudy again, a little bit of blue sky, but I think we should be all right today.
Yes. Wait for Ryan Sidebottom to get those wickets. He was threatening, I thought, before the wickets game.
But it's Rhodes now. Elbows pumping as he comes in and bowls, and that's left again by Cook as it goes through to the wicket keeper.
I'm not sure that Morgan wasn't bowled by a full toss.
It was, yeah. Went through the gate. Completely. It did swing a little bit in the air, but it was a surprise. Surprise to everyone, I think. Surprise to him. Sidebottom ever present this year in the Championships?
No, he's not. I mean, they have rotated the bowlers anyway.
Rhodes again is in and bowls, and this time just jumps up at him as he pushes it out into the covers.
He's not an automatic choice. He's sort of an automatic first-team squad player, but he tends to
rotate
for with sort of Henry Brooks,
Stone.
Yeah, well, I mean Stone rotates by necessity, really, because of trying to make sure. I'm just trying to see how many games he's played this season. This is his third of the 5 games that he's played in Sidebottom.
Rhodes, no runs off this over, bowls again, and this is clipped away, and Cook is on his way. He's off the mark, pushes wide of mid-on. Salmon responds, and he's on to 137 for 2 now.
He did play in that first game against Northampton, which the bowlers did take some criticism, including from the coaching staff, for their performance in the second Northampton innings. He can't be blamed for the defeat against Gloucester. He didn't play in that. He came back for the game against Worcestershire and he got the 1 wicket there.
He's bowled well in this game.
He has.
But it's Rhodes bowling into Selman, who is pushing out into the covers. No run, just a single off that over. It's 37 for 2. Selman is on 13. Cook is on 1, the batsman out this morning in successive deliveries. Joe Cook played pretty well. Young batsman making his way until he was caught by Burgess of Sidebottom for 23. And then Owen Morgan was completely disturbed by a full toss, and he was out first ball.
Yes, it's certainly transformed the morning for Warwickshire, who were getting, I think, a little frustrated, although they had enough that beat the bat, enough sort of appeals to tell themselves they just need to be patient. Yeah. So Sidebottom then, unsurprisingly, to continue.
Mentioned Clive when you were coming back. What a lovely action he's got. It's so rhythmic, and when he gets there, everything's in the right place. A lovely run up.
Yeah. Runs in straight, right arm over, and that's it just beyond short leg. A little danger there for Chris Cook, but he gets it away and he gets a single. He's on to 2, and it's 38 for the 2.
I think it's worth telling the listeners, if they haven't heard, of Ryan Sidebottom came to play, and there's me thinking, that's strange, he's changed clubs again.
Yeah.
He's gone from
when I first saw the press release saying Warwickshire on Ryan Sidebottom, I thought, well, he's a good player, but I mean, it's a bit late in the career to be signing with him, surely. But no, yes, it was somewhat bizarre. He comes into bowl now. 3 slips, and it's defended. He's brought up in Australia, but I think his mother is English. So he had a British passport, and he basically came over to tout himself, really, to offer himself up to any county that might be interested in having him. So he came over, played a bit of Birmingham League. Warwickshire were aware of him from an early date and sort of kept an eye on him. Had him for a couple of second 11 games, and eventually
he burst on the scene, didn't he?
Signed him.
Did he take wickets straight away?
I'm trying to remember now. I think he did, yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Comes in now to bowl to Selman. It's a bouncer. That's a evade, almost stumbles Selman, but he evades it comfortably. As with so many bowlers, he did then, having established himself and produced some good performances, he did get some injury issues.
How old is he? 30s?
I think he's a bit younger than that. I think he's late 20s. I'll double check. So I'm not quite sure what his status is as far as next season is concerned at the moment, but I would think if there's any doubt, he might be doing a pretty good job of resolving that now. He comes into bowl to Selman, and that one bounces up at Selman, and it comes off something. It bounces short of the slip cordon. Ian Bell scurries across from third slip to defend. No, he is 31. It's a bit older than that. 31. He had played for Victoria. I think he played one first-class match for Victoria.
Yeah, that hit him at the top of over the top of the thigh pad. Bounced a bit. Right, that's his history then. You have it all. Going back to when you mentioned, I don't know what his state is in. I'll just go into something after this ball.
He's in to bowl to Selman, and that wraps on the pads as an appeal, although an appeal that lacks conviction. It was more of sort of turning to the umpire and saying, well, that was almost worth an appeal, but not quite.
See, I was watching Surrey and somebody playing the other night on T20, and Hamish Amjamla was playing, and the commentator there, I was not great interest, I was just watching it, and I suddenly perked up and I heard the commentator say, well, of course, Amla has signed a 2-year contract as a Kolpak. And immediately on one of my Twitter feeds, I saw RDB Croft, we all know and love, saying...
that one is played to point for no run by Selman.
Saying, did I hear correctly that Amla has been signed by Surrey as a Kolpak? And then I thought to myself, yeah, Crofty, you're right there, because at the end of this season, or the end of the year, you can forget all about Kolpaks because of Mr. Brexit. But what I think was meant was that he is signed this year as a Kolpak, next year as an overseas, which is perfectly all right. But what happens then to Monty Morkel, who's a Kolpak?
Yeah.
Will he be free to play? It's very complex, isn't it?
It is.
Colin Ingram, yeah, of course, is a Kolpak in the T20s. But I wouldn't have thought you could sign a Kolpak just as an overseas. Well, Rhodes opens up again and bowls a no ball, which takes the score to 40 for 2.
He's been the main no-baller for Warwickshire in this match, which is slightly bewildering because he's not exactly
rapid,
steaming in Bob Willis style.
Just finally to go back to that, of course, a few Kolpak players will be rather concerned, and I'm thinking of Simon Harmer. As Rhodes again comes in, that's a legitimate ball, but it's pushed away into the covers and well fielded.
Yes,
tumbling to his right.
I don't know what the state of play is for Simon Harmer, because some players who are called Kolpaks aren't actually Kolpaks. They're here on other bases. I don't know what the basis is for Simon Harmer. I did hear...
He'll be overseas, surely.
Yes, I think... Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I did hear the BBC Essex commentator say that Simon Harmer himself had admitted that any hope of him qualifying to play for England was not going to happen.
Is that so?
Yeah.
In comes Rhodes, bowls again, is driven nicely but straight to mid-off by Chris Cook. Score remains at 40 for 2. But surely, the man is taking wickets for fun. I think he's taken his wickets this year about 13.
Again, my erstwhile colleague Richard Wilford does point out that you're allowed 2 overseas next year.
Yes.
So
he'll just swap, as if to say, well, yeah, I'll go overseas.
Yeah. Of course, that's also happened to the Irish cricketers, isn't it?
Absolutely. Here comes Rhodes, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
Boyd Rankin was at Warwickshire. He left because Ireland are a test team. Irish players are deemed overseas.
That's right.
Unless they have British passports or whatever. But
as did Paul Stirling, of course.
I suppose the ones even from Northern Ireland, I suppose if they play for Ireland, does that mean they have to be overseas even if they've got a British passport? If you come from Northern Ireland?
Well, let's take the case of Tim Murtagh. I'll just break off as in comes the next ball, and Cook pushes forward out into the covers, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan are 40 for 2. I didn't really go into it, Clive, because Murtagh really doesn't interest us so much. And was he born in Ireland, or does he have an Irish wife? Or
I don't think he was born in Ireland. He qualified through other means.
and then...
So then does he become overseas? Yes. I mean, I was born in Northern Ireland, so it's important for me if Ireland call me up.
Well, you were likely to play for Warwickshire.
Yeah, or Ireland, for that matter.
In comes Rhodes and Bowles, and it's through to the keeper. I'll have to delve in. And what is the position? Is Merton overseas play?
I suppose he must be. I suppose he must be if he plays for Ireland, because if take it the other way, if he was, let's say he was born here but is playing for Australia.
Yeah, but has he finished playing for Ireland?
Not sure.
Yeah. Anyway, in comes Rhodes and Bowles, and this is played away through the offside. It beats Smith off. It's a long chase there, and it's eventually stopped. A bit of a fumble, but they stick on a single. That's the end of the over. Cook retains strike. Glamorgan 41 for 2.
So what happened if Wales got test status? I know it's England and Wales at the moment, but if Wales got test status, you'd be in trouble.
That'll never happen. That will never happen.
41 for 2 here.
Although, having said that, Clyde, there are not many Welshmen in this side.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's something we'll see next year, what's happening. You see, Colin Ingram, as far as Glamorgan is concerned, could come back as an overseas.
Yeah.
But I think Glamorgan would say, well, can he play red ball? Because he was ostensibly a one-day golf pack. So lots to think about.
Well, Warwick should be looking for new overseas anyway next year with Jitan
Jitan's
Patel
gone,
retiring. They've also got Ian Bell and Tim Ambrose going, so
they'll be on the market.
2 overseas allowed. The question is, do they bring in 2 high-profile overseas players? Side bottom bowls to Cook, who turns that one round to square leg for a single. He's on to 4, 42 for 2.
Glamorgan, of course, have got Marnus Labuschagne due next year. But you never know with Australia or any country. You know, we missed the season last year. So, let's arrange a few series, and then all of a sudden, Labuschagne won't be around. It's complex.
Yeah, Warwickshire were very lucky with Jitan Patel, but they had a few years where overseas almost seemed more not worth a fuss, really. Sidebottom comes into bowl, attempted Yorker. The amount of times they signed players who thought they were going to be available and then weren't available or got injured or what have you. So getting a player like Jitan Patel, who's pretty much available all the time, is quite difficult.
It's a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he did disappear once, I think, for international cricket and could have gone again, but decided not to. But by and large, he was available throughout.
It's not like the old days, like AD, Alan Donald.
Yeah,
he was there for the season.
Exactly.
Waka Yunus was here, and others. You knew that they were here for the season, which is such a bonus.
Sidebottom comes into bowl to Selman. 3 slips and a short leg. It's a little bit of inside edge. It rolls away and it's fielded. And there's no run. 42 for 2. I mean, we've had cases of players who say, "Oh, well, so don't worry, I've retired from international cricket," and then they get a call from their country, and they say, "Oh, well, actually,
Jack
come to
Rudolph.
think of it."
I couldn't understand how Jack, when he played for Yorkshire, then he was a Colpack and whatever, and then he decided that he wanted to play Test cricket, didn't really succeed, and then joined Glamorgan as an overseas. I gave up.
Because Andrew Simons was a strange one, wasn't he? It was a few years ago
Birmingham,
when he went to Gloucestershire, claiming he was English.
Yeah.
This next one from Sidebottom is a bouncer, and saying, "Oh, so I'll qualify for England, play for them for a little while," and then next thing we know, he's playing for Australia.
Yeah.
42 for 2 here. Mercer retired from international cricket to stay at Middlesex as Richards. It's a good job to have someone.
I thought
some
it was,
knowledge.
yeah. Yeah, I thought that was the
Yeah.
You see, Paul Burney, who plays for Glamorgan in 2020, would make a very, very good county player.
Yeah.
But he's captain of Ireland. What does he do?
So he'll have to be an overseas if they're going to sign him. Sidebottom to Selman. And that's left. Because big Irish connections with Warwickshire. William Porterfield, of course, who was Ireland captain.
Boyd Ratkin.
And Boyd Rankin, who I mentioned, And Mark Adair, it's lovely to see his name crop up for Ireland and playing against England, because
Red Adair.
He had a brief spell at Warwickshire. Didn't quite work out for him there, but he was a popular guy.
Remember the name now, of course.
Yeah. And so it's.
Did he have the nickname Red?
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to hazard a guess, probably.
You know what county cricketers are like.
Or Fred, I suppose. Anyway, in comes side bottom to bowl to Selman, who leaves that. There's no run. Side bottom thinks that was quite close. So Glamorgan trying to steady the ship after losing 2 wickets in 2 balls. 42 for 2, 70 overs left in the day. They need 289 to win, or to bat out the 70 overs for the draw. Warwickshire need 8 wickets for victory, and we're having another sanitise break, which is a phrase I never thought I would use in cricket commentary, but it's
interesting to hear, of course, that the former Durham and Kent bowler now with Sussex has been suspended for allegedly rubbing the sanitizer into the ball.
Yes. What effect would that have, I wonder, on the ball? Make it a bit slippy, I would have thought.
Goodness knows. Yeah, it'll obviously keep it a little bit fresh and shiny so that you can get some swing out of it. And that case will be taken up by the ECB, no doubt, the disciplinary committee. And how do you prove it? You put it under a microscope and take it to the lab to prove?
I suppose if he was observed, you would go on the... If it was observed by umpires, for the sake of argument, you'd have to go on the umpire's word then, wouldn't you?
Mitch Clayton was the man that who has been suspended. As Clive says, it's 42 for 2. Selman is on 13. He's been there for 25 overs and played a dogged innings. And Chris Cook, who we remember with Colin Ingram against Notts, Broad included here 2 years ago, batted out the day. And a day and a bit they were at the crease. But that is asking a huge amount. So, here is Rhodes again, bowling to his opposite captain, Chris Cook, and Cook drives past mid-off, and that's going to go up to the boundary for 4 runs. It was a half volley, and Cook got into position. He had a good record of getting runs in second innings as Clive departs again. It really is musical chairs in this office today. The 2, Clive's away, I'm back. Back in, here comes Nick, and he in a moment will be, well, 2 or 3 minutes will be updating BBC Radio Wales as in comes Rhodes and bowls again, and that is left by Cook. He's moved on to 8. We're on a 45 for 2, and Nick is back alongside me.
Yeah, it's been
dramatic,
stubborn going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stubborn going for these two in the last half hour or so since the wickets fell.
Anything on offer, though, Cook will attack, as we saw through that shot for 4. In comes Rhodes and bowls, and this is edged, thick outside edge, which goes into that deep gully position where it's fielded quite easily.
I'm a bit worried about you, Edward, having the
worried about me?
like the smell of this hand sanitizer. It's a bit medical.
Yeah, it's got a pleasant smell.
Blimey.
Don't like it, do you?
Each to
think
their
you're
own.
in the hospital ward, you?
Yeah.
I've got his elbows pumping here, Rhodes, as he comes in from that far end and bowls, and this is pushed out into the covers.
Yes, hopefully this will prevent us ending up in hospital wards, though.
Yes. I must confess, when I went up to Worcester when this all started, for the first shoot in the head, as it were, I thought, well, have I driven all this way? And they said, sorry, you've got a temperature. But all was well, and every time I've skipped through, you're quite normal. Well, I wouldn't agree with that, I'm quite normal, but you know what I mean. 45 for 2, the score remains. Coming up to midday, as in comes Rhodes and bowls again to Cook, and Cook is forward, pushing it back down to mid-off, where the ball is fielded. And just repeat, will we see some spin? He's taken his 3rd slip out and put him on the drive.
12.25 for the spinner. It's traditional, isn't it? 12.27.
I'd like to see a bit of spin. I haven't seen Thompson bowl. 6-3 field, 5-6 on the offside as in comes Rhodes. Bowls again. This is driven firmly, and this time it's stopped as mid-off comes across, sprawling. And very opportune moment as Nick is about to give the address to the nation, and that's the end of the over.
Yes, Alex Thompson would probably have bowled here once or twice on this ground, you would imagine, as a product of Cardiff MCCU.
Had a few of those pass through.
Indeed.
Rory Burns.
His debut in first-class cricket was on this
Here,
ground
probably, I thought, yeah.
2014.
2 years after Balbirnie played here.
And, well, you may have seen Thompson bowl before. Not that he made much of an impact because Glamorgan made lots of runs in that match.
What year was it?
2014.
Probably would have, yes.
Stuart Walters got a big century for Glamorgan in the first innings, 301 for 4. As Norwell is in from this Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's run down on the offside by Selman, and he does fancy a single, 47 for 2.
Good spell that by side bottom, so accurate, nothing on offer. Picked up those 2 wickets.
Yeah, and Thompson didn't take a wicket in that match. He was playing alongside, sharing the spinning duties with a chap called Andrew Salter.
Yeah, Salter was there for 3 years, wasn't he? He played alongside Balbirnie as well.
Yep, made their debut on the same day in first-class cricket, as another ball goes through from Norwell, outside off stump. Chris Cook, the man having nothing to do with it on that occasion. Yes, I would be surprised if you remembered that match back in 2014.
So
to be honest, Edward, it was one of those games that the county just uses for batting practice, and makes
freezing cold.
No real attempt to force a win. 47 for 2. Warwickshire doing their best to force a win here at Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online. As Norwell bowls, and that's run down into the gully by Chris Cook, and there's no run. 47 for 2 are Glamorgan, having lost in the last hour the wickets of Joe Cook, caught behind off Ryan side bottom for 23, and Owen Morgan, who was bowled first ball without scoring by a full-length ball from side bottom. As Warwickshire press for victory. Nick Selman is 14 not out. Chris Cook is 8 not out. Glamorgan have 69 overs to survive. They're 47 for 2. As Clive Egan replaces Edward Bevan, as that's played back down the pitch. Do you want to swap places, Clive, if we can do so without too much of a mix-up of headphones? Apologies for all the extraneous noises off. We'll get back to normal in a moment.
What is normal?
What is normal? I don't know.
The new normal.
I can't remember. Edward's forgotten his glasses. 47 for 2. We'll get there in a moment. Norwell bowls, and Cook plays out on the offside, and there is no run. Right, apologies to anyone who's deafened in the last minute by various clunkings. 47 for 2, Selman 14, Cook is on 8 not out.
Warwickshire have had some problems this season finishing teams off with the ball, bowling teams out. Against Gloucestershire's second innings, they couldn't do it in time and ended up chasing too many.
As Norwell bowls, that's a decent delivery, and Cook does well to dig it out on the leg side.
Of course, against Northants, they were hugely frustrated, even against Worcestershire New Road, admittedly in very unfriendly bowling conditions. They looked good at one point in the first innings, but couldn't quite see it through. So they won't regard this as a certainty by any means. But, very happy to have got those 2 wickets in 2 balls. Now then, I think we might be seeing, for the first time in the match, young Ethan Brooks have a bowl. Brought into the game, I guess, partly to get a bit of first-class experience, and partly because Warwickshire just looking after their T20 players a little bit. So he didn't bowl in the first innings. He's going to get an opportunity in the second innings. Finish with a nice asterisk with the bat in the second innings, 15 not out. So gives him, I suppose, a final average for the season of 21. He's coming into bowl to Selman with 2 slips, and it's a wideish delivery, and it's hit out to the offside, and a good tumbling stop by Ryan Sidebottom, but good running by Selman comes back for the second. It's on to 16. One first-class match. Previous to this one, he was out for a duck in his 1 innings and bowled 12 overs without managing to get a wicket. So he's got his maiden first-class runs in this match. Can he get his maiden first-class wicket? Comes into bowl to Selman, who leaves that one. That was a more accurate delivery, though. Good line. It's bouncing just slightly wide and over off stump.
Rod Young on Twitter would rather Glamorgan were having a go and going down fighting if necessary. Questions the point of trying to grit it out.
Well, saving the game is part of cricket, isn't it? I know what you're saying, but they do have to win the match to avoid finishing bottom of the group. But as we said, it's not this season particularly important, the actual positions. That's going down the leg side, well taken by Burgess. I don't think there's any specific place prize money this year, and it won't have any impact on what group you're in next year, should we have this same format next year, or a variation of it. In future years, as I understand it, if we do go with this 3 pools of 6 format, then final positions will have an impact on where you are the following season, but not this time. Brooks coming in from the river end, bowls. That's a good ball. It's gone past the outside edge. There's a strangled shout. That's the best of his 4 deliveries so far. And Selman nudging at it. He's relieved not to have edged it.
Yeah, you just wonder if there will be more uncompetitive matches in future if they're not divided up on merit.
That's my concern. The argument apparently is there would be prize money going all the way down to 14th, but I don't really see that as making a big difference. Brooks comes into bowl and it goes out towards square leg, and they're going to come back for a second run. I shouldn't imagine the prize money for finishing 14th will be particularly eye-watering, and I just don't see that making a match between teams who are sort of 4th and 5th in a pool particularly gripping. As I say, there's some suggestion there will be a bit of seeding for the following year's groups and what have you, but no, that is a concern I have with the discussed format. I just think promotion and relegation has made for some very interesting cricket. Brooks comes into bowl, and that's a little bit off target. In fact, so much so that umpire signalled a wide.
Good heavens.
Jeff Evans been slightly grumpy on his final day. But anyway, signalled it wide. 51 for 2. Perhaps he wants to give Ethan another ball so that he can see what he can do with this next one.
Talk about the cricketers looking young these days.
I know.
Frighteningly fresh-faced is young Ethan.
I mean, he is pretty young, but yes, he does look even younger than he is. Comes into bowl, and that's left outside off stump. There is no run, end of the over, 52 for 2. He's 19 years old.
I bet he carries his driving licence or passport, though. He'd be ID'd every time.
Yeah. Of course, brother of Henry, who has established himself. Younger brother of Henry. And 52 for 2 is the score.
Yeah, Glamorgan having had that 2 minutes of panic mid-morning when Joe Cook was caught behind for 23 off Ryan Sidebottom, who then produced an in-ducking full toss that did move in the air a bit, but went past Owen Morgan on the full and rattled into the base of his stumps. First ball, Nick Selman kept out the hat-trick ball and is watching as Chris Cook joins him in the defensive duties as Cook plays that one out on the offside. no run. So Warwickshire using the 5 bowlers already this morning, that they only used 4 in the first innings. Probably see Alex Thompson in the action at some point, should Glamorgan continue to hold out. 52 for 2. As Norwell, well in this match, comes in and bowls to Chris Cook, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. And there is no run. So bit of club cricket still ongoing with some of the South East Wales leagues at least reaching their little mini leagues, as they were, reaching their finals this weekend. Good luck to everyone involved in those, apart from sadly those in the Caerphilly area where matches have had to be postponed. As Norwell is in and bowls, and that's played slightly sketchily by Cook through the offside. I think he was aiming straight and the ball went out through cover point for a couple of runs, all along the ground though. He moves on to 10 and Glamorgan on to 54 for 2. Has there been much competitive club cricket?
Yes, the Birmingham League, the Warwickshire League, it's the same there. They've done sort of regional groups. Berkswell, from Warwickshire, Dominic Ostler's team, who won the Birmingham League last year, they've had another decent season. I'm not quite sure where exactly. I think they've still got a couple more rounds of group fixtures before we get to the finals.
As in comes Norwell, bowls. Oh, that's a decent delivery. It's rapped Cook on the pads, but not out, says umpire White. And the appealing getting more and more pleading. 2 LBW decisions given against Warwickshire in the first innings. Nothing against Glamorgan.
That one was a fraction higher, maybe a little bit leg side-ish. Did make the batter look uncomfortable though.
Cook has not looked entirely at ease this over, and tries to drive and gets it off the bottom end of the bat, rolling up to Rhodes at mid-off. No run. Cook won't be entirely passive. He'll certainly try and punish the wide ball rather than leaving everything, I would imagine. But Warwickshire would welcome that, you would have thought. 277 nominally needed to win. As in comes the next delivery, which is blocked firmly by Cook, back past the bowler. Cook thought about a single, but Rhodes was quickly round from mid-off to do the fielding. So 54 for 2. Selman is 18, Cook 10. Chris Cook, that is, the batsman out this morning. Joe Cook caught behind off Ryan Sidebottom for 23. And Owen Morgan bowled first ball by the same bowler without scoring.
50 came up in 168 balls, which is unsurprisingly, given the state of the match, is the slowest start to the 4 innings. Warwickshire got to 50 for 3 off 81 balls in their first innings. Glamorgan got to 51 for 3 in 132 balls in their first innings, and then Warwickshire did actually get a bit of a flyer, 51 for 1 in 66 in their second innings. Glamorgan 50 for 2 off 168 balls. Ethan Brooks comes in. That's a decent delivery. Selman just pushes up that. That's hit Selman. He's just crouching down and having a breathe there is Selman. That was stung somewhere.
Yeah, not for the first time in this session as well. Yes, that one was fairly directly into the target area.
It's been protected a little bit with just 2 slips, and Selman just takes a moment to be ready. He indicates now that he's just ready for Brooks to come in from the river end. Right arm over and pushes that one out to the offside. Selman for no run. Goes a little walkabout, and it's probably still feeling a little bit of discomfort. Presumably Carey would bat, would he?
Yes, I'd have thought so. I didn't look that problematic an injury, did it? Unless there's hours to go and there's no point, but...
Brooks. It's also got a shortish mid on, about 3 pitches away. That one's just wide, bouncing round about waist height, and Selman is happy to leave it. 54 for 2, 66 overs including this one minimum to be bowled today. That's how long Warwickshire have got to get the 8 wickets they need to ensure they don't finish the season winless. And actually their record will look not too bad if they win this game. Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's pushed to point. They haven't ever really been in contention apart from the first 2 days of the season, really, and I suppose a little bit during the second match, so would have felt in contention, but they will, if they win the game, finish third in their group, having won one and lost one and drawn the others.
Yes, hopefully this season will go down as a curio, never to be repeated. Fingers crossed.
In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's played a mid-on. There's no run. It's a slightly unkind thing that's been said to Somerset. I think George DeBell, I saw tweet it saying typical of Somerset to finally actually win the thing when it doesn't count. Which, I mean, in the sense that it's not the county championship, and that is clear. It is not. This is not going to be regarded as the county championship. It would be true, I suppose. Somerset really, if they win it, if they beat Essex in the final, as it looks like it will probably be a Somerset-Essex final, the Worcestershire may have something to say yet. Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's played in the onside. There's no run. They will win the Bob Willis Trophy, but they will not officially be county champions. 54 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, I wonder if the Bob Willis name will survive in future years.
I suspect it might. I would think that whatever county championship format's taken, they may well call the trophy. I don't think it's got a name at the moment, does it? So they could just call it the Bob Willis Trophy.
Well, we're used to it, having it named after sponsors, weren't we? Which there isn't one at the moment.
Worcestershire 108 for 5 against Somerset now. They're still up against it. Worcestershire need another 137 to win. Win there for Somerset would mean a Somerset-Essex final at Lord's.
Norwell is in then to bowl to Chris Cook at 54 for 2, and Cook just gets the inside of the bat on that one, pushing it out on the leg side. So Glamorgan desperately digging in. We have 12 minutes to go till the lunch interval. I suppose 2 down by lunch wouldn't be too catastrophic for Glamorgan, having lost those wickets in successive balls midway through the session. There's Norwell in to bowl to Chris Cook, who's hit on the pads. Not out, says umpire White. And, well, Norwell's building up the volume, isn't he? He's had a few good yells so far.
I find it quite difficult to get umpire White to raise his finger.
Doing too much, or yes, that was
on the leg side that time.
Whistling past leg stump, that would have been.
One yesterday hit him full on the toe. Umpire White presumably thought it was a bit leg side-ish, but I think that would certainly have gone to review. If we had such a thing in county cricket, which thankfully we don't.
Yes, otherwise Clive and I would have to draw on the screen here. As that's a full-length ball and driven by Cook, not quite timed through point. They'll take one, they're coming back for a second run. Cook is shifting just in case, but the throw on the turn was not hugely accurate by Brooks, as he was trying more to deter the batsman than seriously aim for the target. 56 for 2, Chris Cook to 12 not out. BBC Sport Online. Nick Webb 2017 and Clive Eakin are our Twitter handles. Ed Bevan Cricket for Edward. 56 for 2, Norwell in, bowls outside off stump, and Cook can go back to lifting his bat high in the air and allowing it to go through.
Yeah, Warwickshire. They've got those couple of wickets, they got something, but they'll feel This has been quite hard work trying to prize Glamorgan out. As I say, they have had spells in the field this season when they've been really frustrated, so maybe niggling on their minds. Not so much Liam Norwell because he hasn't played in the other games.
So he'll be still full of beans as he runs away from us at Cathedral Road end and bowls. And again, Cook driving at a full-length ball, and again off the outside part of the bat. And this time they do settle for the single, 57 for 2. Yorkshire need a mere 34 to beat Leicestershire. So Derbyshire, who were North Group contenders, they're 51 for 2, needing a further 330 to beat Lancashire. So the unlikely Derbyshire challenge, cheered by many neutrals around the country, seems to be running out of steam.
Yes, I can feel it. Well, if they won, highly unlikely though it is, if they were to win and Worcestershire were to win, those teams would be on the same number of points and the same number of wins.
So it's on wickets taken, I believe.
Is it?
That.
Okay, I'm not gonna calculate it
I
because it's
can't
not going to
remember.
happen.
I can't remember who was ahead on it.
Yorkshire could top the North Group, but they won't make it to the final if they do.
Yeah, Yorkshire should stroll to victory against Leicestershire as Salmon drives on the offside, but straight to Rhodes at cover. There is no run. 57 for 2 end the over. Salmon 18, Chris Cook is 13, and there are 8 overs, therefore 8 minutes. Therefore 2 or 3 overs until the lunch interval.
Yes, even if Somerset and Worcestershire would end in an unlikely draw, which will only happen if it rains,
tie,
that would still take Somerset, well, or a tie, yes, but that would still take Somerset to 89 points, and Yorkshire would be on 87 if they top their group. So Essex already topped the South Group on 90, so it looks like the North Group's going to be the unlucky group.
Yeah, Somerset just on top there at New Road. Worcestershire 120 for 5 now, needing a further 125 to win.
Halfway there.
With their fate in the hands of D'Oliveira and Cox at the moment.
D'Oliveira, particularly a good player. Done very well Worcestershire this year. Here comes Brooks to bowl. That's a wide delivery which is punished ruthlessly by Cook, who hammers that through the offside for 4. He's on to 17, 61 for 2.
Yeah, stretching a little bit at that one was Chris Cook. Not sure if it was entirely along the ground, but it was hit very hard indeed. Would have been freakish had he managed to slap it straight to cover. He didn't. 61 for 2, Cook to 17.
Michael Burgess standing up to Brooks, the wicket keeper. It comes in now. The sun shines here at Cardiff, and that's just tickled down the leg side, down to fine leg for 4. So successive 4s for Cook. He's on to 21. Glamorgan's chase for victory begins. 65 for 2.
Maybe not. Yeah, Michael Burgess wouldn't have been too pleased with that one. Standing, come up to the wicket to stand up and gets one down leg side.
266 more needed to win in the minimum of 64 overs, including the current one. Somebody is going to have to play a Ben Stokes-esque innings if that's going to happen. In comes Brooks. He just chops onto that one late. Cook's a better ball from Brooks. Almost a backward point, and Mosley fields. Spoke to Mosley last night. Quite articulate and really enjoying himself, hoping he might get the nod in another T20 game before the end of the season. But, enjoying the experience of playing some championship cricket, and he's done really well with the bats, really looked the part. It was always the plan to declare apparently last night, so he never really had a chance to go for a century. That's pushed out to the offside, there's no run, but he did have licence to go for his shots. 65 for 2. Much stiller day. We've had a bit of breeze blowing in other days, but it's pretty still at the moment. And Sun shining. There's plenty of cloud in the sky, but at the moment it's the sun shining on Sophia Gardens. That's going down the leg side. It's superbly taken by Burgess to prevent buys. I don't think it hit anything. Might have brushed the pad, but at any rate, Burgess moved sharply to his left to take it. It's Ethan Brooks, the teenager in this Warwickshire side. Comes into bowl to Cook, open the stance and then lets up and go pass off stump. And it's 65 for 2 at the end of the 32nd over.
As Clonville update Midlands radio audiences on the events here at Sophia Gardens. This may be the last over before lunch, depending on how long it takes, which will leave us still with a maximum of 62 overs remaining in the game. So a maximum, and theoretically they can, if they were to bowl spin and rattle through the overs, they can get more in, but it virtually never happens. As Norwell is in to bowl to Selman, who gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg. And they go through for a single. 66 for 2. Selman to 19. Cook 21. Short leg in place still, as Warwickshire can afford to attack. They've got plenty of runs to play with, 265 of them. Ian Bell fielding in a shortish cover position on the drive, crouching for the mishit Cook shot as Norwell bowls. So gives that one plenty of length, and Cook clips it off his legs neatly down towards backward square. It is stopped on the square leg boundary, but they're able to jog back comfortably for 2 runs as Norwell strayed slightly onto leg stump. 68 for 2. Cook, Chris Cook to 23. Joe Cook was out for 23. Caught behind off side bottom. Owen Morgan was bowled by the same bowler first ball. Norwell in bowls, and that's defended nicely, neatly by Chris Cook, and there's no run. It's a reminder that it's a 40-minute lunch interval, and therefore we'll be back at around about 1:10. Norwell trying to add to his first innings tally of 4 wickets, bowled very well. Bowls now shorter and nudged away by Cook, past Mosley at short leg, down to fine leg for a single. 69 for 1. Chris Cook will really probably look to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Nick Selman maybe the happier of the two just to block if need be. So Glamorgan encouraging Norwell, Warwickshire encouraging Norwell as he strives for a further breakthrough before lunch, which would make it a really positive session for Warwickshire, as that is allowed to go through outside off stump. An interesting field position there, that there's a man about 25 metres from the bat in a backward square leg position for the mistimed flick off the legs. Just the right of your screen if you're watching on the Glamorgan website. So short leg and a deeper backward short leg as Norwell bowls and sees Selman defend out on the leg side. And that is lunch, with Warwickshire having claimed 2 of the 10 wickets that they need. Glamorgan, having scored 69 of the 331 runs that they theoretically need. 69 for 2 at lunch with Nick Selman 19. Chris Cook is on 24. There are 62 overs for Warwickshire to claim those remaining 8 wickets, and for Glamorgan to try and battle out for a draw in all probability. The players head off for lunch with Glamorgan 69 for 2. Back at 1:10.
play for Preseli, which is in Pembrokeshire. We are very fortunate here in Pembrokeshire as we have a women's league, and the league itself has been running for many years. This year, before the global pandemic came, we had 11 teams entered in the league, and about 4 or 5 years ago we were in a position where we only had 3 or 4 teams entered in the league, and we were actually thinking, was the league going to take place? We decided to do a paired format, which then encouraged other teams to join the league. We've also been doing lots of softball festivals, and the festivals taking place in primary schools to encourage the children, the girls, to come through and take part and participate in women's cricket.
My name's Laura, I'm Women and Girls Development Officer for South West Wales. I feel extremely lucky to be able to work alongside the wonderful ladies down at Pembrokeshire Ladies Cricket. They're an extremely proactive bunch who work tirelessly on getting fixtures and training throughout the summer. Pre-COVID, the intent was that we as Cricket Wales were going to supply bursaries for the ladies to complete their level 1 coaching awards. This is something that we'll definitely look to work on in 2021.
Hi, my name's Alice John and I play cricket for Whitland Ladies Cricket Team. We rejoined the league last year for the first time since 2010. So we were back last year with plenty of girls keen and enthusiastic to play. Some girls had never played before and were still learning the rules each week, and we had some experienced players and that could help those that hadn't played to develop the game. We tend to have between 20 and 30 girls in softball junior training each week. If they then move up the age ranks, they can come on and play for the ladies, and we'll have plenty of girls available to play each week to be able to stick in the league for many years to come.
I'm the captain of the ladies softball team at Northup Hall Cricket Club. I joined softball cricket about 2 years ago when I became a bit fed up of having to sit on the sidelines in my summer evenings watching my husband and my son play cricket. And I looked at it and I thought, if they can do it, then I can do it too. I absolutely love playing softball cricket. The women who are part of the team are absolutely brilliant. Some of them have never played before and some of them have a little bit more experience, but everybody brings something special to the team and to the game. If I can do it, then you can do it. And it's just about giving it all a go, so why not?
If you'd have asked me 6 years ago about cricket, I wouldn't have been able to tell you much about it. I got involved in cricket through my secondary school when they introduced cricket in our gym lessons in year 7. Bethesda Cricket Club then approached school saying they were doing cricket sessions for women and girls, and the rest is history. I decided to start playing cricket because I enjoyed the sessions in school, and it was also a sport I knew nothing about, which made me want to learn more about cricket.
The impact of the Women's Softball Festival at our club was we had 20 women that turned up, had never had a go at playing cricket before. We even had an 89-year-old take part, and everybody really enjoyed the day. We won't talk about the Prosecco too much, but everyone is willing and raring to get going again this year.
It is a great game. It's exciting. It's fun. I've learnt loads of new skills, and I get to play in a team. And yeah, it's just fun.
What would you say to any ladies wanting to get involved in cricket? Look up your local club and get out there and do it.
some. Mine, I can't make the distance. Right, you want some on the floor? Yeah, similar to the other day, so like start left.
Bell bows out in style as Warwickshire take control. Billy Root's unbeaten 51 helped Glamorgan edge into a first innings lead against Warwickshire in Cardiff on day 2. Warwickshire took to the crease on day 3, which would see Ian Bell's final first-class innings before retirement, with both sides searching for an elusive win in the tournament. Will Rhodes and Rob Yates took to the crease as both openers signalled their intentions, with Warwickshire quickly looking to eradicate Glamorgan's 17-run lead. But the host did manage to find a breakthrough. Nick Selman has made a habit of taking fine catches this tournament, and Yates would be his latest victim in the slips. At the other end, Rhodes was getting the better of Tim van der Hoekten, as both he and Sam Hain quickly set about rebuilding to bring up 50 for the Bears. Just as the partnership had got into its stride, Rhodes was gone. Michael Hogan this time finding the edge, that man Selman again with the reflexes in the slips. Warwickshire 53 for 2, which brought Bell to the crease for the final time. The 5-time Ashes winner was welcomed to the field with a guard of honour in his last first-class innings before retirement. And Bell set about his swan song in confident fashion, maybe a little too close for Hain's liking, shaving his stumps at the other end by millimetres. Bell continued to race along as he brought up the 50 partnership and 100 for Warwickshire with another boundary as the visitors went into lunch leading by 112 with 8 wickets remaining. The pair continued to go well after the restart, albeit in unconventional fashion from Hain, who found another boundary. All eyes were on Bell though, and he continued to sign off in style. A fitting half-century, his second of the match, to leave the Warwickshire dressing room on their feet. Hain grabbed his shortly after, as the Bears began to take control. Bell did show some signs of nerves, as he mistimed a pull shot, which fell just short of the fielder, as he lived to fight another day and moved to 70. Warwickshire would lose a wicket not long after, but Bears fans could breathe a sigh of relief as Bell remained. Hain dismissed after he edged Douthwaite to depart for 65 to leave Warwickshire 196 for 3. but with Bell on 90, disaster struck as he chopped on Van der Hoekten's delivery. A cruel end to a stellar 524th and final innings, to depart a first-class cricket field for the final time. After tea, and they'd lose a 5th wicket. Some sharp hands from Tom Cullen behind the stumps had Michael Burgess out for 11. But Dan Molesley and Alex Thompson set about building a partnership to take Warwickshire past 250. Thompson produced one of the shots of the day as he smacked out the ground. Molesley needed just 62 balls to bring up his 50, and it came via a boundary, one of 6 in his knock. He'd also bring up the Warwickshire 300, not that the 19-year-old knew much about it. A tired shot from Thompson would bring his innings to an end, caught by Van der Hoekten off the bowling of Callum Taylor. Molesley was next to go as he slogged Douthwaite's delivery to Joe Cook to depart for 71. Liam Norwell came to the crease and had time to hit a maximum before Warwickshire declared on 347 for 7, in an innings that will be solely remembered by Bell's final first-class knock of 90. That set Glamorgan 331 to win, with 5 overs remaining in the day. In fading light, Selman found the only remaining boundary of the day as the host closed on 9 without loss. Warwickshire will feel confident of wrapping up victory on the final day and marking Bell's retirement from the first-class game with a first Bob Willis Trophy victory.
scored 347% before declaring. But he only needs one wicket, and as we saw this morning, another can quickly fall. As in comes Rhodes again and bowls. And this is driven firmly, straight to cover. The ball is returned to wicketkeeper Burgess, and there's no run. Five bowlers used by Warwickshire. All seamers: Norwell, Anand Dalby, Sidebottom, Rhodes, and Ethan Brooks we saw for a couple of overs before lunch. As Clive Eakin comes back into the commentator's chair, and Rhodes comes in again and bowls, and this time it's left by Cook outside the off stump. Have a good lunch.
Well,
different lunches we're having these days.
Yes. Warwickshire. What point in this session I wonder when Warwickshire should start doubting things or getting frustrated?
I just said though, Clive, it's a case of you take one, as we saw.
Well, that's
another.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden it could be 4 down. And
yeah.
It's a long way to go. Rhodes in, bowls to Cook. Cook gets behind that and tries to push it away, but it beats him as it seams away. So encouragement there for the bowler.
Yes. Just something I mentioned before, they will have the back of their minds. They have at times struggled to sort of finish teams off this season in terms of bowling them out. They've been held up by big partnerships and long sort of wicketless sessions. So that, I'm sure, will be at the back of their minds.
Well, he's left the captain, who has ball in hand and comes in again and bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run.
69 for 2 then. And Glamorgan, presumably they won't really think too much about their target, but if they're still there at tea,
they'll think about it,
think
possibly,
about it
because 260 off 60 is normally a pretty generous declaration. If it was 69 for no wicket, I think they must certainly have a look. No runs off this over as we come to the end of it. Rhodes bowls and Cook plays it away off his legs up to mid-wicket. There's no run, that's maiden. Perhaps one minor criticism you could say of Rhodes is that he hasn't bowled them in shortish spells and changed them, bring the spinner on, you know what I mean, as you do when you look for a wicket.
No, he's stuck with mainly his frontline seamers, with the addition of Ethan Brooks today. He presumably doesn't feel there's a great deal of spin there for Alex Thompson to exploit.
It's different though, a different pace, something, you know, we saw Callum Taylor bowl quite economically yesterday and got the odd one to turn. And possibly in the batsman's mind, oh yes, there's a slow bowler coming on, as opposed to pace. I might play a few shots and might get out. But it's just that uncertainty. But as you say, he's going with his conventional attack, and it'll be side bottom.
Well, Johan Dolby, in fact, is...
oh yes, he's taking the ball.
Yeah, who still hasn't got a wicket in the match.
Change ends.
He's not used to that this season. He comes in now to bowl to Selman, and that's a good delivery. He's beaten the bat again there, Anand Dalby, but...
been at the wrong end, Oliver.
Yeah.
Good delivery, wasn't it?
It was. I think he might have just made a polite inquiry to the umpire to say, did that nick something? But the answer was no. And if he really believed he had, he'd have been leaping high in the air.
Yeah. A sort of, how's that?
Yes. Very occasionally you see those given. It's always very bewildering when a bowler puts in a half-hearted appeal and up goes the finger. He comes in now, Anand Dalby. The bowl to Selman, and that wraps him on the pads, so he's appealing there, but that's
very ambitious.
Certainly Selman thought that was going well down the leg side, the way he played it. It is a leg by. Well, we've seen in test matches, haven't we, where they had reviews. There have been occasions when the fielding side really haven't believed that it's out, and so haven't reviewed it, haven't really appealed that much, and then the TV replay shows
that
it was, but that wouldn't have happened there. I don't think Warwickshire would have reviewed
that. LBWs would have been in the old days when you saw a spinner bowl and batsman push him forward and give him not out. Dickie Bird was one for not out, wasn't he, on that?
Anand Dalby to Cook, 2 slips in place, and that's pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. Cook on 24, Chris Cook. Nick Selma's been there from the start. He's on 19. And still holding Warwickshire up.
Okay. Cook against the Somerset in the first game, nothing in the first innings, 82 in the second. And then he got runs then at Worcester, and he's very much a second innings merchant, is Chris Cook this year.
And Dolby bowls, that's just on the leg side, and it's punched away past diving Ian Bell at mid-wicket and through for a single. Cook moves on to 25. 71 for 2.
Gloucestershire again. Cook first innings 4, second innings 59 not out. So can he do it again?
He started. Warwickshire only 2 slips in place now. They put this fielder close-ish at mid-wicket, about 3 pitches away.
Well, that's Selman for you because he's such an onside player.
In comes Hannon Dolby to bowl to him. That's a high, a full toss. It was probably about just below the knee roll by the time it reached the batter, and he's perhaps slightly missed out. He's played it to the sweeper on the onside for a single. Selman on to 20, 72 for 2. Say sweep, I suppose those 2 men on their leg side are there for the mistimed hook or pull. I don't think Warwickshire should worry too much about Glamorgan scoring runs, because if they don't get wickets, they probably want to keep Glamorgan interested.
If you've got a calculator there, divide 260 by 60.
In comes Hannon Dolby, and that's speared down to a third man by Cook. Wide third man has been chased by Ethan Brooks. He loses his cap. They're coming back for a third run. Well, before I do the calculation, I would suggest it's about 4 1/3. But we say 260 divided by 60. Yeah, my maths isn't letting me down.
You see, that would be a generous last day declaration, wouldn't it? Lunchtime declaration.
Yeah.
But Glamorgan's batting has been so frail for so long that you would think, well, if these two are here and after tea, they might have a little dart.
Well, Warwickshire want to win. I mean, the consequence if they
sides,
lose would be a little. They will finish bottom of the table if they lose, which would be a little embarrassing.
Well, Glamorgan would be the same.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan actually need to win to avoid that. Warwickshire draw would actually leave them in third place. As would a win, so in terms of final positions, it doesn't make any difference whether they draw or win.
First ball for Rhodes is second over. He's pushed away on the onside. There's no run. It's pride.
It's absolutely to go the whole. I say the whole season. Remember, it's only 5 games.
Exactly.
But even so, to go that without a win will have been disappointed for a particular county like Warwickshire, where expectations are very high, and they certainly came into the competition wanting to win it. They sadly haven't really got anywhere near doing that.
Weren't you in a winning position against Northampton?
Yeah, I think that for the first 2 games. I'll come back to that in a moment.
In comes the next ball, and that's pushed away past mid-wicket, and it's a chase there, but they're going to come back for 2. This Cook moves on to, what does he move on to? 30. 77 for 2, sorry.
The first game against Northants, they were on top for most of it, but then in the second innings they were frustrated big time. Had a big first innings lead. Would have been bigger without the 120 over rule, but then just couldn't bowl them out. So they looked good for most of that match without winning it. And then against Gloucestershire, it was always close, but they were pretty much ahead until probably the halfway through Gloucestershire's second innings when it started drifting away from them.
Here's the next ball, and that's played in the same direction, and it'll be another single for Cook.
And I think losing that game probably realistically ended their ambitions. They had Somerset the following match. If they'd won that, they might have revived it, but in fact they were decidedly second best against Somerset, even though they didn't lose in the end. And that was that as far as our ambitions for winning the competition were concerned.
No. You and I talked about it in the interval, and you mentioned it then, this 120 over rule, which both of us disagree, because if at 120 you've got a side who are 400 for 6, shall we say, with ambitions of getting on towards 500, put the other side out of the game, try and get them to follow on. That's chopped off. Sorry, you've got your 120 overs, which I find quite odd. Here's the next delivery. Comes in, Selman pushes it away on the leg side, but this time to the man who's been put in that position.
There's also an unevenness, and I get why you can't have a limit in the second innings, but it did throw up that situation when Warwickshire played Northants. They were forced to pull out after 120 overs in the first innings, and then Northants batted.
Where you could have batted Northants out of the game.
Yeah. So
it's very strange on that.
I'd be interested to see whether they persist with that. One or two little experimental rules introduced, aren't they?
78 for 2 then. Selman waits, he's on 20. In comes the next ball, and that's driven up towards mid-off. There's a little cry of anguish from behind the stumps, but nothing happens really.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll be concerned. The odd one's beating the bat, but say the wicket's looking likely any moment now, particularly.
Selman's been there for some time for his 20th and faced quite a large number of balls. He waits now as in comes Rhodes and bowls to him, and he plays it back down towards the mid-off. It's a no ball called by umpire Evans. Second no ball from Rhodes this morning.
Yeah, it's not. I think it's third or fourth in the match, and I'm slightly bamboozled as to why he keeps bowling no balls. However,
2 to the score, 80 for 2.
I reckon Salman's probably faced something like 101, 102 balls now for his 19.
Typical rear guard, you shall not pass innings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Incidentally, this partnership now was at 45. Salman taps his bat in the crease, looks up and sees Rhodes approaching and bowls to him, and he's forward, pushes it up to mid-on. And that is the end of another over. It's the end of the 36th over. And Glamorgan well under 3 and over. But survival is their prerogative, you would think.
Yeah, that's going to be the first aim, isn't it? Survival, and then I'm sure I'll take what runs are available to them and then see whether they might get a chance to have a go later. But, the longer it goes on, the more frustrated Warwickshire are going to get. They would love to have come here and blasted Glamorgan away and gone home at 3 o'clock, but it doesn't look likely.
So would you. Get home.
Indeed. Alan Dolby then, the bowl to Cook. 2 slips in place. Cook solidly behind that to the offside. There's no run. He's still got that field at mid-wicket, about 3 pitches away. Ian Bell there.
Unless you bowl the absolute Jaffa here, we saw that ball, it's deadened as if this pitch has gone down. You can just get behind and play it. And the bowlers have to really try and bowl the Jaffa ball every ball.
And Dolby walks back.
A little bit wearily, doesn't he?
A little, he has that sort of demeanour, but he'll keep coming, he'll keep going. He comes into bowl. And that was a leading edge. It's safe enough in the end. It goes down just past backward point for a single.
Yeah.
Not the shot that Cook intended there, so.
Pushing to mid-on and ends up at short third man. He looks at his bat. As if to say, it wasn't me, it was the bat.
Yeah. So.
Happy sight for Glamorgan during the lunch interval with David Lloyd, who's been out all season, was limbering up and is likely to play against the Bears on Friday night, which is a huge boost for Glamorgan because he's one of, if not the best, apart from Colin Ingram, players in the side.
This one from Alan Dolby is punched out to point. Fielded by Brooks.
Lloyd, in one of the squad games at the start, a couple of days, I think it was before they'd start the season, stopped the ball with his foot when he was bowling, as you do, which was hit quite fiercely back to him, and broke a bone in his foot, and has been absent, and he's been sorely missed.
Next time you'll take the 4 off his analysis, perhaps.
Yes.
Alan Dolby to Selman. And Selman full back behind that to mid-on. Nick Selman
Lloyd probably thought, well, I'm not going to put my hand, I might break my finger, I'll put my foot down. Bang.
Yeah.
Very, very frustrating it must have been for him. Wait months for a game and then you're out.
So, Alan Dolby. The sun pokes out here. And to put us quite a black cloud overhead, but the sun's actually shining on the ground. There were the odd spit of rain. I was standing outside as I came up after lunch, and there was the odd spit of rain at that point. And Dolby bowls to Selman to square leg for a single. Obviously, rain would have a significant impact if you did get in the final day, because you can't make up the time.
Oh, we're all right. I've been here enough times to tell you.
Okay.
You're all right today.
Don't look great, but
they're going that way.
All right then. 82 for 2. Still Warwickshire. Just 2 wickets in 2 balls. Other than that, it's not quite going to plan. Are they going to be frustrated, or are they going to have another match where they haven't been able to bowl the opposition out? And finish the season disappointingly with a red ball. And this one from Alan Dolby is accurate. It's played to mid-on. He's not played in the T20s this season so far, Alan Dolby, which is unusual. So conceivably this could be the end of his season today. 82 for 2 is the Glamorgan total, and we've got 58 overs left.
A lot of cricket to be played, and ideally you would like to have 4 or 5 down, don't you, at the tee until you've got half a chance then. But this dogged performance. Just looking at the Bears side that played down here. I take it Pollock will come back, won't he? Hose. Bresnan if he's fit. As Clive disappears, in comes Rhodes, bowls, square off drive rather, but quite very expected, and bowler stops it, there's no run. 82 for 2. One stage it was 35 for 2. Chris Cook attempting to play a captain's innings. Selman has just hung about, got the odd run, determined, and he's not going to get out. Rhodes comes in again from the river end and bowls, and that's good delivery from the captain. Bowls and beats Selman with the forward defensive prod. Selman 21 and Cook is 32, who came in some time after him. The remainder of the Glamorgan batting order. We've got Billy Root in next, who played well in the first innings, got a 50. Callum Taylor done Douthwaite. In comes Rose, bowls again, and this is played. Nice forcing shot. It passes mid-on and goes up towards the boundary. Will it get there? Yes, it has, and a good bit of fielding there. Don't quite know who it is in the far distance, but good bit of fielding. Put the ball in, and they get 2 runs. Nick is back, and
side bottom stroke Norwell, the replay tells us, for that piece of fielding.
Oh. Yes, you wouldn't have seen that 30 years ago. 20 years ago, perhaps. 84 for 2, then 23 to Selman as he waits. As in comes Rhodes, bowls to him, drives pleasantly and gets 4 runs through the offside. Probably the best shot he's played, Selman. Ostensibly an onside player, but that was a half volley and struck with authority to the extra cover boundary. And Glamorgan move on to 88 for the loss of those 2 wickets, and brings up the 50 partnership between these two. They've steadied the ship after those 2 wickets fell in successive deliveries from Ryan Sidebottom.
Yeah, so in Warwickshire might be quite encouraged to see Glamorgan playing a few shots.
His arms are pumping again as Rhodes comes in and bowls to Selman. Selman drives again and is going to get 4 more. And the captain with those 2 4s and nearly a 3rd 4 when that ball was chucked. 10 runs off the last 3 deliveries. And Selman, who's been in there since last night, moves on to 31, and it's 92 for 2. And when you were off mic, we were discussing, and I mentioned, Nick, that at lunchtime, 260 of 60 is a generous declaration on a 3rd day lunchtime, isn't it? So when you look at it that way, you think at tea, if these two happen to be together, there might be a little chase on. But that's thinking very ambitiously as the next ball comes in, and this is driven, and there's a 3rd 4. So that's 14 runs off the last 4 balls, and Selman's calling. Well, he's not calling for a new bat, but that is a spurt there of activity, and there were beautiful shots through the offside. And I think Rhodes will say, come and have a ball here, somebody else. 96 for 2.
Well, at least he's got Selman playing shots. I mean, the loss of 14 runs in the context of this big target probably doesn't mean anything at all. But if Selman is playing shots at balls outside off stump, then obviously they've got more chance of getting him out than if he's shouldering arms all the time. So I don't think Rhodes will be too worried about the runs at all conceded.
Oh, no.
Is Hannon Dalby from this Cathedral Road end in bowls, and Cook nearly chopped that one down onto his stumps. The Glamorgan captain survives, and
that was reminiscent of Ian Bell, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bell chopped it off an inside edge. This
coming back in
Cook, I think played more down into the ground, but was lucky to survive. Chris Cook, that one didn't know an awful lot about it.
Clive Eakin was saying at the start of this game that he'd been Dalby has been taking wickets for fun this year, and he's yet to take one.
He's got plenty of time to add this afternoon, though, as he's into bowl to Cook, who this time plays a defensive shot more under control as the ball runs out on the offside and is fielded by the teenager Dan Mosley. So dark cloud overhead again. We have seen the lights on for part of yesterday and for virtually all the second day's play.
I've just remarked to Clive Eakin, mark my words, I've been here enough times, there's no more rain today, I said. I don't think there will be either.
96 for 2 Glamorgan as Hannon Dalby is in. Bowls, and Cook has gone fencing at that one. Up goes the finger. Tried to force a ball that was too close to him, and that is a huge breakthrough for Warwickshire as the Glamorgan captain goes for 32. Trying to force off the back foot through the offside, and just got a little nudge on it. Waited for the finger, but it was inevitable from umpire White. And Chris Cook will be extremely disappointed to go for 32 when he looked to have really got set in that occupation of the crease.
He certainly will be, Nick, because that's one of the first poor shots that he's played. It was well wide of the off stump and a rising delivery. And of course Cook went, and you could see his disappointment. He just looked down. He knew he'd nicked it, but it wasn't a case of waiting for the umpire's finger. It was a case of, I can't believe I played that shot. And back come Warwickshire into the game at 96 for 3. And you and I know how brittle this Glamorgan batting can be. And you'd think, now if they get one of these two out, as Billy Root, who got 50 in the first innings, strides to the crease, they will have their tails up.
Absolutely. So just taken less than 25 minutes after lunch to get the breakthrough. Partnership of Salmon and Chris Cook was together for about an hour or so in the first session after 2 wickets in successive balls, and Warwickshire, with the departure of Chris Cook, renewed scent of victory as they take advantage of the wicket for a little hand squirting break. 12th and 13th men are on, or were on briefly. And the new batsman is the left-handed Billy Root. Well, Edward, I'm blaming you for that one from the Welsh point of view. You was just saying Hannon Dolby hadn't got in the wickets.
Commentator's curse.
And promptly he does.
Yes. And there isn't a case of a good ball. It was tempting, Cook, though. He tempted him, I tell you, off somebody fell for the bait.
A bit too close to him to play that shot, wasn't it? As Hannon Dolby comes in round the wicket, the left-handed Billy Root, who plays on the onside defensively. Straight to Thompson at mid-wicket and no run.
And shouting begins after a wicket. Everybody's getting their bowlers worked up, bowl after taking a wicket, and 96 for 3. Salmon very much the sheet anchor on 35. As in
Hannon Dolby in to bowl to Root, who plays it defensively down to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, following Billy Root, you go into the middle order of Callum Taylor and Dan Douthwaite. Tom Cullen, of course, come back, we all know that. And then the two bowlers, Lucas Carey and Michael Hogan.
Plus Van der Hoogten, of course, who batted up
of course, he was the night watchman,
yes,
wasn't he?
which is why he's not in your list.
Described by his captain a couple of weeks ago as the best night watchman in the game.
Best number 10, yeah. Well, he batted through that final session against Gloucestershire. He's looking forward to putting his feet up today, Tim Van der Hoogten, but I don't think he'll get the chance for that. Here is Hannon Dolby with 2 gullies now to bowl to Root, who allows that one to go past. No shot played, 2 slips and 2 gullies, given Root's fondness for playing in that point area. 96 for 3 at the end of the over. 56 overs remain. Warwickshire have 7 wickets to take.
Yeah, and what time do we take tea? I've forgotten all about 3:30, is it? 20 past 3, isn't it, on the last day?
Where are we? This scorecard I've got has got the old times on them, so it could be 10 past 3, I think. It's normally 3:40 theoretically, isn't it?
Yeah, we can have a bit of spin. I think we are.
That's yeah. I thought that Warwickshire might wait until the seamers had had a good bowl. We've only seen 3 overs out of Ethan Brooks.
Light, perhaps? No, they've got the lights here.
6 out of the successful side bottom, 8 for Rhodes. So they're not knackered yet, but we are going to see the tall form of Alex Thompson.
Yes, what do you say? Have not seen. Oh, yeah, Nick reckons I would have seen him bowl.
Yes, not memorably.
2014, but
come on, Edwards. Where's your filing system?
Gosh, here he is then. And he is going to bowl to Nick Selman. As in he comes and bowls to him. Not turned. Bounced and turned. And this is a good plan because, of course, he's going to be bowling, presumably, at Billy Root, the left-hander, with the ball moving away from the left-hander. But now he's bowling to Selman with a short leg and a slip, close fielders. In he comes, bowls. And it's clipped down to fine leg. It might just run away for 4. I don't know what all the yelling was, and that ball is going to beat the fielder on Dolby, just in front of us here. Did he get a nick on that?
Yeah, I think it was just turned away. Selman on to 39, and the Glamorgan 100 is up. Yeah, it was an over-enthusiastic reaction from Warwickshire, and that Selman did play that as a leg glance, and it went more or less where he intended it to.
See if he's getting a bit of turn. Thompson then to continue to Selman. He's bowling from the far end, the River Taff end. Just a couple of paces. Good length ball, which is pushed by Selman out onto the offside. There's no run. Now, Cook would have relished this had he stayed in, because he would have fancied using his feet. He's a good player of spin, but he's gone. And it'll be a battle, I think, between Thompson and Root. Thompson in, bowls to Selman, short. Selman gets right behind it and pushes it back down the pitch.
Yeah, Warwickshire with their first real chance to press for victory in this competition, and Glamorgan with the familiar feeling of trying to hang on.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Nick. Thompson 3 steps and a hop, and then he tosses this one up and he's played for the onside. I watched that on the television. It was well played all along the ground, and there were grasps of, oh,
catch it, catch it.
Anyway, he's into 40s. He's not 40 not out, and now Billy Root has to face a ball. 1 ball, I think, is left in this over. 101 for 3. And Glamorgan and Cook himself will rue his dismissal, because he is a batsman that can really accelerate when he's in. As it gets just a little bit darker, but I think these clouds are going to go away to our right. Round the wicket, Thompson's to bowl to the left-hander. In he comes, goes wide of the crease, so that's... Oh, Billy goes for the cut, and it's taken... That was inviting him to play, and he is a good cutter, but there was an old coach, an old Glamorgan player called Emrys Davis, who played in the 40s, and he was a wonderful coach, and he always used to say, never cut an off-spinner until you've got 150. So note that, Nick, next season when you're batting.
Was that 150 in the decade?
So there we are. We saw that spin, and as I say, I suspect that might have been just why he was brought on to bowl to the left-hander.
So we're going to see Hannon Dalby to continue, having just taken his first wicket of the match in his last over, and he'll be bowling to Nick Selman on 40 not out, and Selman is forward playing no shot, bat up raised, well out of harm's way. It has gone quite dark in the last couple of minutes, despite a little bit of blue sky in the distance.
It's going across us, isn't it?
But,
I vouched it in about a quarter of an hour. We'll have sunshine, glorious sunshine.
Caerphilly Mountain is visible away to our left in sunshine, but of course inaccessible since we're not allowed there. 101 for 3. As Hannon Dalby's in, bowls and Selman bat and pad together. Hannon Dalby has a shout just in case it was pad first, and as if by magic, in response to our wonderings, the lights appear to flicker into life.
Won't be long.
Yeah,
No, well outside the line, that.
Umpire Bevan keeps his finger in his pocket.
Yes, the reason I'm saying that, because I'm about 2 metres from an excellent television set.
As Hannon Dalby in, bowls, and that's clipped off his legs by Selman, down to fine leg. There is a fine leg, he'll just get the single for it. 102 for 3. Selman onto 41 not out, and Warwickshire get the chance to attack the new batsman, Billy Root. Yes, in case Warwickshire listeners are wondering what we're on about, not allowed to go to Caerphilly Mountain, the borough of Caerphilly,
sure they know,
is in lockdown. So people not allowed in or out of the area other than on work or other essential reasons. Caregiving. 102 for 3. So our best wishes to everyone listening there.
Absolutely.
Hannon Dalby into the left-handed Root, who leaves.
Watching those 2 gullies reminds me of Glamorgan back in the early 90s when Alan Butcher, very, very fine opening batsman, was playing, and it was one of these 50-over games. And Mike Gatting put 3 gullies to him as soon as he came in. And every time he played the shot, his exasperated Gat was, Butcher went on to get 100. It is a favourite shot, of course, with left-handers. The cut.
Yep, they're there to intercept anything and snap up any chances as Hannon Dalby bowls to Root, who's beaten on that occasion by a ball that went through him, as they say.
Yeah, the odd ball is still going. Not as much as I mentioned earlier, the first couple of days, but that was a beauty.
So he's bowling well. All about Hannon Dalby, Warwickshire's leading red ball wicket taker of...
he's got this ability, because he's, what did you say, 6'7", to bang it in better than other bowlers who are of a smaller stature and gets movement. And that is an advantage, of course.
And he comes again round the wicket, black number 20 on his back, and bowls, and Root defends that one solidly off the middle of the bat. This is his 12th, or that was his 12th over. He has 1 for 20, including 4 maidens. Bowling. And Ryan's side bottom, the remarkable figures. I didn't realise he'd been so economical actually. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 3.
Oh, those are good figures. I just mentioned when you were away, Nick, that encouraging news for Glamorgan followers is that David Lloyd likely to play on Friday against the Birmingham Bears. First appearance of the season following his broken foot, and I'm sure Glamorgan will welcome him back with open arms.
He's been running up and down, so let's hope he passes that fitness test.
Now then, Thompson, after an encouraging first over of spin, is bowling again and bowls out on outside the leg stump, and it's just padded away, very much as the players do at the end of a game when they kick each other's leg. Strange.
Someone's going to mistime that sooner or later and get injured.
Thompson with a nice easy action. Again, he's a tall young man, comes in and bowls, and this time Selman covers up and plays it off the full blade of the bat to mid-on, and I probably hear the FX microphone lots of who's and ahs.
Aren't there always? Aren't there always?
And then Selman at one field has got to get on the front foot here, because you never know if you play back what the ball is going to do. Here he is in again and bowls to Selman, who comes down the pitch, plays it away on the onside, his favourite side, and they scamper through for a single, and that takes the score to 104 for 2, and Selman moves on to 42, and his partner Billy Root, who had a very chancy cut out a ball from Thompson in the last over, his one and only ball from the off-spinner. Very fortunate, really, not to get a touch. Right, let's see what he can do now as Thompson comes round the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Root, who is forward, and pushes it to the man on a sort of angle to short third man, or round the corner gully or whatever. He's just backward of point. I tell you about this sun coming, Nick. There it comes. Prediction. Thompson in from that far end and bowls to Root. Root does cut this time, but straight to the fielder, feeling at cover, and there's no run. Often you see Root, he plays so well, and then he just plays a poor shot and is out, but he played extremely well in the first innings. Left-handed, unlike his brother. This time he's forward, smothers any sort of spin. End of the over. Glamorgan 103 for 3, and Selman holding the fort on 42, and Billy Root is not out. Naught, and the batsman out if you've just tuned in. Joe Cook, been an encouraging little innings of 23 before he was caught by wicketkeeper Burgess of side bottom. Very next ball, Owen Morgan got a low swinging full toss which castled him. He was out for naught. Then Cook put on 60 with Selman before he wafted at one outside the off stump, and it was bread and butter catch for Burgess. Burgess has had quite a profitable game.
Yes, was it 3 in the first innings and 2 in this, I believe, as Hannon Dalby bowls. He's not in business here because Selman plunges forward and plays it out on the leg side.
Yeah, perhaps that's an indication of how the ball has seamed around, jagged about. 4 catches for Tom Cullen, the Glamorgan keeper, in the first innings, 3 for Burgess, and now he's taken another 2. Still a little bit of movement there. Even the ball is, 42 overs old?
Yeah, middle-aged.
What, the ball?
Middle-aged ball. 90 overs they have to go as Hannon Dalby's in, bowls, and that's pushed off the back foot into the offside. Looking at the maths, this innings can last up to 95 overs, so should Warwickshire be close to victory, they would have the option of 5 overs with the new ball against maybe the lower order batsman, which could be their
You would still put
trick
them
up the sleeve. Yeah,
still put them big favourites, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Cook faced 65 balls and hit 3 fours in his 32. 3 fours as well for Joe Cook in his 23. Shannon Dalby bowls, and that's driven back straight, and that's eluded both the stumps
4 runs.
and the fielder. No, it's a chase on. No, the ball rolls up against the ropes despite the despairing dive of Ryan Sidebottom, who did manage to haul one up at the other end of the ground a few minutes back, but was beaten by that one. And Salmon timed it nicely, didn't hit it with any great power, it seemed, but beautiful timing. Back past the stumps, back past the bowler, and back past mid-on. 107 for 3. Salmon moves on to 46 not out with his 7th boundary. He's a player who is in contract for next season, so not one of those anxiously sweating over their future as Hannon Dalby bowls and Salmon defends back to the bowler. There's no run. Made his way into the T20 side. It was, he'll have to just learn to accelerate rather than going back into singular ball mode, really.
Yeah, he played well at the stoppage, and lovely shots at Old Trafford at Edgbaston against Northants. As you rightly say, he'd got 35 from 32. That was the end of it, and it's not good enough because he then was just hitting ball to fielders instead of taking the chance.
And Dalby bowls, and Salmon pushes at that, goes out on the offside.
So you'd only needed him to accelerate and get a few runs because Bob Burney was going well the other end, and Glamorgan would most certainly have won that game. They had their chances.
Yep.
A couple of drop catches in the last over there.
The one going up into the floodlights that poor old Dan Douthwaite was running around in circles for what seemed like an eternity and didn't get a paw on it in the end.
And he played well. My only criticism perhaps would be that he was trying to hit every ball to the boundary.
Isn't that what he's there for?
Well, not every ball, Nick.
So
you know, he gets a beauty.
Hard-hitting batsman put up to open.
You might as well put Delanga there.
As that's turned on the leg side by Selman. The last ball of Hannon Dalby's over. 107 for 3 Glamorgan. 224 runs nominally needed to win. 52 overs realistically for Warwickshire to get these remaining 7 wickets.
And as a purist, you'd enjoy a game like this. You weren't supporting any side. You know, so often has it been said that you can have good draws and good cricket, even though, you know, there'd be criticism possibly from the side that you're supporting. Why didn't he bowl him? Why didn't he bring him on earlier? Or why didn't they go for it and all that? But good county cricket, this. Good attritional cricket.
Yorkshire have beaten Leicestershire by 10 wickets. 37 for no wicket.
Thompson to start his 3rd over and bowls the first ball to Root, who drives up towards short mid-wicket. It's half stop. It's stopped really, but not cleanly. They go through for a single. Root gets off the mark.
Surrey against Sussex. Surrey closing in on victory. They're 137 for 4, needing 19 to beat Sussex for their first win of the season.
And the bowler Thompson, bowling his off-spin, reverts to over the wicket and tosses it up to Salmon, who responds by pushing it forward on the onside. There's a bowler there, Moriarty, who has taken his 3rd 5-4 for Surrey.
Gosh.
That speaks well, doesn't it, of the academy, because they've got so many youngsters playing.
6 for 70, gosh.
Next ball is a little bit quicker, which he plays perfectly well. And still there's a yell of anguish.
You've got to keep up the noise, Edward.
No.
Got to keep it up.
I don't like the noise, and there you are.
You'd hear that on most village or
you hear it everywhere. Thompson steadies himself now. Now he's into his stride and bowls, and this time Salmon plays that favourite shot of his, just turns the wrists on the onside.
Yeah, they've blocked it off though, haven't they, with short legs, short mid-wicket.
They know, don't they?
Fine leg saving the single. Mid-wicket probably saving the single.
He's bowling on middle and leg, must be for that field as he bowls again, and Salmon just pushes it again. to mid-on, and there's no run.
Worcestershire, well, up against it. They need a further 73 to beat Somerset to top the central group, with only 3 wickets left now. Cox and Leach at the crease.
Although they will took him bad. Here's Thompson, comes into the right-handed Selman, and Selman is forward to a ball of full length. And going back to your, yes, you want encouragement every ball. My 2 grandsons play sort of under 15 and under 13 cricket. Every ball in the game is this call, which you only hear with youngsters. And I saw Rob Key saying about his boy, and he said, why do everybody go, wicket ball? Have you heard that? Wicket ball. Every ball. Now, where kids have picked this up, I don't know. But you don't hear it. And I hadn't heard it before I watched them play. It's a strange one, that.
Yes.
Say if we hear the Warwickshire fielders tell on, wicket ball, Ollie, wicket ball.
Batting side supporters shouting boundary ball.
Haven't heard that one.
108 for 3. Anand Dolby round the wicket to left-handed Root, who has just a single to his name. 2 slips, 2 gullies still, as Root is beaten by that one that whistles past his off stump. Root had played forward, played a defensive shot, but it was down the Piccadilly line and the ball was on the Bakerloo.
Oh, that was it.
Just beat the outside edge, just beat the
Had
stumps.
to play it, a beauty, absolute beauty.
Playing slightly down the wrong line. 108 for 3. Come on, Ollie, lad.
Michael Burgess.
Tall figure of Anand Dolby runs away from us at Cathedral Road end and bowls to Root down leg side. Nudged away off bat or pads. Bat. Bit of bat or glove involved as it raced down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Moves on to 512 for 3.
Yeah, what a difference in 2 balls. One is an absolute jaffer passing off stump, and the other one was just drifting down the leg side and clipped away. 112 for 3.
Yeah, 50 overs to go after this one. Glamorgan will be probably counting them off in blocks of 5 or in 10-minute spells or whatever. As that's edged and caught, and Root has gone. As
unplayable, wasn't it?
Delivery from Anand Dolby, and Warwickshire have their 4th wicket. Root's gone for 5 as that one flew high to slip, and Billy Root's spell at the crease is not a long one. Anand Dolby just moving the ball a little bit off the pitch, and it ballooned up to slip.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty. It was very reminiscent of the 2 balls he'd bowled previously, and in sympathy there with Billy Root, he had to play at that, and then it went at the last moment, lifted, a good sharp catch there at second slip, and Glamorgan just sliding a bit now. That's the 2nd wicket to fall. Here we see another replay of it, and
yeah, it's Hayne who took it head high.
Yeah.
Second slip.
So things going now, just picking up wickets at intervals, and it's exactly what Warwickshire would want.
Yeah, 2 big wickets in the space of 6 overs, and I think if Glamorgan are to have any chance now, then Nick Selman needs to bat out the majority of this remaining time, because relatively inexperienced players, Taylor, Douthwaite, Cullen, and then the tail enders, or the lower order of Van der Hoogten, Carey and Hogan.
But it is Taylor coming into bat now, Callum Taylor, who got 100, of course, in his first game at Northants, and he had a lot of work in front of him, the young man. There's Selman threatening, I know it's a long way to go, threatening perhaps to carry his bat again. It's that sort of innings from him, but this is going to be difficult.
Yes, the loss of Cook and Root in the space of 6 overs really could be decisive as far as Warwickshire are concerned, with 50 overs now to claim 6 wickets. And Glamorgan struggling on 112 for 4. Selman has 46 of them. Joe Cook made 23, Chris Cook 32. But the loss of the Glamorgan captain was the key wicket, and Billy Root almost as much. 3 slips for Hannon Dalby. Back to a right-hand conflict now, as Callum Taylor faces up and leaves his first ball.
Yes, he's bowling well, isn't he? Bowled very, very well in this spell. As we mentioned, it's a change of ends for him, because he's bowled the first innings and the start of his second innings from the far end, and seems to be getting more assistance from the pitch from this end. But it's an excellent spell, as I say, and possibly they might think now I'll bring in the other seamer on, the man who did the damage earlier on, Ryan Sidebottom at the other end. A lot of pressure.
Hannon Dalby, nice strike run up, bowls, and that one kept low as it went through outside Taylor's off stump. He missed it, and Burgess had to take it on the second bounce.
A little bit of inconsistent bounce coming now, up and down, as they say in the game.
First time we've seen that, really.
Yes.
Keeping low.
Going to plan, isn't it? Another wicket, half the side gone, still 44 overs left.
Yeah, 51.
51 gone.
End of this. No, it's 50 remaining.
50 remaining,
yeah. 44 bowls.
Very difficult.
As Will Rhodes standing on the crease for some reason to do his polishing work, maybe just to get in the batsman's eye line and give him a look. Your time's up, sunshine. Hannon Dalby has the ball back at this Cathedral Road end. Looks like he's one of the longest runs, but he's got the longest legs as he bowls, and that's driven by Taylor. Gently to side bottom at mid-on. End of another successful over by Ollie Hannon Dalby. 112 for 4.
You due at the moment, Nick, or is it 2 o'clocker?
Probably due a Radio Wales report in just a moment.
I can hear them coming, so let's see who's going to carry on. It will be the spinner. Callum Taylor is an aggressive player, so he might try and play a few shots. What do? Do you stick or twist? Do you play a few shots, and, or are you going to die in the hole? As the lights go off, Glamorgan will save some money.
Does not often happen during a session, does that? But does it?
No.
They turn the lights off, but I think wouldn't be able to see that noticeably in the middle.
Here's Thompson to start another over, and bowls to Selman, who drives towards mid-off. For that turn, it ended up at mid-on, short mid-on. Again, an advantage, this tall young man, to come down from a high action to get some bounce there. Slip on a short leg, wait in anticipation as Thompson comes over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven through the offside, and it's going up towards the boundary. It won't get there, but they come back for a second as Selman moves on to 48. Didn't really time it. Score 1 to 114 for 4. It's a stuttering sort of innings at the moment. Not right, Selman. It's as far as Glamorgan's concerned, but Cook was the one that possibly could have been avoided, and he probably recognises that, as Thompson from that far end is in towards us and bowls to Selman, who's forward, pushes it away into the offside. Warwickshire fielders on their toes know that the breakthrough could be imminent here. Short leg goes on to the other side to bat pad position.
Radio update to come. Glamorgan have lost 2 big wickets in the last half hour in their battle for survival. They're now 114 for 4. Nick Selman, the opener's still there on a solid 48 not out, but Glamorgan have lost captain Chris Cook, who was caught behind trying to force on the offside off Hannon Dalby for 32, and then Billy Root didn't last long before he had an excellent delivery from the 6'7" Warwickshire seamer and was caught at slip. Glamorgan have a further 50 overs to try and battle out their 114 for 4.
He's playing very watchfully now, is Nick Selman, waiting for the right ball to hit. Mid-off has gone back and mid-on. Whether they want to give him one so they can get to the new batsman remains to be seen. Thompson bowls, and this is Selman pushing, backward of square onto the onside. There's no run. End of another over. 1-1, 4-4. Selman is 48. And the new batsman, Callum Taylor, has yet to score.
So, Clive Eakin is back with us. We will shuffle round and try not to deafen you in the process. Been Warwickshire's afternoon session with two key Glamorgan batsmen already removed, and they've got still just over the hour mark to add to that in the afternoon session. Of the visitors, Alan Dolby, doing your boys proud, Clive.
Yeah, it's strange. The season he's had, he hadn't got a wicket in the match until then. Well, not for the want of trying. But now he has struck twice. Whatever happens, he'll be by some distance Warwickshire's top wicket taker in the competition this season.
Excellent delivery for Root in particular,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And indeed the one against Cook, which was just too close to the body to play that forcing shot.
So Hannah Dolby is in to bowl to Taylor, who leaves that one as it drifts away outside off stump. 6 more wickets required for Warwickshire, 49 more overs to get them in. And the red ball season comes to an end. How it will look next season remains to be seen. Sun pops out. Shame that supporters haven't been able to watch any of the red ball cricket this season live or at the ground. Hannah Dolby bowls a decent ball. Taylor fends it away to point. There's no run. I was hoped at the start of the competition that he might get some spectators in, but not to be.
Well, not when the government in England is introducing further restrictions, and we've got what is a virtual lockdown just a couple of miles away from here as far as Welsh cricket is concerned.
Yes. Team sport exempted from the English lockdown, but of course it, as you say, may well delay further trials in terms of getting spectators back. That one is played out to a point where Brooks fields, and there is no run. 114 for 4.
Yes, it's going to be a long, slow haul, you suspect, for professional sport as a whole.
Yeah, and of course big financial implications for professional and semi-professional sport. PCA doing a long sort of media release a couple of days ago just to explain all the things that the players have done to try and ease the financial hardships on the counties. As Hannah Dobby bowls and that whistles past Taylor's outside edge, good delivery. Not least it's waiving any prize money rights. I suppose there's only so long that professionals can do that for. 114 for 4. Only Hannah Dolby will skip. Comes into bowl to Taylor, and perhaps on the powers of shouting comes from behind the stumps. Not from Ollie Handel, he does turn to the umpire to say, well, since they've appealed, I'll just politely ask, any chance, umpire? The answer was no. So, we shall want at least one more before tea, really. Not more than that. It'll be a nervy final session if they still need 4 or 5 wickets, or 6 wickets, to win the game. And Dolby is into bowl, and that's hit high just above the outstretched hand of Ethan Brooks at point. Aggressive shot from Taylor, and it whistles away for 4. But Could have stuck. That didn't enter the over.
Callum Taylor, of course, well, new to this sort of situation.
Yeah. Still not beyond the bounds of possibility that Glamorgan could chase down another 213 required. It is becoming somewhat more remote. A slip and a forward short leg. It looks like a second field is going to go in close. And Dan Mosley's been off the field while he's been padding himself up. George Garrett was on the field briefly to replace him.
Here comes Thompson and bowls and pushed forward by Selman out on the onside. No run. 118 for 4. Selman 48, Taylor 4. He'd have kicked himself all the way back to the pavilion had he got out to that shot to point, as Selman turns one into short leg. No, was that one aerial? It was hit off the face of the bat, so it'd been a miracle catch if it did carry and stuck. Perhaps we could see a replay at the end of Thompson's over of that one. There isn't really time to fit in replays between deliveries. So that's driven gently up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So they know Selman likes that clip on the leg side. It is so thickly populated. Silly point in on the offside as well. As Thompson has got plenty of encouragement. Fielders round the bat as Selman dead bats that one down very definitely into the ground to short leg. So he's got the short leg, the silly point and the slip. Only needs a backward short leg to complete that satisfying square around the bat. 118 for 4. Thompson to Selman, who pushes it wide of short leg, and there's no run. So astute captaincy this from Will Rhodes, getting people in Nick Selman's eye line for the bowling of Alex Thompson all around the bat. I didn't think we were in the last few overs rather than the last 40 odd. As Selman turns that one down to a fine leg, and it's missed by Hannon Dolby, so they'll come back for a second run. They may even have a third. Yes, Callum Taylor fancies it and comes back for the third run. 121 for 4, and that is Nick Selman's second half century of the season as he raises his bat towards the dressing room here at Sophia Gardens, or the players parked outside the pavilion anyway. Not many of them left in the dressing room as such, as Callum Taylor and Nick Selman meet for a little mid-wicket chat. 121 for 4.
That's been a really good rearguard effort from Nick Selman, holding Warwickshire up. Hannon Dolby was cross with himself for that misfield, not least because it forced him to have to sprint several metres to recover the ball. So he was cross with himself. Runs probably aren't really an issue from Warwickshire's point of view. If wickets don't come and Glamorgan actually do score a few runs, that would be no bad thing necessarily from a Warwickshire point of view, because if at any point Glamorgan got interested, started trying to chase the target, doesn't look very likely at the moment. But Ryan Sidebottom, who struck with successive deliveries during the morning session, Warwickshire's only successes that session, he's coming back to bowl from the pavilion. Oh, it's not the pavilion. Why did we call this?
Cathedral Road.
Yeah, of course it is. I've only been here 4 days, so that one's played a little bit off the inside of the bat to mid-on. There's no run. High up in the commentary box is good view. Not quite behind the bowler's arm with this pitch, but You must say views in commentary, but boxers generally have improved over the years. They've had some pretty ropey ones.
Most
in
of
the
them in
past.
Derby.
Yes, indeed. So, well, when the water wasn't leaking through. Sidebottom comes in to bowl to Selman, and Selman's turned that one round to back a square leg, and there's a good stop, but it might be a stop at some cost there. Is he all right, the fielder? He's getting up gingerly. Who is that over there?
Thompson.
Getting up gingerly, but I think he's okay. A couple of runs, 123 for 4. It was a good stop, but it looked to be okay.
Yes, he went down at full stretch. Probably hit his right shoulder slightly awkwardly, so we'll see if he continues bowling.
Here's Sidebottom with 3 slips and a short leg in place, bowling to Selman, who hits that nicely round his pass, the square leg for a single. It's on to 54, so terrific effort from Nick Selman. An effort to try and save the game. Needs someone to stay with him if they're going to do that. Six wickets required by Warwickshire. Glamorgan are halfway through the overs in this innings. 48 overs bowled, 47 left, including this one. The target now 207 runs away. In comes Sidebottom has pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I mean, 207 is almost a T20 score these days, isn't it? There's still 47 overs left. So in theory, Glamorgan can still have ambitions for victory.
In theory. Unless Delanga goes berserk. It's not going to happen. And he's not playing. So he's not going to go berserk. So, sorry, brain half switched off.
You were set 207 though in 47 overs. Anyway, in comes Sidebottom. Well, that is a good delivery, which rose and just managed to keep his bat underneath it there, Taylor. Burgess takes it behind the stumps.
That went a bit, didn't it, I think? Thought for a moment that he'd gloved it through to the keeper, but just may have flicked off his side, I think, because there was a bit of a deviation. Maybe just flicked off the chest.
He's bowled some good balls in this match, Ryan Sidebottom. He turns. He's running in. He's got 4 wickets in the match thus far. He bowls that one, and that's a little tip and run by Taylor.
I wonder if he's keen to get off strike for some reason.
He's on to 5, 125 for 4.
So there's Nick Selman. You've been in. You can handle Hannon Dolby for a bit. And Sidebottom, who've been pretty threatening from this end, with all the wickets actually falling from this end in this innings, haven't they? 2 in successive balls to Ryan Sidebottom, and then 2 6 overs apart to Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Somerset appear to be on the verge of victory. They're 1 wicket away. Worcestershire still needs 61 to win, 184 for 9. So, Worcestershire's last wicket stand doesn't take them home. It's going to be a Somerset-Essex final.
Here's Alex Thompson then bowling his off-spin from the River Taff end, and Taylor drives that out into the covers through almost the legs of Silly Point. No run because man back saving the single, as well as Mosley helmeted, padded and otherwise protected at Silly Point. Taylor cuts this one from Thompson down towards third man with a little wristy flick, and we'll pick up a couple of runs to move on to 7. Callum Taylor, not to be confused with the Essex player of recent vintage of the same name. Taylor played 4 T20 matches last season and has just come in to the Championship, the 4-day side, with a century at Northants on debut as he turns that one to short leg on the ground though. So still the 3 very close fielders in short leg, silly point and the captain at slip, plus a short mid-wicket on the drive in a catching position. As that's forward comes Taylor, propping forward, playing it down into the ground. Mosley threw out a hand and blocked it at silly point. Warwickshire vociferously encouraging their young bowler. Alex Thompson, as Taylor pushes forward, plays up to mid-off, no run. Usual oohs and ahs from around the bat as if it were a millimetre away from getting through the defences, or a push carrying to one of those short fielders. Bright sunshine now, as that's slightly faster from Thompson, but doesn't get through Taylor's defences as he pushes it to mid-on. End of the over, couple of runs off it. 127 for 4 underneath the Sophia Gardens sunshine. It looks brighter now than any time in the match.
So Ollie Handolby is, I think he's probably just going to get something that's over the boundary. Runner, was he heading off? He's heading off the field.
Doesn't look in.
No, it may be a
trouble.
Comfort break or a change of boots or something.
Fussy lot, these bowlers. Always need to have the right pair of boots on.
There is a disincentive for it here though, because it's such a long way to go.
Yes.
It's,
now those in the know that there are toilets, if they are open, behind the stand at the River Taff end. So you see home players who need a comfort break have been known to disappear in that direction.
I see, okay.
But I'm not sure if they're open at that end.
Ryan Sidebottom into bowl, and that is played out by Selman onto the onside. There's no run. Whether it's George Garrett who's come on again, I can't see who the 12th man is, while Ryan Sidebottom is off the field. Actually, no, it's Craig Miles has come on, I see. Craig Miles is now on the field. He has been 12th man in for much of this match. Sidebottom to Selman. And bowls a bouncer which Selman evades, and it's well taken by Michael Burgess behind the stumps.
Yeah, Warwickshire haven't actually had their 12th men fielding much, have they?
Not too much now. Miles has been on a few times.
Glamorgan, of course, had Charlie Hemphrey on for ages, and Jamie McElroy briefly as well. Lucas Carey didn't retake the field after pulling up while bowling.
Good to see that Ian Bell hasn't found an excuse to put his feet up for the last day. His last
he
day
could
in
do if he had a
first-class
muscle
cricket.
strain.
Yeah, he could. He hasn't. Sidebottom into bowl to Selman, and Selman gets a bit of a leading edge on that one, playing across it. Brooks Fields. The wickets have gone in pairs for Warwickshire. There's 2 and 2 balls in the first session for Sidebottom, the only successes, and then 2 in fairly quick succession from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. But still, a lot of work for them to do to get this win. And credit to Glamorgan that they are certainly not. This is not a sort of last day of the season, can't be bothered performance from Glamorgan. Ryan Sidebottom to Selman has been the mainstay for the home side and defends that in solid fashion into the ground.
Well, unfortunately, Glamorgan have been more used during this campaign to try to hold on for draws rather than go for victories, because apart from the very first day against Somerset when they had the opposition at, I think, 149 for 8 on the first day at Taunton, they haven't too often been in the ascendancy, even though they had a slight lead at halfway in this game.
204 required for Glamorgan to win. 6 wickets needed by Warwickshire, and that one, tried to drive that, got an inside edge to short leg, and because he'd taken a step down the pitch, Selman, he found himself having to sort of fall backwards to make sure he was in his crease as Mosley threatened to throw down the stumps.
Yeah, good job he didn't fall against the stumps, otherwise it would be an interesting decision for the umpire whether it would be in the act of the shot or not.
Yes. It'd been a fun one for umpire Evans to finish his career on. Side bottom. 3 slips that short leg, bowls, and that's beaten the bat. There is a shout from the bowler and short leg, not from the wicket keeper. It bounced a bit. It's a shrug of the shoulders from Selman as side bottom looks at him, and it's 127 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yes, it was perilously close to the outside edge, that one, but any noise might have been bat on pad or something similar. In the Sophia Gardens sunshine, on come the bottles of sanitizer, and we are, 40 odd minutes away from the tea interval, 44 minutes away from tea, which is taken at 3:10. You may say that's early for tea to be taken. You don't have to have your tea at that time if you're listening at home. More like a cup of tea. So far in this afternoon session, Glamorgan have lost the wickets of Chris Cook, caught by Michael Burgess off the bowling of Ollie Hannon-Dolby for 32. And Billy Root, who was taken high in front of his face at second slip by Sam Hain off the bowling of Hannon-Dolby once more for 5. The wickets falling in the 39th and 45th overs. We've now had 51 overs of the day gone, and Warwickshire have 44 overs to take the remaining 6 wickets, which definitely is not beyond the realms of possibility. Warwickshire victory is probably still the favourite result in this game. In Callum Taylor, in the first game at Northampton, made that remarkable century, as he has to deal with defending one that keeps a bit low from the spinner Thurston. Remarkable in that he was only 27 not out when the 9th wicket fell and went absolutely berserk thereafter, reaching his century with a 6 at Wantage Road in his very first-class innings. 127 for 4. Taylor pushes forward, appeal for LBW, not out. They're getting warmed up, those Warwickshire fielders. As umpire Evans remaining unmoved. A little bit of glove involved as well. Which it hit first, not too sure. As Taylor propped forward. Off spinner of Alex Thompson. Didn't bowl in the first innings, but been given a decent spell here as Taylor drives, and that one hits the pads of Silly Point. Dan Mosley doesn't get through. Warwickshire just looking to frustrate the young man, playing only his 4th 4-day innings at this level. In what is now bright sunshine, as Taylor pushes forward, pushes it back down firmly into the ground, bounces up into the hands of Mosley. Thompson marches back to his mark, polishing furiously. Now he's in to bowl to Taylor, who drives but doesn't time it, and the ball just trickles back to the bowler. Thompson will get through these overs fairly quickly at this rate, as he gets a bit of dirt on his hands, make sure he's got purchase for the spin. 127 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. As next delivery sees Taylor driving through the offside for 4 runs, and he will be into double figures with that, as he latched onto it nicely, cracked it away through the covers for 4. Just getting a little bit of width there, Callum Taylor, and making the most of it. 131 for 4. Taylor is on to 11 not out on this last day of first-class cricket in Cardiff this season. Morgan only getting the 2 matches at home out of the 5 trips to Somerset, Worcestershire and Northants. Home games against Gloucestershire and now Warwickshire. 3 T20 home games to come in the space of 5 or 6 days next week. The side bottom continues, and that's turned off his legs by Salmon down to fine leg for a single. Salmon to 55. Total on to 132 for 4, and that equals Nick Salmon's highest score of the season, which was 55 in the second innings against Gloucestershire here. Callum Taylor on to strike. Side bottom down beneath us as we peer down from the media box high at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. And next ball is full length and well dug out by Taylor, playing it back to the bowler. And there's no run. 132 for 4 Glamorgan. Wickets lost today. Joe Cook 23, Owen Morgan first ball, Chris Cook 32, Billy Root is on 5. So bounding away from us is Ryan Sidebottom. Short ball. Oh, Taylor, I think, was hit on the gloves there. Managed to do well, I suppose, to deaden it a little bit. So it just bounced out in front of him. And had there been a silly point, as there was for the spinner, might have been gloves. It might have been off the body. As Taylor trying to get out of harm's way. He's on 11. Glamorgan have got a long way to go. 6 wickets only in hand. Douthwaite, Cullen, Van der Hoogten, Carey and Hogan to come. There's a short ball from side bottom and Taylor just sways out of the way with a minimum of movement. Plenty to encourage the Warwickshire infielders after that double blow that Hannon Dalby struck midway through this session. Morgan looking to cling on and 132 for 4. Side bottom in with 3 slips behind Taylor, who plays that one back down the wicket. And there's no run. 132 for 4. Salmon is 55. Taylor is 11. Batting just looked so much easier yesterday when Bell and Hayne were putting together that partnership, and then for the youngster Dan Mosley went on to make an excellent 71. 132 for 4. Glamorgan are always likely to be digging in to survive today. As Taylor dabs that one down to backward point, it is intercepted and there's no run. Ethan Brooks with the fielding in that area where he's been for so much of the game. 132 for 4. End of the over. 53 bowled, 42 to go for Glamorgan to hang on, or for Warwickshire to smash their way through the 6 remaining wickets. A little touch of bats between the 2 batsmen at the end of the over. Various equipment being taken off now because that's the end of the spinner Alex Thompson for the time being, so the The helmets previously sported by Shortleg and Silly Point have been carted off up to a little station that Garrett and Miles have got going up there at the far end of the ground. As it will be Liam Norwell to return to the attack. 132 for 4. Norwell in from the River Taff end. Bowls to Selman down leg side and pulled down to fine leg by Selman comfortably for single. Hannon Dolby with the fielding down beneath us to our left. 133 for 4. Ian Bell grazing gently at gully at the moment. Slips Rob Yates and Sam Hain, who took that catch to dismiss Billy Root, the most recent wicket. As Norwell comes in perspiring and pushes forward Taylor. Ball I think was off the pad, just played out in front of him. Norwell making the most of this chance in the final match of the season, the red ball season. Making the most of it in the first innings. An impressive 4-wicket haul. In now. Bowls, and Taylor doesn't play that one very well. Misses an attempted drive through to Burgess. Might have been beaten a little for speed there by Liam Norwell. 133 for 4. Selman 56. Taylor is 11. Runs on the board don't matter too much. 198 still to win for Glamorgan. As Norwell bowls and Taylor's pushing forward out to mid-off, and there is no run. If Warwickshire do win this match, it'll probably be by a substantial number of runs, but Glamorgan's aim has been very much occupation of the crease from first thing this morning. 2 wickets in the morning session, 2 wickets so far in the afternoon session, with Warwickshire having a good half hour plus to add. Norwell in, bowls, and Taylor's beaten. This is a good return to the action from Liam Norwell. And deserving the applause of his teammates ringing round the Sophia Gardens ground. Be back here on Sunday, hopefully, for the game against Northampton, the T20. Haven't heard any suggestions that the match might be called off because of that Northampton COVID case within their squad, and our best wishes to the player involved, who hasn't been publicly named, as Taylor drives that one but straight to mid-off. Norwell working up a good head of pace in that over. It really tested Callum Taylor, beat him a couple of times. 133 for 4. Selman 56 and Taylor is 11 as Clive Eakin returns to the commentary fray.
Yeah, sorry for the long delay, but sometimes presenters and producers struggle to be on time.
Yes, they don't quite get the concept sometimes, do they? If you've got other work to do in another box as quickly as possible. Know the feeling.
Side bottom then comes into bowl to Selman. And we're getting fed up of Selman now. It's a bouncer. I'm saying that's enough. Very good effort. Time to go now.
Yeah, it is now his
3 for 4.
highest score of the season, overtaking the 55 he had in the second innings against Gloucestershire.
So, overs ticking by for Warwickshire. 41 left now to get the 6 wickets they need.
Yeah, if Glamorgan can get to tea with 4 or maybe 5 down, then they might fancy their chances of sticking it.
In comes Sidebottom to bowl, and that's turned round to a fine leg for a single by Selman.
Those are the batsmen to come. Douthwaite more naturally aggressive. Cullen try and block it out. Van der Houten likewise. Carey and Hogan, it's against their natures, I suppose. I'm sure they'll do their best if called on. Interesting psychological test. Just having to survive. Forget about the runs. Forget about aggressive shots.
Sidebottom, 3 slips and a short leg. Bowls, and that's hit uppishly onto the leg side, but it evades short leg, and they get through for a couple of runs. 136 for 4.
There we are. We've got a little break up until the top of the hour, so Edward will come back in.
Enjoy your break.
A little break to do some other work, I suspect.
Yes, yeah. 136 for 4 are Glamorgan. In theory, they need another 195 runs to win. Perhaps more realistically, they need to have another 41 overs not to lose. That one is left. Now, it might have flicked the power. Well, we'll soon find out, because a slight misfield by Michael Burgess has seen them run something. It'll be a leg bye or a bye. It's a bye. He didn't miss the stance by very much. Bounced just over them. They get a run, not a terribly convincing run, and 137 for 4, but still they hold Warwickshire up. And Warwickshire will begin to wonder, is it going to be another one of those days? Won't have a major impact on their final position unless Moore can pull off an unlikely run chase. Sidebottom bowls, and that's gone past the outside edge. Selman admonishes himself as he pushed forward at that, but he didn't make contact, so his vigil continues.
Beautiful afternoon here, Clive.
You are, is that? I think have you got that loose connection again, I gather. Which yeah, that's it.
How was
that's
that?
it. That's what you have to do apparently. Nick
Shake it, Mike.
Have to push that.
I'm just saying, I went outside. It's very, very warm. Told you, didn't I? You wouldn't see any more rain today.
Yeah.
It's like midsummer out there. Long may it continue till about December the 20th.
Sidebottom into bowl, and that's turned round on the ground to short leg, and Robbie Yates is a bit cross with himself for not stopping it, and they sprint through for 1. 138 for 4. Another over goes by, just 40 left for Warwickshire. They still need 6 wickets. They've taken 55 overs to get 4.
They don't show, though, the bowlers, to their credit, that they have not tired, because especially Sidebottom, I know they've only about 12, 15 overs, 15 is the most, but they kept on coming in, and they will hope that they can just get that one nick or magic delivery, and then you're on a roll again. And we take tea to 20 past on the 4th day, I think that's right, because all these times changed. Let's have a look.
That sounds right.
Sounds alright to you, does it?
Well, hang on. Normally it would be 10 past 3. Would it normally be 3:40?
Anyway. New over has just started from Norwell, from the rear end. The first ball is just pushed away. There's no run. At 138 for 4, 58.
No, you're right. It would normally be 3:40, wouldn't it? So it must be 10 past 3, I guess.
To have a word next year with whoever does the scorecard. It says first session, second session, final session, and then doesn't give you the fourth day sessions. So am I right in saying 20 past 3?
Is that what?
I don't know.
I would thought it would be 10 past, but I might be wrong.
Norwell bowls, and it is pushed down the leg side. Is it pad or is it bat? Jeff Evans says it's pad, donned in his white. It's not a hat, it's a cap, a white cap. And he's put that on because it's a glorious sunny afternoon, as I just said. Score moves on to 139 for 4. Bowlers, of course, will have a break at the tea interval, recharge their batteries and come out for one final go after tea.
I suppose also there's another little factor.
I know what you're going to say, new ball.
Yeah.
Here comes Norwell and bowls and beats him as Taylor prods forward.
They'll need to be at least sort of 7 wickets down, you'd think, but they will have 5 overs with the new ball, I think, won't they? So
yeah, we mentioned that yesterday. And the thing with the new ball, if you've got tired bowlers, new ball often goes a long way when batsmen are in. But on the other hand, it has the chance for you to take wickets if you bowl well with it. Anyway, it might not come to that, Clive. Have faith, dear boy.
I'm feeling one way or another we'll still be at 6:30.
Liam Norwell is in and bowls, and again with beats Callum Taylor. He's young, inexperienced, but he's misjudged too now. But I'm not going to criticise him in any sort of way because they were absolute beauties which pitched middle and off and just scraped the... Well, it didn't scrape, it passed the outside edge. Putting everything into it now, Norwell. He really... You know, he's not tall, is he? Really tall for a fast bowler, but my word, he bundles up. And plenty of energy. Had a lot of injuries in his career.
Yeah, so he's been consistent
with Gloucester as well.
This is his first-class match for 15 months.
And he turns again, comes bounding in and bowls to Taylor. And Taylor nudges it away. It's well stopped in that gully area.
So Warwickshire will hope when they look ahead to next season, they'll hope that Liam Norwell, if he's not fit for the whole season, can at least play a decent number of matches, and Ollie Stone as well.
He didn't play a lot of one-day games for 2020 games rather for Gloucester, if I remember.
No, and he's been in the Bears squad for the last 2 or 3 matches without being selected.
He might be playing then Friday, might he?
Could be.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised, only because I can't see who's going to make way for him, but he could be.
Yeah. Zaman gone to leg slip, the old-fashioned leg slip. Now he'll probably try and bounce him or short ball, which he hopes that Taylor might fend away. Or as he did double bluff. Here he is, Norwell bowls, and that went over the top of the middle stump. I would say that's probably the best over I've seen today.
Yeah.
He holds his hands on his head and walks away, but that really was a terrific over. And just have a look at that last ball now. Oh, well, I don't know if that was well judged or not. Now, right out in Australia, you can judge, you can leave on length, but I wouldn't say so much at Sophia Gardens. But he did leave, and over the top of the middle stump it went. And the score remains at 139 for 4. 58 to Nick Selman, who's been there since the start. And he will take out again.
Well, she may... I know, yeah, I've just seen him. Ollie Handover was off for a little while, but he's back now. He's back on the field.
Yes.
Side bottom comes into bowl to Selman, and Selman clips that off his pads to Helen Dolby at mid-on. 139 for 4. Played a miss at one the last over, but this has been a terrific effort from Nick Selman.
It really has. It's one of the best, well, his best innings of the season as far as concentration and adapting himself to the conditions. Okay, you can play a miss, that's not your fault, because the bowlers and these quicker bowlers have been very impressive. Perhaps Will Rhodes not quite as good as the other 3.
Side bottom in, and that's squirted out to the offside by Selman, and he'll get a single to take him to 59. 140 for 4.
Get Bell on. There's little
hasn't bowled for a long time because of his back injury, but it'd be a nice story, wouldn't it, if he came up to 5
and won the game
to win the match. He hasn't bowled for a long time, Ian Bell. Perhaps if the match does peter out to a draw, they might be tempted to give him an over just for fun.
Just to finish, last over.
Yeah. He's moving now, actually, from third slip. I presume he's going to go in that shortish mid-wicket position that they've sometimes had. They've got a short leg, and Bell will be... where's he going to stand?
Sit him in on, I think.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, perhaps a little deeper than that. But he's not putting the helmet on. But
that's the field we need for Selman, actually, with his penchant for leg side play. Trying everything.
Yeah, they need a breakthrough. Warwickshire, the overs are ticking by for all their efforts, and they are trying. Side bottom bowls, and that's a nice little run. They've got it. Well called by
judge in the end.
Yeah, Selman called it. He was going to the danger end. I'm not sure that Taylor was entirely convinced, but Selman had measured it well. 1 run, 141 for 4.
You're listening to BBC Wales Online commentary with me, Edward Bevan. Nick Webb will be back later. And our good friend Clive Eakin of how many stations you broadcast into?
Just the two, BBC CWR and BBC WM. In comes side bottom and pitches that one up, and it's played onto the onside by Selman. 2 bell, no run, no wicket either though for Warwickshire.
Going back to that, I'm sure that you, like me, many times worked on Yorkshire games, and they seem to have about half a dozen stations.
I covered them for 2 years.
Did
and
you?
Those were the days when you didn't do commentary, you just did reports, and you work. It's a battle to try and remember which station you were on, what you said to them last time you were on.
Yeah, did I say wicket had fallen? They were Tyne Tees, Leeds. I'm trying to remember them.
Tees, Leeds, Humberside. In comes side bottom, and that drifts away. And batter pushes it. It was no run. Yes, Tees, Humberside, Leeds, York. Who else? Sheffield. That's 5. I feel there might be another one as well.
And sometimes when they didn't send the opposition, you might get sort of BBC Bristol or BBC Wales.
Yes.
Can you give us 30 seconds?
Yes, that's right.
Those were the days, yeah.
I enjoyed my 2 years doing that.
Yeah.
Kevin Howells did that job for a while.
That's right. I know a great friend.
Dave Callaghan.
Dave Callaghan.
Yeah,
oh, I miss Callaghan.
Sadly missed. Side bottom comes into bowl to Selman, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. I did win the county championship in Yorkshire.
You won it, did you?
I was the first to do it, yeah.
What year were they? Because they beat Glamorgan to win the championship one year.
It was the
90s?
Yeah, it would have been the first time they'd won. It was the first time they'd won it for eons at the time. When David Byers was captain. So
it was Byers who won it when Glamorgan were there in the 90s as well.
Yes. That's right. They played them at Scarborough when they
were you there?
Against Glamorgan at Scarborough. I was there. Yeah. That's right.
And there was a weather forecast that was filtered through to the Yorkshire dressing room. It's on its way over the North Sea. It's going to hit you. Byers said, I will bat on till I want to declare. I'm a farmer. Do you remember? Up in
That was Swansea, wasn't it? That happened at Swansea. I remember.
And this happened when Yorkshire won it that day. And I thought, the rain might save Glamorgan. But on he went.
Farmer's instincts,
declared when he wanted to, and then bowled Glamorgan off.
What he did actually, he could enforce a follow-on, and he didn't.
No.
And the reason he said he didn't is that he didn't really feel they deserved to enforce a follow-on because, I mean, Yorkshire hadn't got that many.
No.
It's just that Glamorgan had got a lot less, and he didn't feel that morally they deserved to have a follow-on with the total they'd got. So.
Didn't little Matthew Wood get 100 in that game?
He may have done, yeah.
And in the warm-up, before the game started, Matthew Maynard, who was priceless to Glamorgan, as a batsman, broke his toe. Can you imagine how? Playing football. So he was out of it, and that weakened Glamorgan considerably. But it's a ground I hope to go before I finish everything. I just love the atmosphere. It reminds you of what, 1950s.
Yes.
You know, everybody sitting on seats and the B&Bs and everything like that. Here we have a new over from Norwell who bowls and bounces Taylor, who takes evasive action.
Yeah, the doors are opening, people are rushing in. I remember, I forget who it was now, some chap who used to be the secretary at Scarborough Cricket saying that we had to make sure that they opened the gates at exactly the same time. And everyone would rush in to try and get their seats.
Half past 5 or 5:45, they'd stream in front of the side screen in front of us, first sitting in the B&Bs, and then at 7 o'clock the others would come. So much tradition in that place.
Yeah.
As Norwell comes in again, bowls, and this time it's a quick delivery, and batsman Taylor has to take his hands off the blade rather quickly.
Yes, it's a while since I've been to Scarborough. And Warwickshire,
I love it.
Warwickshire have had a couple of pretty bad experiences there. They've had a couple of dreadful performances at Scarborough over the years.
And after the match, after the journeys as it was, then it would fill the box. It was over to the Albert for a couple, and then fish and chips for supper. Yes, happy days. I'd really like to go back to Scarborough. One of the old, Clive, the old traditional cricket grounds, which we love, very much like Colwyn Bay. Norwell in, bowls, it's driven straight to mid-on, trying everything is Norwell. Now he's put his leg, slipped a square leg, and then he's got a short leg, 2 slips in a backward gully. But Taylor now has been there some time, he's not out 14.
Yes, I enjoyed Colwyn Bay on my first visit 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was very pleasant.
Oh, that was
little walk along
beautiful.
the front at the end of the day's play, loved it.
Missed it greatly this.
Yeah. I do like seaside grounds. I like the little walk along the coast.
Did you ever go to Blackpool?
Yes, I mean for a long time ago, but I have been
Lytham?
on a game there. Yeah, no, I've not done Lytham.
In comes Norwell, bowls again, and this is tucked away, and they're well fielded at short leg there. And there's no run. He really is attacking the batsman there. Yes, Lytham was terrific. Big crowds. Blackpool, Stanley Park, and Atherton, when I was there last time, got a double 100, and Miller Lutheran got a stack of wickets. I remember that.
Yes, there's a bit of reluctance these days from lots of cricket counties, Warwickshire included,
it's a shame
to host these sort of games.
Noel is in and bowls, and he's right forward. Noel has a little word with Taylor. Probably not to say what sort of season have you had, or other things. Before we forget, I nearly 1 year went to one of your grounds, Stratford.
Yes,
I've seen pictures, and I thought, what a glorious place to go.
I did 2 years at Stratford, and I've pretty much forgotten it since, which is a great shame. I mean, Stratford was unlucky. The first year they did it, the match was finished in 2 days, and it wasn't a particularly bad pitch. It's just 2 teams batted very poorly.
As in comes Norwell, bowls, played. Oh, Norwell threatens and loses the ball as goes up and has another word, and he's having a long chat, as if to say, I don't think you're going to last very long, or words to that effect. Good over again.
Not sure we need that. Final day of the season, however. Yes, so, and then the other year, they did have a lot of rain. So they were a bit unlucky in that point of view, but it's a shame really. They've not really looked at Stratford since. They've been to rugby school a couple of times, haven't done that since.
We went there, for a one-day game.
I mean, I get it to some extent that counties, it's much. I'm going to have to go in a second, but it is a job putting these games on.
You've got to cart everything round.
Yeah. But I've got to think about what it brings as well and what it does for cricket. But there we are. I
couldn't agree more with you, Clive. And Nick is back.
You're getting philosophical. That's
no, we're talking about country grounds and Scarborough and Stratford and these places which we love and hope that they stay on and Colwyn Bay.
Turned wide of short leg for a single. Selman onto 60 not out, 142 for 4 as we approach our bulletin updates on the top of the hour, and of course the tea interval at 3:10 if I've got my maths right.
That's what I said. I hope I'm right.
So it's usually 3:40, isn't it? And it's usually fixed on the final day rather than depending on overs remaining to be bowled.
So all our last over, Nick, there was a volley from Norwell, not with the ball.
Side bottom is in and bowls, and that's allowed to go through by Taylor outside.
End of the over when he played and missed it.
I didn't catch that because I didn't have the benefit of the effects microphone. I was watching from the other box.
Ginger hair, you see. You see the ginger hairs. Remember Steve Kirby?
Yes.
One of the nicest men you could wish to meet off the field, but once he crossed that
I remember
wide line. Do you remember that incident down here?
Well, yes, but also at Colwyn Bay, I'll tell you after this ball, As side bottom is in to bowl to Taylor, who pushes it on the offside, thinks about a quick single. No, young Taylor. 142 for 4, where there's a very short straight boundary at Colwyn Bay, and our sound effects microphone is down close to the boundary. And of course, Kirby off a long run did tend to encourage himself in fairly colourful language, shall we put.
That's the problem at Colwyn Bay, isn't it?
It wasn't directed at anyone else, but you know, he was effing and jeffing as he strode back to his mark just to G himself up and had to knock the effects microphone down or put it somewhere else, can't remember. Side bottom is in and bowls, and Taylor pushes on the offside. Again, shapes as if he's looking for a single. Maybe he's just trying to
he's
wind
played
up
pretty
the
well.
fielders a little
Do you
bit.
remember the lad who played for Northants, Bilal Shafiat?
Yeah.
You probably don't remember this, Nick. You put the mic out, and he was down at fine leg, and he was a busy little fellow. And he didn't realise what it was, and he came up and he started to sing into it. It was on a Sunday, so it all, you know, the old packed house and a one-day game. And I thought, oh, please don't say anything you shouldn't. But no, he started singing.
Side bottom striving for the wicket before tea. Won't get it like that. Outside off stump. Taylor shouldering arms. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come, hopefully in the next couple of minutes time, as Glamorgan look to get to tea without further losses. 4 down at the moment. Still gives Warwickshire a fighting chance of getting through in the final session, even if there are 4 down at tea. But
there's a Miss Webb.
As that one is played gently on the leg side by Taylor. Well, we're broadcasting to audiences from both counties, so we have to put the case for both sides.
Yes.
I'm not sure if we're entirely impartial, but we have to look at it from both points of view. 142 for 4. I think I'd better nick this over off you, Edward, in case there's a radio update.
Certainly.
Heading our way very shortly. Where are we time-wise? 2 minutes past the hour, so probably 2 overs until the tea interval, which will leave 34 in the final session, potentially. Norwell comes hurtling in and bowls, and Selman ducks underneath a short ball that goes through to Burgess. Norwell is certainly running with vim and vigour in this particular spell, hasn't he? Really putting everything into it as Warwickshire strive to break this partnership. These two came together in the 45th over, and we are now in the 60th over. But the job only partly done for Glamorgan. There's a long way to go as Norwell bowls and Salmon pushes forward. Ball trickles out on the offside, and there's no run. 142 for 4. Glamorgan who lost Joe Cook for 23, Owen Morgan first ball, Chris Cook for 32, Billy Root for 5. But a different task ahead of Callum Taylor to that he faced in the Northants game when he hit that memorable century in the first innings. Then it was a question of battling it out for the first hour and then hitting everything he could as far as he could. Selman leg glances and gets a run down to fine leg. Single taken. 143 for 4. Selman on to 61, his highest yet of the season.
You think of it, Nick, it's a terrific innings.
143 for 4 Glamorgan. There are 35 overs remaining in this game. They're chasing nominally 331. It's never been a chase. It's always been a battle for survival. And the youngster Callum Taylor, 14 not out, digging in alongside Nick Selman, who's been there since the start on 61 not out. Salvaging a third draw of the season might give Glamorgan a little bit of respectability. It hasn't been a great game, but they're battling away at the moment. 143 for 4.
What we got, so 10 minutes before?
6 minutes now before the interval.
10 past 3, of course.
10 past 3, yep. And
A little over from Thompson, perhaps, just to break the monotony. Not the monotony, but you know what I mean. Change.
The regularity of the seam attack, but don't get our usual magnificent plates of cakes this season. Maybe next year. Norwell in, bowls, and is nibbled at that one. Taylor, did he get a little nick on it? It might have fallen short of the keeper, I think.
It was well stopped at first slip, but it went down. He just, it was nowhere near a chance, I don't think.
Burgess and Yates diving together.
I think they were trying to dive to stop with 4, actually. We'll have a look now.
As we watch on the replay, as it was edged by Taylor, but didn't carry to either keeper or first slip. 143 for 4 then.
Noel changing the field yet again. Is he going to bounce him because he's bought this man at a deepish leg slip, and he's charging in.
Really bowling with purpose. It is a bouncer, and Taylor gets down underneath it, watches it soar harmlessly over the top of his head. 143 for 4. Salmon is on 61. And Taylor is 14 with 1 over remaining.
And it could be 2 if we have a spinner this end, which I doubt. But I must compliment
Actually, Thompson has just thrown his cap at the boundary, so yes, you may have been right.
Right, he is going to have an over. I was just going to say, I mentioned when Clive was here that commend Liam Norwell. He really given everything to his side. In this session this afternoon, he's run in as quick as I've seen him bowl. Remember his days at Gloucester, striving, and as he said in the interview last night, Nick, he said it's just great to be back, having been out for 15 months.
Yeah, of course, Bristol pitches on the final day probably weren't rewarding people sprinting in. They could go pretty dead on the 4th day, couldn't they? We've snored through a few of those between us.
Absolutely. Here is Thompson then. And he is bowling at the Cathedral Road end, and comes in and bowl his first ball, which Selman exaggerately plays forward and stifling any sort of spin. 61 to him. And he bowled very tidily at the far end. And he is going to bowl now his 8th over. In he comes and bowls to Selman. Selman is forward, drops the bat to nullify any sort of ball going up in the air, drops his wrists as low as he possibly can, because they've got 3 men lurking, 1 at slip, 1 at short leg, and 1 at back pad on the offside. As Thompson comes in, bowls to Selman, Selman forward. We are going to get another over after this. Very important couple of minutes this. Back comes Thompson, glorious blue sky everywhere, and bowls now, and that's a little short, clipped away on the onside of Norwell, and he goes down rather awkwardly, does Norwell, and they done something? Oh,
I think it's just boot come off, or replace the divot, please, especially on the green.
That's the last one they want injured. Anyway, they took a single, which brings Liam Taylor down to the receiving end. He's on 14. And this partnership, they put on a useful 32. Taylor sensing perhaps is getting near tee, takes fresh guard, and I don't think he's going to get away with it. There will be another over. Thompson's off spin from the Cathedral Road end. 5-4 field, 5 on the onside as Taylor emulates his partner by stretching as far forward as he can, bat pad moving with him, thinking he might rebound. Not a lot of bounce for the off spinner, which you do need as well as turn. Tall young man, nice action, just takes a couple of steps and in, bowls it on the length, and it's played out into the offside. There's probably a big single there, but they decide not to take it. That is the end of the over. 144 for 4. We are taking tea at now,
yes,
I suspect.
309 by my device.
308 by mine. And that is the end of another interesting session. Glamorgan brought it back during that session. 2 wickets went in the first session, 2 in the second. And you would have thought now that Warwickshire's bowlers will have a cup of tea and get themselves up for the final session of the championship season and try and get this game won.
Yeah, another blast to come from the Warwickshire bowlers. Much more defending from the Glamorgan batsmen. 34 overs remain. Glamorgan have to survive. Warwickshire have 6 wickets to take in the evening session. Glamorgan take tea at 1:44 for 4. Commentary on BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan website in just under 20 minutes' time.
Thomas. I'm Women and Girls Cricket Coordinator here at Rada Cricket Club. We're delighted that over the last 10 years our commitment to Women and Girls Cricket has grown our junior section to over 30 girls. And that we're now in a position to put on a women's softball team and a women's hardball team.
Yeah, so my name is Lydia. I'm going to be in a captaincy role here at Rada this year. The girls are really looking forward to having a good season. We're going to play the likes of Britain Ferry and Newport. That's going to be really good, and we're looking forward to the season.
Hi, I'm Karen Hughes. I'm at Britain Ferry Steel Cricket Club, where I'm responsible for the ladies and girls teams here. We have a ladies hardball team who play in the South West Women's Regional League, where we play against teams through Wales and the southwest of England, and also our under 13s and under 15s girls play in the Ladies Taverners Cups. We have a growing number of girls who play in the mixed age group teams here and also in our men's senior team. I'm very happy to see how women's and girls cricket has grown in our club and throughout Wales in the last couple of years.
I'm Amy Rees, head of the Women and Girls Pathway for Wales. It's great to see that we've got cricket back for our national age group squads. We've got training days and we've got fixtures for our under 12 development squad, under 13s, 15s, 17s and senior women. We're hoping for some really good weather and just play lots of cricket and the girls to develop their skills further.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back for this final session of the Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Warwickshire. Indeed, the final session of the Bob Willis Trophy as far as these two sides are concerned. Both are winless so far this season. It's safe to say that a Glamorgan victory would be extremely improbable at this moment. 144 for 4. Selman 62, Taylor is 14, 6 wickets remain in hand for Glamorgan, and Warwickshire have got 34 overs to take them, Edward.
A couple of people have asked me in the tea interval, should Glamorgan not go for them? I don't think they should, because if they lose Selman, what does he think, having battled nearly all day and a bit last night, and lose a few wickets, lose the game? I think it's highly improbable that 187?
187 in
34 overs. Yeah, don't forget this isn't one-day stuff.
Cricket, yeah.
Well, not only one-day cricket, you can put everybody in the boundary if you like. Not on to me, but there we are. You get £8 for a draw, don't you? And you deserve a draw. Well, Selman deserves a draw. This is going to be 100% effort from the bowlers, Warwickshire bowlers, because they know that if they can't take a wicket in the first hour or so, but 34 overs is a lot of overs to about 200 balls, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So certainly all is not lost, and I'm not surprised to see that Liam Norwell is going to open, because he bowled a superb spell just before tea.
Yeah, Jeff Leonard, who's a Gloucester member, tweeted, in several seasons watching Norwell bowling at Bristol, I never saw him bowl this quickly, be it first or fourth day. So Norwell moving on from Gloucestershire to Warwickshire alongside Craig Miles. Good luck to him, says Jeff. Well, maybe the Bristol surface does tend to put off the faster bowler. Here's Norwell looking to make the most of a Cardiff surface in the sunshine, bowling to Selman, who plays on the onside and wants a quick single for some reason, and Taylor eventually responds and is through. Not sure about the thinking there. 145 for 4.
I'm glad it was Callum Taylor, a young 21-year-old or a 22-year-old, because had it been anybody rather in their middle 30s, might have had a real struggle. Do you remember Selman rang in Jack Rudolph on the first over of a match at Cheltenham College, which was over in under 2 days a couple of years ago?
And Cheltenham's a lovely venue, but Glamorgan always have done terribly there in recent years.
Yeah.
Norwell in with a short leg, and that one labs up in the air, not quite short leg in business. I don't think it was off the bat, and Callum Taylor goes as if to prove that by rubbing his elbow, so it may have been above the arm guard as well. As Norwell generating real oomph. Yes, it was the forearm. There definitely wasn't glove involved, and his eluded short leg. And Callum Taylor, I think, is going to might need a bit of the magic spray, as he's holding his arm quite.
I think you might see a barrage of short bowling here at Callum Taylor, because we saw that before tea, where he had a leg slip and a short leg. Many fast bowlers do employ that, especially against inexperienced batsmen who just try and put the bat, they get out of the way. He is not doing that to Selman, but this is going to be a salvo coming here from Norwell. If he doesn't get a wicket in this first spell, then I think he may have a long rest. But he's by far the most dangerous bowler in this last hour or so we had before tea.
Here comes the physio, Georgina. Georgina, you are bearing whatever the modern equivalent is of the magic spray.
You know, half a mile sprint from the dressing room, isn't it? Yes. Such a long way.
The 12th men are getting their steps in this particular encounter, as the physio jogs out towards the middle. I think it was just below the elbow, but she is administering treatment, bending the arm gently to make sure.
Somebody on radio this morning on about all the time about what are your staff are talking about this pop group.
5, 6, 7, 8. No, they're not back with us, as far as I know.
Who's that?
Steps, the 90s based pop group. No. 10,000 steps a day, Edward. Together with your 5 fruit and veg.
Talking to me? I do take a little dog every day of the year for a couple of miles, so that's my lot.
Absolutely. Well, you've never been a man who's carried any weight, have you?
Oh, there we are.
Unlike your colleague here.
Put a little bit more on, actually.
Really?
But I've walked so much in the lockdown, and I'm being allowed to.
You're not missing any of the action because Callum Taylor is still being administered to by the physio, who seems quite concerned. I suppose that's her job to be concerned. Just manipulating the forearm gently in case there is any danger of anything worse than severe bruising. So if you're just joining us, Glamorgan 9-0 overnight, needing 322 to win or 90 overs to survive, have lost Joe Cook. Court Burgess bowled side bottom for 23, having batted through about the first hour of play. Owen Morgan bowled by a swinging full toss from side bottom, first ball. It was 35 for 2 in the 19th over. Chris Cook seemed to be settling in for the long haul, but eventually he tried to force a ball on the offside that wasn't quite wide enough to do so, and got a little nick through to Hannon Dalby, and Billy Root edged a absolute jaffer of a delivery from Oliver Hannon Dalby to Sam Hain at second slip. Root out for 5. That was 112 for 5 in the 45th over.
4, I think.
412 for 4, sorry. Thank you. And it looks as though Callum Taylor will continue after a lengthy treatment, but
it doesn't matter over-wise, because it's not like the old days where time came into it. You can be treated for half an hour if you want to. You still get the overs you have to bowl. And I suspect that Mr. Norwell will let Callum Taylor have a few more of those.
Next one in exactly the same area, maybe?
Now what's the matter on the far end? Oh, it's the ball. Something to do with the ball.
They had it long enough to make up their mind if they liked the look of it or didn't. 145 for 4. Salman 63. The stricken Taylor is on 14. Batting on with a bit more padding on his arm. His next delivery is turned away by Taylor down to fine leg for a single. 146 for 4. Salman 63, Taylor 15. Salman on strike, and Warwickshire. Well, Salman is the
man to get
that they want, preferably. Been there since the start of this innings. 5 overs before the close last night. 63 not out, his highest score of the season already. Didn't manage to bat through against Gloucestershire, but Chris Cook did on that occasion. Cook is gone, and Salman leaves outside off stump through to
You still got Van der Guten's defensive expertise to come as well.
Absolutely. Douthwaite's not a man by nature who is wanting to block, but he'll have to some extent.
Strange to see the far side, Nick, with no seats. Most of it got no seats at all, just the black.
Norwell in bowls, and Salman nearly push and run out if they hadn't changed their minds very quickly indeed.
Yes, it is another word, boys, because that was rather silly. Yeah, the far side you can just see the bare sort of non-seating area covered by never seen that before. Blankets right round. It's desperately sad when there's nobody in the ground.
Yeah, they're refurbishing those seats. Yeah, as Norwell is in to bowl outside off stump. Not much life in the pitch for that delivery as it went through lowish to Burgess. Yes, it was my theory earlier in the campaign when I first saw those seats out. I thought, they're making sure there's a good gap between any crowds that are allowed in September and the pavilion area for the players. So it's a bit of social distancing by having an area with no seats. That isn't the case. They were due for refurb anyway.
Well, on that topic, I just cannot understand in this ground that holds 17,000, why 1,000 people or so, members, can't come in, and they'd be very well socially distanced on this ground.
Yep. Likewise at Edgbaston, of course, which was briefly the venue for a trial for a pre-season friendly, but
yet they go and hold it at the Oval last week.
Yes, there wasn't really any follow-on from that, was there, in terms of
I don't know,
for the crowds? But
anyhow,
things seem to be going the other way at the moment in terms of public health in England, anyway.
It'll be side bottom to open the bowling. Two of the best bowlers on, in my opinion. And they're going to be bowling now to Callum Taylor. Short leg is up. In comes side bottom and bowls short. That won't get him anything. Well, he has got a man out and a fine leg. But Taylor should really not take the bait. As it's pitched, he put all the effort into that, Nick, and it just really lobbed over his head. Didn't fly anywhere. Wicketkeeper is standing back. There are two slips, a cover and a mid-off. Just the four fielders. And he comes on the offside, and in comes side bottom again and bowls. Well, that's rather wasted again, and that's your lot for the over, young man, because he's bowled two short deliveries. Up goes the sign from umpire White. If you want to bowl like that, bowl it just a little bit fuller. Short leg, man on the drive, the man in between them at a wide mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg. And here is side bottom again from this end, running away from us, and bowls to Taylor. Taylor clips up round the corner, down to fine leg. Might have just hit the thigh pad on the way through. Let's wait for Mr. White and see what he says.
Coming. Yep.
Signal is coming. Taps his knee. Remember an umpire, his name forgets me. Oh, Mark Benson, the former Kent and England opener. He didn't tap his knee, he just threw his leg up in the air. He thought, well, it's too much of an effort to tap your knee, and just threw it up in the air.
Yeah, too much coordination required.
147 for 4, Glamorgan, trying to stave off defeat here. Selman waits as in comes side bottom and bowls to him. And he thinks he might just have a little tickle down the leg side, but then withdraws his bat and it goes through quite aimlessly to wicketkeeper Michael Burgess.
Yeah, it's a question of application, isn't it, for these batsmen? Mental application as much as technique. Just don't in most cases.
What do they say? Application, concentration and determination. As umpire Evans trots away to the offside.
Sun in his eyes, you see.
Why not?
Probably is getting low now.
Selman waits as in comes side bottom and bowls to him. Selman drives. Nice looking shot. That'll go away for 4. Beautifully timed shot for Selman. Comes up towards us here. An on drive, which is really one of the most difficult shots to play in the game. He moves on to 67 and the score is 151. That really was a lovely shot. Selman's best score of the competition, I think, this year, Nick?
Yeah, 55.
50 odd, didn't he?
55, his previous best in the second dig against Gloucestershire, which was a similar gritty battle for survival. Morgan never really in a winning position in this trophy so far, or at all.
Here's side bottom again, comes in and bowls again. That's played again, but this time it's intercepted at mid-on. Good dive in stop there by Hannon Dalby. End of the over, and Glamorgan 151 for 4, 67 to Selman. He's been there for 5 overs last night, all day today, and at the other end It's Callum Taylor who's done a very good job so far. He's not out 15, not so much in how many runs he's scored, but in the fact that he's held the barrage from the Gloucester, I'm thinking Liam Norwell. Yeah, the barrage from Norwell, of course. And he is going to continue, and he's going to bowl at Callum Taylor. And he's changed the field again with a short leg and a backward short leg. So be prepared, young Taylor. You might get a few round your ear.
He's changed his hair colour since the start of the season as well.
I think it's the ferocity of the bowling that's made him go white.
Yeah, it is a pretty bright peroxide under the helmet these days. 151 for 4, 32 overs remain. Norwell really putting everything into it, and there's a push and run from Taylor out on the offside as they scamper through for a single. It's a rather messy throw that wicketkeeper Burgess.
That was a very well judged run, actually.
Mosley it was who ended up mopping it up, stopping it going for overthrows. Yeah, it was. It's just the danger of them not being on the same wavelength. Rotating the strike is important, though, isn't it? So the bowler doesn't get into the rhythm of bowling at the same batsman every time.
Norwell is in. Bowls to Selman. Selman, is he caught at the wicket? No, I don't think that's more. It's the old appeal again. Burgess doesn't throw it up the air, clap his hands as he just stands there and says, you know.
That was an instalment, wasn't it? Yeah. One started.
He didn't go up until after the slips went up. We'll just have a look at this again. Just watch the keeper now.
Well, as the trajectory of the ball, I suppose, looked as though there had been a deflection.
No, rather gave it away there, Burgess. It was wide of the leg stump, and Salmon going for the pull shot. Norwell giving him everything he can here. Comes in past umpire Evans now and bowls, and that is connected and it's pulled down towards fine leg for 4 runs.
I'm not sure, well, whether Selman should have gone for that, because there's a danger of the top edge.
Of course there is, but you've got to trust yourself.
And he wasn't quite onto the shot in time there as it ran away for 4. Fine leg, but it wasn't under control. So maybe the bowler will be a little bit encouraged by that one, despite the ball going for 4 runs. You're getting addicted to that sanitisation stuff, Edward.
No, I just had a little sneeze. Get everything as they should be here. There's another one on the way, Nick. Have a look at mid-wicket. Backpedaling to the boundary. In he comes. Norwell and bowls. It's not. It's the double bluff. It's pitched up and he's pushed out to cover. And now Salman is incurring the wrath of Liam Norwell. It's the wrath. It's a little chat.
The funky tones of Edward Bevan. 156 for 4. Selman 67. Taylor is 16 not out. 2 slips, short leg, backward short leg, come short fine leg, come leg slip, whatever you want to call it. As that one is turned on the leg side by Salman, but goes to wide mid-on, and there's no run. Warwickshire putting everything into this, but the pitch, which was so bowler-friendly for the first couple of days, has not held the same difficulties. Certainly for Warwickshire yesterday, as they piled up 347 for 7 declared. Now for Glamorgan today so far.
There's Norwell. Comes in again and bowls and driven confidently, but not with any sort of force behind it. End of the over. Sorry about an interrupting phone call, but daughter saying still only 4 and that was it.
Well,
I nearly said, if you don't listen,
if you listen to me, then you'll find out. You won't need to ring me. I don't know. Haven't got the family trained yet.
I have, but they should know better. There we are.
There we are. If you can just get the microphone up a little bit higher, so that You're loud and clear. 156 for 4. Ryan Sidebottom from this Cathedral Road end. Leg slip still. They fancy a chance of a glance off the hip. Sidebottom runs away from us and bowls to Callum Taylor, and he plays that one down to
did well.
Short leg.
Got his wrists over it. 16 to Taylor, but he's been in there for some time.
Yeah, there's a bit of leg theory going on in the minds of the Warwickshire players, isn't there? With that leg slip as well as short leg in place. There's been short mid-wicket on the drive for time. Taylor's been in there nearly an hour and a half. He's faced 64 deliveries.
Impetuosity of youth, they might just try and bounce him. He'll go for the hook.
2 men deep on the leg side, fine leg and square leg, as Sidebottom runs in but does not deliver. 156 for 4.
Pulls up just before, and
is he having a look at an area of the ground just next to the umpire, whether his
foothold perhaps
just skidded a little bit and he needs a bit more sawdust? Oh, he's tapping away at the turf there. There's the skipper.
Groundsman brings some. Are we allowed to use sawdust these days? I can't remember.
Yes, it's only.
We're not at St Helens.
Only at Swansea where sawdust is seen as evil.
Yeah, I think it seems all right now.
Rhodes doing a bit of stamping himself. They won't need to bring out the ground staff thumper, whatever you call that machine. Rhodes is really making... hang on, we've got 3 T20 matches still to play here, Mr. Rhodes. Don't mess it up too much. Sidebottom is in, bowls this time, and it's just noodled past short leg by Taylor. There's no run. 2 wickets for Alan Dolby, 2 for 32 he has in 15 overs. Sidebottom is 2 for 19 and he's into his 14th over. Liam Norwell, despite his hostility, 0 for 37 in 17. Will Rhodes got hit for 14 in 1 over by Nick Salmon, which is about the only
hasn't appeared since then.
Spell of aggression that he's had since then. Brooks 3 overs for 13. As another short ball is dug in by Ryan Sidebottom, and Taylor again manages to duck underneath it.
This really has been an absorbing day, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Whoever wins, I'm thoroughly enjoying every moment of it, because this is county cricket at its best. Perhaps not the standard you'd expect from the top test players, but as far as attrition is concerned, and desperately defending his wickets, Salmon has been magnificent, I think. And then the aggression of the Warwickshire seam attack, it's been really good to watch.
Sidebottom in again. Balls, and Taylor nibbles at that.
Quick ball.
One is beaten as it goes through to Burgess.
Quick delivery of that, put everything into it.
Yeah, good life and movement off the pitch in the 65th over. So Sidebottom certainly giving it all.
A little lack of application there and concentration from the young batsman Taylor.
It's almost instinctive, isn't it? They have to cut out their instincts to follow the ball. You're drawn into playing at it. 2 slips, leg slip, short leg. Sidebottom bowls turned into the leg side by Taylor. They amble through for a single as Hannon Dolby from mid-on does the fielding. 157 for 4.
You wonder how much this burst by Noel on the far the other side is going, the other end is going to go on, because we talked when you were off the air, Nick, with Clive, about there is 5 overs for the new ball, but will it sort of won't matter by then. You might need him to have a real blast.
Here's Sidebottom in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls and driven by Taylor gently to mid-on. Hannon Dolby again does the fielding. 157 for 4, 30 overs remaining. As Edward said, 5 available with the new ball. You would have thought that if Warwickshire have claimed another couple of wickets by then, they might just keep things going. up to and past the 90 over mark to give themselves a chance of knocking over the Glamorgan tail with a new ball.
Nick Selman has called for something, a towel, or you can't blame him. My word, he's been there all day and a bit of last night as well. Or is it a change of gloves? You're allowed to take gloves out. I don't know what you're allowed and not allowed to do these days.
Perhaps being held in as long as the 12th man's got plastic gloves on, maybe.
On comes the physio, she's got something.
Another squirt of magic spray for Callum Taylor's bruised arm, possibly.
Is she being sent away? No. Jeff Evans is sort of holding his hand up and saying this, that and the other. But it is the sanitizer time, so there's no sort of wasting of time going on.
Jeff Evans' last day in first-class cricket. We might well see him again, of course.
He's going to do some second-team games, apparently.
T20, well, good to hear.
Yeah. Oh, you've seen him every other game here at Cardiff, so there's no reason him and Ian Blackwell.
Well, they've kept the umpires travelling down to a minimum, haven't they? Which is sensible enough.
A few of them have had a trial. Actually, Rob Bailey's at the Oval. So, although, what's Northampton to London? Well, by car, it's probably about 4 hours.
Where's Jeff live these days? Would he be commuting into Cardiff?
Travach.
How far is that from...
Well, it takes me about 50 minutes. It would take him about an hour. Just an hour. Leave at 8 o'clock or whatever.
Long day.
Yes, it is.
Even to Cardiff. 1:57 for 4. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan, myself, Nick Webb, and Clive Eakin from BBC CWR. These teams, albeit the Midlanders under a different name, the handle of the Bears, the Birmingham element seems to be being downplayed these days, since they've got another team called Birmingham that's meant to be coming into place next season, for which Chris Cook would have been playing. One assumes they'll redo the draft if this tournament happens next year, the 100. And well, the noises from the ECB have been that they still see it as vital to
we shall see
the future.
We shall see it
of cricket, which has not been hugely popular among county commentators as a whole, being of a certain vintage, many of us.
Here we go then. Start of another over. In comes the first ball, and that's left there by Taylor. And Noel throws his hands up in a little bit of despair.
Well, he's not leaving anything on the table, is he, Liam Norwell? He'll be earning his bath tonight once he gets back home.
Lots of time left. Still 30 overs. 180 balls to get 6 wickets. Still can go either way, and either way I mean a win for Warwickshire or a draw for Glamorgan. As Norwell comes in again, bowls to Taylor. Taylor ducks under a bouncer, which is taken by the keeper. Not to be tempted. He's moved on to 17. Was that 67? They didn't give that 4 that Selman hit. It apparently he changed it after the umpire to leg byes.
All right.
When he swung round and went down there.
Yeah.
So I did notice that. I thought he'd gone on to 71. But here's Norwell in bright, glorious sunshine, coming in and bowl. I wasted that one again. Now he's bowled his 2.
It is a question of mental application from the batsman, isn't it? It's relatively easy with most of these deliveries so far to get out of the way once you've decided that that's the right way to go.
I've forgotten, Nick. Is it? If Selman came down, you could have another couple at him, couldn't you? If batsman changes.
No, it's just 2 in the over, isn't it?
It's 1 in the over in the test match, isn't it? I don't know.
1 in the one-day game.
This little turn by Norwell as he comes in past the umpire now and bowls to Taylor. Taylor gets right behind it. Thinks possibly of a run. But by that time, Norwell's up with him and nearly shaking hands.
Lancashire on the verge of victory over Derbyshire, who are 168 for 8, still 213 runs short of victory. Yorkshire completed victory over Leicestershire by 10 wickets earlier today. And Durham are forcing the draw against Notts, it seems. They're 192 ahead.
So is it only 2 games?
With 9 wickets down, but time...
Did Surrey beat Sussex?
Yes, they did.
They did well to come back from that. Here's Norwell coming in again to the right-handed Taylor. Taylor fends it away down to where a fly's slip would be, and they go through for a single.
And most significantly, Somerset have beaten Worcestershire by 60 runs at New Road in the match at the top of this central group. And therefore, Somerset are set for a little trip to Lords to take on Essex. Worcestershire 184 all out in their second innings, with Jack Brooks claiming the last 2, and the 4 Somerset seamers doing the business yet again, sharing the wickets between them. Well played, Somerset.
Selman waits. Here's Norwell, balls to him, and he pushes it away and hits the middle of the back. But Norwell is standing there, hands on head. End of the over, and the score is 159 for 5. And going back to that final, it's been played in the first week of October. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
At Lords.
Has first-class cricket ever been played in the UK in October before?
So.
And it's gone fairly late to September, but certainly in recent years.
And had it been, a normal year, and they were still going to play, which wouldn't have been. Remember when we started in March one year?
Oh, yes.
So then we would have had an 8-month season.
That was pretty nippy.
And then we're getting as long as this football season.
First-class cricket in March to try and fit everything in. Yeah, Surrey reached 157 for 4 to beat Sussex. Burns 52. All the batsmen chipping in there at the oval after they'd been behind on first innings. Here's Ryan Sidebottom to have a go around the wicket at Callum Taylor, who's on 18 not out, and bowls another short delivery that Taylor ducks
He's
underneath.
wasting it now. I know he's got a backward short leg and a short leg, but when you've got those two, you know what's coming basically, and he's inviting him to have a whack down to fine leg or down to mid wicket, as we've seen often. And batsmen do fall for it. They think, oh yes, this is a juicy long hop, I'm going to hit it, and hit it straight to mid wicket. But he's very composed there, Taylor, and playing very well at the moment.
So although Yorkshire are set to win the Northern Group, they miss out because they have fewer points. Sidebottom bowls. That's down leg side bounce, and that just flew down leg side as he's trying to bring it into the batsman's body, isn't he? From
and he wants him fending, but
yeah.
If you pitch halfway down, that's going to go sailing over your head. But if you pitch it just a little back of a length, where it sort of rears up towards your head, it's far more effective, and then you take advantage of action. So I don't know quite what Sidebottom is doing at the moment, whether he's wants him to lose a bit of patience.
Sidebottom into Taylor, up in the block hole, hits him on the pads, but it's delivered from round the wicket, so in all probability pitched outside leg stump.
Then another thing, Nick, is that the batsman, after he's had 2 for the over, he knows that everything's going to be pitched up. You might well just take a step down outside his crease, because you can't. Well, if you do bowl now, there's only going to be no ball.
So the 3 group winners: Somerset 97 points, Essex 90 points, and Yorkshire 87 points, assuming Derbyshire don't get 200 for the last 2 wickets. Sidebottom bowls and played out on the offside by Taylor. There is no run. Worcestershire in second in this central group with 74 points. Northants 49, Gloucestershire 45. Those 2 have finished. And Warwickshire 42 plus whatever they get here, so they can go up to 3rd if they win. If they're held to a draw, they'll still be 3rd.
Yeah, that's not
I
so
think
bad, is it?
Warwickshire can safely say they're 3rd. As Sidebottom bowls and Taylor pushes that one out on the
Glamorgan
offside.
follows. I think we must just leave it there, 3rd.
And Glamorgan somewhere lower down. Even if they draw, they'll still be 2 short of Gloucestershire in 5th place. South Group won by Essex, Kent in 2nd, Middlesex 3rd, Hampshire 4th, Surrey 36 points in 5th, and Sussex 36 points in 6th. So Surrey just scraped off the bottom. North Group 2 of the games still going. Side bottom, back over the wicket, and with a grunt of effort, bowls to Taylor, who just plays gently out into the fairly vacant cover area. Will Rhodes jogs round to do the fielding, but Taylor has taken a single off the last ball of the over, so they're ticking away now. 28 remaining, 159 for 4. Salmon is 67, Taylor is 19, and 67 overs gone. These two coming together in the 45th, so they've lasted 22 overs so far. This little stand of 47 runs. The runs don't really matter. There will be another bowling change.
Noel's given his all, hasn't he, from that far end. He's had his little burst now. He'll probably have another one later on because there are plenty of overs left. But he's got to rotate and try everything, really, even if you bowled somebody who's only a part-timer.
Well, Ethan Brooks and Thompson and Rhodes himself haven't bowled that much. He's
Ethan Brooks, I thought, was quite lively, and he didn't. What did he bowl? Not
3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 13.
Yeah. Captain going to have a bowl, is he?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Could be a little update for BBC Radio Wales coming fairly shortly. So I'll just go through the next few deliveries for you. 159 for 4. Salmon is 67, Taylor is 19. As Rhodes it is, back into the attack. 4 wickets in the first innings with his seamers. No run. 159 for 4 are Glamorgan. They have 28 overs to survive for the draw with 6 wickets left. Nick Selman has batted through the day on 67 not out. Callum Taylor, a brave little knock from the youngster, he's 19 not out despite getting a severe blow on the elbow. He batted on after treatment. Warwickshire trying everything in the search for a breakthrough. Glamorgan trying to hang on for the draw. 159 for 4. As Clive Eakin replaces Edward Bevan. 2 fielders on the drive on the offside as Rhodes bustling in, bowls a short ball which Burgess standing up the wicket would unnecessarily thank him for. Good take from the Warwickshire keeper.
Yeah, terrific effort from Glamorgan. Plenty of shouting going on out there in the field from Warwickshire. They haven't given it up, but just cannot get through at the moment.
Yeah, it's been not much help from the pitch. They've tried lots of short balls. Taylor gets one that he steers away elegantly through the offside to move into the 20s as it reaches the boundary on the grandstand side of the ground to absolutely no reaction whatsoever from anyone in the ground. 23 to Taylor, 163 for 4. It's a shame that a shot like that gets not a single person applauding. But Warwickshire obviously think they can trap him somewhere on that offside, and they're bringing a third man. No, I thought they were going to have 3 in catching positions. So they've... yes, there's now a silly mid-off, I think we can call him. He's about 3/4 of the way back down the pitch. As Rhodes bowls outside off stump, Taylor doesn't need to play a shot.
Yes, if you're going to bring those catches into the game, you do have to make the batter play.
So there are 2 cover fielders, 1 cover point, 1 conventional cover in a catching position, as well as a silly mid-off. There's some sort of theory going on there. But Captain Will Rhodes has got to try everything, I suppose. And he comes, bowls, and Taylor pushes forward, killing that one out on the side. Thompson with the fielding at short mid-wicket.
Warwickshire must feel this has been like this almost every day, trying to bowl a team out and not able to do it. It's happened to him a few times now this season. Can't win a game without bowling the opposition out twice, and Warwickshire, for one reason or another, haven't been able to do it.
Rhodes in, still trying. Taylor plays out to one of that phalanx of offside fielders, specifically number 17, Rob Yates, at cover point-ish. 163 for 427 overs left for Glamorgan to survive.
So they've only bowled a team out twice, once this season. And that was at Bristol, when they didn't manage to chase down the target that they set themselves. The other teams, they have not been able to dislodge. We get 20 wickets despite having spells in matches where they've been on top. Still could happen here, but it's slipping away slowly but surely. Morgan clearly at no point of thought that they're ready to chase the target. It's all about survival, and they're doing it very well. That's going down the leg side. Selman has a little swishes it but misses. This is Ryan Sidebottom bowling.
Yeah, if Glamorgan had got through the first session unscathed, say, that none down at lunch and a couple down at tea, they might have had an outside thought of having a go at things, but with 2 wickets falling in each session, they were always a little bit under pressure.
Sidebottom, short leg and that sort of wide leg gully, and 2 slips, bowls a bouncer, and Selman ignores it other than rocking his head back a bit to make sure he isn't hit.
No ball called.
2 more to the total. This is where the Clive Eakin law comes in. This is the law change I've been calling for.
All right.
Where a team is in this position and their main aim is to survive, why should they have to face an extra ball? Sidebottom comes in to bowl to Selman, and that's going down the leg side. I would give the batting team the option to decline the extra ball.
Yeah, very good. That is a good thought. It's entirely logical. It'll never be adopted. Similarly with wides, I suppose.
Yeah.
And say, well, yeah, you've had your chance to bowl us out. Yeah. You haven't taken it.
In comes Sidebottom to bowl to Selman. Right arm over, and he pushes out to the offside to think about a run. Oh, if only, Warwickshire think. If only you'd gone for a run
Go on.
Will Rose was onto the ball quickly. 165 for 4. Haven't managed, by my reckoning, a run out in the competition this season. Warwickshire, they've had a few near things, but haven't managed to run an opponent out.
We have had a press release from Northants.
Oh, yes.
It's all go.
Oh, good.
They will continue in the T20 competition despite the COVID-related abandonment of their match at Bristol.
So the next question, as in comes Sidebottom to bowl, and that's turned round to square leg for a single. Are there going to be any players that they cannot select other than the obvious one?
Yes.
Right.
3 players.
Okay.
Plus the original sufferer. Will be ruled out of the next couple of games.
Okay.
So 3 players who came into contact with the affected man who tested positive. They have since tested negative for COVID, but they are still required to isolate.
Right.
Until Tuesday.
Uh-huh. Makes sense. Sidebottom comes into bowl and it'll tip up to point and there's no run. And then presumably do they get tested again? Then maybe not. But okay, so Northampton are in such a strong position that if their team is weakened for a couple of games, it probably won't harm their chances of qualifying much. Might help other teams though.
So they've tested everyone else on the playing and coaching staff with no further positive tests, which is good. The original player gets the mandatory 10-day period from the onset of his symptoms.
Side bottom bowls, and that's dabbed out to the offside for no run by Taylor. Another over ticked off by Glamorgan. Next question, I suppose, from Warwickshire's point of view, is do they take this to the bitter end, or if there's still 4 wickets down, will they admit, not defeat, but admit the draw, if you like? I suppose it's one of those tantalising ones that 6 wickets can fall fairly quickly, so they'll probably want to take it a fair bit further, and then if they get 1 more wicket, they'll want to take it even further than that. But, well, we shall see. I suppose, would 5 o'clock, or would that be the earliest time, or are they allowed to do it at 4:30?
4:30,
yeah, well, I don't think they would at 4:30. They might.
As new over finds Selman driving to silly mid-on, off, but along the ground.
I would suggest that if they're 10 overs to go and still 4 wickets down, that might be the time where Will Rhodes has to admit it's not going to happen.
So Northants plough on in the competition, but minus 4 players for the next couple of games. As Selman defends that one, bat and pad jammed together, ball rolls out on the offside as far as Yates at that short cover point position, and there's no run. So there's a slip, a short leg, and these 3 in catching positions on the offside, and mid-wicket I think is crouching as well rather than walking in, as next delivery is dead batted by Selman on the onside. Mosley picks it up. No run. So as things stand, Glamorgan's game against Northants here is very much on Sunday, so we look forward to bringing that to you. Rhodes, medium fast, bowls, and Selman clips that one wide of short leg. They'll go through for 1, they'll come back for a second run, because why not? If runs are there, you might as well have them to your name. Selman on to 70, 168 for 4.
So golly, Hannon Dolby is planning 1 more blast this season. A season which has yielded, I think it's 23 wickets now for him.
Next delivery is Selman pushing forward again, and there's no run.
Well, still encouraging each other, still clapping the hands, Warwickshire. Can't criticise their effort or their attitude, but I found it difficult to find a way through on a pitch not offering them as much help as it did in the first innings.
Next delivery from Rhodes, down leg side. That's a superb stop by Michael Burgess. Not a clean take, but allowed to go through by the batsman. 168 for 4. Selman is 70, Taylor is 23. 25 overs to go. These two have been together for 25 overs. And you just wonder if spirits might be flagging a little bit in the fielding side.
I'm sure they will be. They're doing their best not to show it, but although having the sanitation break now, they're probably saying to each other, come on, 1 more, and
one brings 2
can follow,
yeah,
and
then one brings 2, then we go bang bang bang, and it'll all be over by Christmas.
Yes. There must be a point in any day where that starts becoming actually more annoying than motivating.
Yes.
So 6 wickets still needed, and Glamorgan long since given up any pretensions of chasing the target, but they are doing a very good job of saving the game.
I was behind the stumps last Saturday for a 40-over game in which our side claimed 4 wickets, and one of those was with the last ball of the 40. That's quite difficult to keep encouragement going from behind the stumps.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dolby then. Last go for him. Can he find a breakthrough?
There's still 20 overs to go to the new ball.
You wouldn't want, yes, there is a new ball available.
If they've got 2 in the next 15 or so, I think they might keep going in the hope that new ball might blow away the tail.
Yep.
Given that you have got 3 who are obviously not rabbits with the bat, but Van der Hoogten just about falling into the category of a tail ender, despite his heroic defensive efforts earlier.
2 slips, a short leg and a shortish mid-on as Hannon-Dolby bowls on middle and leg. It's pushed out along the ground to Ian Bell in that mid-on position by Taylor, who's done really well. Taylor had a few scares early on, but his battle has also been hit and needed a bit of treatment, and just above the glove I think it was. Would have been an interesting decision that actually if it had been caught, but it just went beyond the reach of short leg.
I think it was the forearm that was being treated rather than...
Took the glove off though, didn't he? So it must have been pretty close to the glove. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it wasn't held. Hannon-Dolby. Oh, that's a strange shot at this stage from Taylor. Perhaps he's decided he's going for it after all. Big swing and a miss.
That's a shot that got Chris Cook out more or less, wasn't it? Edging through to the keeper, wanders down for a little bit of gardening as if to suggest the pitch was entirely to blame for his rush of blood there.
I'll do all the good work now. And then Dolby, little skip at the end of his run up, comes into bowl and pitches that one up, and it's steered out to the offside for no run. Trying for a victory that actually won't really make any difference.
You're third.
You're third in the group. And if you're, the only very slight difference is if you're ranking teams 1 to 18, a win would put Warwickshire 8th, a draw puts them 9th. That's the only teeny weeny difference. In comes Hannon-Dolby the bowl, and that's open face to the bat, run down to third man by Taylor for 4. Moves on to 27.
A point raised by 2 correspondents on Twitter, at NickWebb2017, at Clive Eakin, if you want to contact us. Play at Pompey says, as he was a decent bowler in his time, I hope Ian Bell bowls the last over today. A point also made by Andy Greenwood.
He might. He hasn't bowled for a very long time, I should warn you, and I suspect he might not really want to, but we shall see. I'm just checking Warwickshire are -1 on the over rate. They would actually need to have 4 points docked before it makes any difference to their position. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that whistles past. There's no run. So they won't be worried about that because it won't make any difference. They'll still be third. At the moment, they will be the lowest pointed third place team if this is a draw.
Well, it's a bit of an oddity that they might finish third having not won.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed. Well, they've only lost 1, in fairness.
Yeah. So your commentaries have been going the distance?
Yeah, well, this is actually only the second game I've done. In fact, I did the only result they've been involved in so far. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that one whistles past. Again, good bowls from Ollie Hannon-Dolby, but no success.
Well, there's still a bit of life for the odd delivery, isn't there?
There is.
Despite the pitch flattening out a bit. The odd one going through a little bit lowish, but the batsmen have coped with it reasonably well so far. And The number of overs left is down to 24 as Warwickshire continue their victory efforts. And I think for all Bears listeners, their bowlers have tried their socks off today. Been nothing end of term-ish about it so far anyway. As Rhodes runs towards us from the River Taff end and bowls, and Selman edges but short of slip as Hayne goes plunging to block rather than catch.
Just looking at this, is a draw. Glamorgan will finish on 43 points. They'll be bottom of the group. They will not be the lowest pointed team, bottom place team, unless Durham pull off an unlikely win at Trent Bridge. Durham will be below them.
As are Sussex and Surrey, I believe.
Sussex, yeah. Well, Surrey I think are going to... Well,
Surrey
that's
have
with
won.
the win. Even with that, yeah.
Surrey, they're both on 36.
I'm not sure you can count Sussex, though, because they'll have finished higher in their group.
As that one's... no, Surrey finished higher. According to the BBC table, it's a dot ball.
The Quick Info table's putting Sussex above Surrey.
Oh, there we are. Well,
so,
fight it out, boys.
They can argue that on themselves. Anyway, they won't have finished... As long as they don't lose, of course. Glamorgan, they'll have... so I suppose there's something in it for them from that point of view. But also the pride of just saving a match. It's a unique thing in cricket. That's a unique thing for cricket, isn't it? This sort of hanging on for a draw when you can't win.
As that's down leg side and buys, I suspect, albeit not a great delivery, and they just go through for one in the end. It was a poor one down leg side, and Burgess standing up didn't have an awful lot of chance.
Richard Wilford's informed me. It's a bit more recent than I realised. Ian Ball apparently bowled 7 overs against Middlesex at Lords in 2016 and took the second new ball with Jonathan Trott in the second innings. Tim Ambrose, you can tell what sort of match it was. Tim Ambrose took his only first-class wicket in that match. So probably fair to say that wasn't a thriller.
Next delivery. Oh, there's Taylor down leg side. Burgess went for a stumping as Taylor almost overbalanced there. And that one caused a flurry of interest in the infield. As Rhodes slipped another down leg side, and not sure if Taylor did lift his back foot, but Burgess definitely was intending to whip the bails off, but didn't take it cleanly. New tactics from Warwickshire. Bowl for the stumping. 173 for 4. As Taylor drives sketchily through the offside. He's still playing the odd shot or two. He'll get a boundary for this down to wide third man. And move on to 31.
You know what will happen? You know what will happen? We'll get to 10 overs to go. Will Rose will finally concede he's not going to win, but he'll bring Ian Bell on for sentiment to bowl 1 over. Bell will take 2 wickets and we'll be stuck here for the rest of the day.
There we are. You heard it here first. If it happens.
I thought I saw Bell turn his arm over once in the field earlier today. So whether he was preparing for
his moment of glory, his final moments on a first-class cricket field. As Rhodes bowls outside off stump, Taylor lets it go through. Howls of anguish from the infield. And that is the end of another over, ticking by, much to Glamorgan's relief. 177 for 4, 23 overs for them. Potentially to have to survive, though. They're not going to shake hands at 4:30, which is the earliest.
Frustrating for Will Rose. He still hasn't captained the team to a red ball victory. He's captained them to a couple of T20 victories, but not to the red ball victory. So it'd be a shame for him. He must have had high hopes. The way they batted in the third innings, they could win this game. They could still, of course, but it's going to need quite a change in the way the game is going. Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's defended by Selman, who has batted all day for 70. And he'll be desperate now to finish a job off, having got this far.
Yeah, get the red inker, as they say, from the days when scorebooks were only compiled in different coloured pens rather than clicks of the mouse.
Hannon Dolby, green soles of his boots showing, comes into bowl. It's hit round his pads by Selman. There is a man on the square leg boundary, allowing Selman to run 2. He's on to 72. I wonder what the fielders out there. I can't see Selman hooking one to, and there's no need really to save runs now. Assuming the hope is that if Hannon Dolby bangs one in short, he might hook to one of those fielders out there, but I'm not sure I see that happening. It would be a strange shot to play now. Hannon Dolby to bowl, and that one is slightly uppish as he pushes it onto the leg side, but it is safe. The last time I said I'll just do one more ball in the hope of getting a wicket, it didn't, and then I went off and I think the next 2 did.
Yeah. 2 wickets came very quickly after your last departure.
So I'll just describe this one more ball before I have to go and do my 4:30. It's Ollie Hannon Dolby bowling to Selman. And Selman leaves that one outside off stump. It's 179 for 4, 22.5 overs to go.
Thank you, Clive. Probably get a quick spell of Edwards if you'd like to summon him, Clive, and then you can return for the final knockings, maybe. 179 for 4 if we are heading for a draw. If we're not, then there'll be plenty of commentary time for all of us if this game goes the distance. 23 overs remaining, including this one from Hannon Dolby, as that is down leg side, and that's quite a stunning take from Michael Burgess. One to copy for any young wicket keepers watching. Absolutely took off, did the Warwickshire keeper there. Down leg side, took it one-handed, and even caught his cap as it fell off as well. Not only caught the ball but caught his cap. That's quite some coordination. The bare and ragged staff, as Jim Troughton referred to the county corps. As Hannon Dolby in, bowls outside off stump, and Selman allows it to go through. There is no run. 179 for Selman, 72. Taylor is 31. 22 overs remain potentially of play here at Sophia Gardens, and Warwickshire must be wondering by now whether it is going their way, Edward.
It's slipping away, isn't it? And a few more overs. Years ago it would have happened, of course, 3-day match. Rhodes has a word. Relay it back to our captain. Look, I'll throw a few up for you. Let's have a game. You go, and we leave you 3.5, 4 and over.
Not very often these days.
No, I don't know why.
Rhodes is into bowl, and Taylor is caught at short leg, fending one away. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, has the breakthrough, and it's back on for the Bears now with Glamorgan. 179 for 5, and Taylor's long vigil is over. He is out for 31 after more than 2 hours at the crease.
Yes, it was a well-directed short delivery. He tried to fend it away and just lobbed it into short leg's hands, and it's still there for Warwickshire. They badly needed that because there's a lot of overs left, 22 overs left, and they know if they can they're not, the prime batsmen are out. The all-rounders, Douthwaite, of course, he's to come. We know a good defender Van der Hooten is, but they know that they can smell a chance, and you've got Tom Cullen, of course, but it put something into the minds of the Glamorgan batsmen. Everything was going fine. Now you've lost a wicket. If you lose another one, then there are problems.
Yeah, those two batted through from the 45th to the 74th over. So 29 overs at the crease for Callum Taylor for his 31 runs. But
Good
he's gone,
partnership, that.
and Rhodes strikes again as he did in the first innings. Yeah, it was worth only 67 runs, but a lot of overs taken out of the day. Warwickshire now tails back up again.
Yep. And I think Dan Douthwaite will have to forsake his attacking instincts here, don't you? Because you just can't keep on trying to hit the ball to the boundary. You've just got to defend. Whether that is in his nature, we don't know, Nick, because he's ostensibly an attacking batsman. Opens the innings now in 2020. Will he be able to defend?
Yeah,
Interesting. Look at this field.
I think I might have sent Tom Cullen in ahead of Douthwaite.
Or keep him until later. But just look at this interesting field here.
Mosley was the catcher there at short leg. The field still a short leg. Short mid-wicket, silly mid-off, and very short extra cover and slip. And silly mid-on as Douthwaite leaves outside off stump. So not very often in first-class cricket these days that you see silly mid-on and silly mid-off, both of them. Occasionally you get one on the drive, but...
I think that shows that he is reversing it. Because you wouldn't have this feel for a pace ball, would you?
Rhodes looking to get a bit of life out of this late fourth day pitch. 179 for 5. Rhodes into Douthwaite, down leg side. Douthwaite flicks it away and gets 4 runs down to fine leg. That won't worry Warwickshire at all. It's the departure of Clive, you see. We're going to have to strap him down to the seat next time he's in commentary. The 2 wickets in the afternoon fell just after he'd left, and similarly that one from...
I wonder if another wicket, that'll be another 2 in 2.
Well, yes, they did fall 2 in 2 balls and then 2 relatively close together for Hannon Dolby. So on the pattern of today, Rhodes is due for another one.
Somebody said to me at 25 past, do you think they'll shake hands at 4:30? He must be joking. All these overs left.
No, I mean, if it had been 16 overs, yes, but 23 at the time. As Rhodes is in. Fielders crouch down the bat, and Douthwaite plays it down to third man and will take a second run. He wants them to his credit.
I tell you what, he's got to be careful with Douthwaite here, because when he plays the on the onside, he tends to tumble over.
Yeah.
Now, he tried to get Taylor and Selman out by just drifting, giving the signal to the keeper, and there was a miss stumping off Taylor before he was out.
I wasn't sure whether he'd raised his foot or not.
I don't know.
Keeper was interested.
Keeper was interested and very disappointed. But just anchor your foot there, because you see lots of stumpings off medium paces.
Rhodes to Douthwaite, leaves outside off stump. Tall, well-built young man, Dan Douthwaite, born in Surrey, had 1 limited overs game for Warwickshire before making his way to Glamorgan via Cardiff MCCU. Hit a vigorous 95 against Glamorgan in a warm-up game last season and was promptly signed. 185 for 5 now. Rhodes bowls outside off stump. Douthwaite is not tempted. End of a successful over for the Warwickshire captain. He keeps his side going into the evening with 21 on the board at the moment.
It's been hard earned, hasn't it, for Warwickshire? To their credit, they really gave them everything they've got.
7 and over needed to win for Glamorgan.
Yeah, exactly.
Or not.
Or not, yes.
146 runs.
In the old days of yore, when the old amateur captain, they say, yes, we'll have a go. If we lose, and that's it. But it's pride these days.
97 balls Taylor faced for his 31, hit 5 fours.
And it'll be Hannon Dolby to continue from this, the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the man who's fighting to save his side. Nick Selman, 72 not out in 70. How many overs have we had?
74.
74 overs. 2 silly mid-ons. As Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls. This is played out to one of them. And it's fielded. You can describe this field properly with 2 slips, a cover, and then a shortish mid-off. And then you've got one on the drive, little bit squarer and further back, and one just inside him. One's about 10 yards, the other's about 14 yards.
Yeah, they're not conventional positions, are they?
No, they know how Selman plays, doesn't he? Plays so much there. Remember, they got him out at Edgbaston 2 years there. As Hannon Dalby comes in and bowls, and Selman is forward, just pushes it away. For a young, inexperienced batsman, I thought Taylor played really well for his 31. And if they do draw this game, Glamorgan can thank him a lot along with Selman. Hannon Dalby walks back. He's in his 18th over, taking a couple of wickets, comes in and bowls to Selman. Selman pulls all along the ground, and we'll get a single down to one of the 2-men positioned down there at fine leg. And this brings Douthwaite up to take strike. He's 6th, not out.
Yeah, despite his fondness for favouring the leg side, Nick Selman doesn't often go for the full-blooded hook shot, does he?
No.
So Warwickshire working away behind closed doors. It's relatively meaningless in the context of the table, but how much they'd like to send Ian Bell off with a win and finish with a victory in the table.
Hannon Dalby then to the new batsman, Douthwaite, bowls to him, and Douthwaite leaves. That's a big appeal for LBW. Now, how the men on the onside there, fielding square, can appeal for that when...
Oh, come on, Edward. Don't tell me you never did that.
Well, I can't see how I probably did many times, but you cannot see there, but I think that was in hope. It was well outside the off stump. But
the pad on the way through to the keeper.
Yeah. Hannon Dalby will say, right, I'm going to bring it back now. If you do that again, I'm going to nip it back and get you LBW.
Well, no shot played.
No.
He's putting himself in some danger.
I bet he's between the devil and the deep now, because he's an attacking player, as Douthwaite. In comes the next ball. This time hits him on the pad, and he must have very good pads, because that goes down to the boundary.
No, it's inside
edge,
I think.
Did he hit it?
Yes, I think.
Yes, he did.
Inside edge.
Inside edge. Comes down the other end. Warwickshire won't mind that too much, because there's only a ball or two to go. They want to get him on strike, no doubt. I can tell you that there are 20 overs left after this. We could be here until well after 6 o'clock. Again. Hannon Dalby turns at the end of his run and runs away from us again. Balls to Selman. Selman is forward. Thou shalt not pass. That is the end of the over. They have an opportunity to bowl now at Douthwaite and Glamorgan. 187 for the loss of 5 wickets.
20 overs remaining here on BBC Sport Online, and also via the Glamorgan website, as Glamorgan look to hold on for a third draw. It won't be a glorious record if they do. 3 draws and 2 defeats, and I'm sure Coach Matthew Maynard will not be deceived, I suppose. He'll know there's rebuilding work to be done at the top of the order next season, and that they can't continue trying to be competitive with these poor starts where they're 2 or 3 down very quickly, putting too much work on the middle order. .187 for 5.
Mr. Noel coming back.
Oof.
I think.
Yes, I thought he'd possibly blown himself out until the new ball, but not so. He's going to have another go with 20 overs left. Remember, the new ball is available with 5 left if we go that deep into the game.
Here is Normal coming charging in now and bowling to Douthwaite, and Douthwaite dabs that away onto the offside, fielded by Ian Bell. And when I was out standing outside for a few moments, I could hear the shout, "Let's do it for Belly." Absolutely.
Two wickets in the morning session, 2 wickets in the afternoon, 1 so far in the evening session.
Here's Norwell over the wicket and bowls again to Douthwaite. Douthwaite plays defensively on the line of off stump. Bell again fields. 181 for 5 is Glamorgan. Do you find, Nick, that scoreboard, it fades a bit, or is it my eyes?
Well, I've got relatively new glasses from the company that used to sponsor the 4-day cricket, and no, there's some of
no, it's not good, is it?
Some of the numbers do tend to blur a little bit. Some of the 5s and 6s are not quite distinct.
Comes Norwell from that far end, bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite is forward. He's up to mid-off.
But I suppose as long as the players can read them, that's the important thing, because there are no spectators here. And let's hope that we're not still saying the same by next April, and that we're fully back in business in front of paying punters.
Let's hope we have a good summer next year. I mean that in not cricket in sense, but watching cricket. I'm just fed up with all this business, as everybody else is. Here's Liam Norwell, posted a short leg now. In he comes, bowls, and that was expected because it's predictable, isn't it? Because you bring your backward short leg and you're short with legs squared with a wicket, and you know you're going to have one, if not 2. Concentration is needed. To speak in the language of heaven now at 20 past 5. Just to die on it to everybody else. In comes Norwell. Bowls. Stout defence from the batsman there as he moved just a little to the offside and got right behind it.
Does tend to get back and across Douthwaite, doesn't it? Can get pinned on the crease and the full length ball. LBW candidate, but it's not likely to get bowled as much, playing that sort of defensive stance.
Norwell turns, no runs off this over as yet. He's in and bowls again, and that's wide of the off stump, very wide in fact, and there's a howl of That's the end of the over. 187 for 5, 73 to the indefatigable Nick Selman. And Dan Douthwaite is not out 7.
So the shadow of the floodlight pylon stretching across Sophia Gardens towards the wicket. It's the one next to the National Cricket School, just to our left, as the players wander off to sanitise once more. I think the Warwickshire 12th men have worked out that is the warmest part of the ground at that far end, isn't it?
And if you look straight above you, you see an aeroplane that has just left Cardiff Wales Airport, off to somewhere nice, no doubt. Don't think many will be going to Greece. And one of the islands, 7 of the islands closed. Oh, if you want to go,
quarantine
you can go.
when you get back.
Yeah, 14 days.
Which is a big decision for anyone to make.
Stay where you are, mister, because there's somebody above you. Can you see that?
Yes. They are crossing those two planes. There's probably thousands of feet between them in reality.
I've often looked out of a plane, and then you see somebody rather close for comfort. Have you noticed that?
If you can see what colour hair they've got, then it's time to start worrying.
Yeah.
187 for 5 then here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website, where you will also be able to find coverage of Glamorgan's remaining 3 games in the T20, a Sunday afternoon,
hopefully.
Wednesday evening and Friday evening. Well, Northants have confirmed.
They have they? Oh, good.
That
Thank you.
they will be minus 3 players plus the player affected.
Who are they?
Well, I suppose you'll be able to guess when they name their teams play Gloucestershire.
Rather nice, but there was no Levy. no, what's his name?
No.
Sterling.
You can't take out the top of the batting order, Edwards. Yeah, it's the
interesting though.
3 players who had contact with the player affected during the relevant time, so they're in quarantine till Tuesday, and the player affected has to serve out a 10-day quarantine. Annan Dolby in balls, appeal for LBW. Given!
Yeah, looked out.
Selman goes for 73.
Well, he is not at all happy, is he, Nick?
Was there bat in there? That's the question. It doesn't matter because he's gone. No, it's pretty high. Pretty high, but up went the finger from umpire White. And Nick Selman's work could be in vain because the Glamorgan opener has gone for 73, and with 19 overs still left, Nick Selman is very unhappy at that decision. But Warwickshire have the 6th wicket, they have the breakthrough, and they've kicked open the door.
Maybe a kicking of bat and he gets back. Let's have a look at. Oh,
that would be certainly reviewed straight away.
Yeah.
Umpire Rob White putting up the finger. It struck him high above the knee.
Yeah.
But well bowled Annan Dolby. He's got it straight, and he's got a 3rd wicket in the innings.
Well played, Nick Selman. Terrific innings. But he has had to go. And as Nick was describing, he was very, very unhappy about that. But there we are. You have to accept the umpire's decision. And disappointing as it may be.
Well, you get a few your way sometimes, but that now tips it back again with the wickets of Taylor and Selman having fallen in the 74th and the 77th overs of the innings.
It's happened again, hasn't it?
2 in rapid succession. Cullen to the wicket, and I suspect there are going to be some nervous moments now for the next hour of this game, especially with a new ball to be had against the lower order of Glamorgan. New ball available with 5 overs to go of the match. Warwickshire citing victory. It's probably the favourite result from now on, for the time being at least. Annan Dolby in to wicketkeeper Tom Cullen, who plays defensively back to the bowler.
If you noticed that appeal, Nick, that Cullen, not Cullen, Annan Dolby, he appealed in mid wicket and then kept on appealing and then ran up, turned round again and kept on appealing, and eventually was given out. But it'll be interesting to see what the reaction will be. You're going to interview him afterwards. I don't suppose you can ask him what did he think, because I don't think he thinks anything of it. But there we are.
And Dolby loses his run up and turns and starts again. So Nick Selman was at the crease for 339 minutes. He faced 215 balls and he hit 8 fours in his 73. But now the door is open for Warwickshire. 2 new batsmen to bowl at as Cullen dabs one down to 3rd man and goes through for a single. He thinks about coming back for a second, but the fielder is on the ball, and they decide against 188 for 6. Cullen 1, Douthwaite is on 7. Both Cardiff MCCU students, these 2 at the wickets at the moment. Formally, that is. But Warwickshire have 4 wickets to take now, and they potentially have a new ball if they need it.
18 overs after this.
Nerve-jangling times for us again, Edward, and for Clive as well.
Yeah, we've been through enough of it over the years, but...
Annan Dolby to Douthwaite, 2 on the drive on the leg side. Douthwaite flicks that one slightly uppishly down towards fine leg. Ball doesn't get anywhere near the fielder, and they walk through for a single. 189 for 6.
142 is it needed?
Yeah, if Marchant Talanga were yet to come, then he'd probably be swinging the bat for victory, but he isn't. I wonder if we'll see the sight of Michael Hogan defending. That's not one you see very often.
I doubt it.
189 for 6. As Hannon Dolby into bowl to Cullen, clipped off his legs for a single down to fine leg. 190 for 6.
Remember Tom Cullen, of course, winning the game for Glamorgan at Derby last week in a similar position, but they were chasing then.
Yeah.
Came in at about number 7 or 8 and
got a half century.
played a very good innings.
Yeah, they're not chasing now, they're just blocking. And Warwickshire still with victory hopes. 77th over. Hannon Dolby into Douthwaite, who's forward defending back down the wicket. They're going to have to earn their wickets, these Warwickshire bowlers. They're not getting an awful lot of help out of the pitch. There are 18 overs remaining. And Glamorgan are 190 for 6. Warwickshire need 4 to win. 4 wickets, that is.
Okay. Yeah, it's very much favourites at the moment. 190 for 5. Yeah, it's a penny for Nick Selman's thoughts.
Yes, I don't think Umpire White will be on his Christmas card list.
I think if you're very wise, you should just quietly leave the dressing room after that when he gets in there. Because you can get bat, gloves and everything else flying.
Well, they've got enough room to chuck it in the bar while they're changing, haven't they?
Yes.
With Warwickshire occupying both the usual dressing rooms up on the balcony and Glamorgan's players in the usual members' bar area.
Yes, an over then. Starts a new over and he's bowling to Tom Cullen. Bowls to him. And Cullen jabs down at that into the gully where Bell fields and there's no run. More of a conventional field now. 2 slips and a gully, a cover and a mid-off, a short leg, a mid-on, a square leg and a long leg. The rear guard action here coming from Glamorgan. And at one time when Taylor and Selman were together, well, you thought that that they had saved the day. But there were always these overs remaining. 18 of them as Liam Nowell comes bustling in, bowls again. This time it beats him as it keeps just a little bit low outside the off stump. And interestingly, if Nowell hasn't taken a wicket in this innings where he was the leading wicket taker, he had a 4-4, if I remember correctly.
Norwell and Rhodes in the first innings, yeah.
Sun shining brightly and not a cloud in the sky.
Strange, isn't it, after we've had so many days of cloudy weather?
Yeah. Nowell from the far end is in and bowls to Cullen. Cullen gets hit on the pad again, and Nowell's follow through is in the same crease as him. Enthusiastic and ready to pounce.
Adding the aggression, isn't he, of the fast bowler. Glamorgan so far have lost 2 wickets in each session of this final day. But Warwickshire with plenty of time to add in this final session.
A lot of work for these 2 batsmen. As in comes Liam Nowell and bowls. And that's played nicely away for 4 runs there. Good little shot by Cullen, who went back and just chopped it away to where square third man would have been, and he gets his first boundary as the score goes up to 194 for the loss of those 6 wickets. And Cullen moves on to 6-8 to Douthwaite.
These 2 teams, Warwickshire of course under a different name, meet again
6:30, isn't it?
6:30 Friday night up in Birmingham.
Nowell again to Cullen, right-hander, bowls to him. Boom. Oh dear, he fends at that. Nowell has a chat, and it was a reaction, a little dab there. He tried to play the same shot that got him 4 runs, but didn't then.
It's been a feisty day from Liam Nowell, hasn't it?
Yep. Well, probably waiting for his first wicket.
Yes, everyone else is getting the benefits really of his hard work. Bowling as a unit, the appropriate modern cliche.
That's it. Or a group.
A group, yeah.
In comes Noel and bowls again to Cullen. And Cullen is beaten by an excellent delivery that pitches and leaves him. And that's the end of the over. Another little chat from Noel. 194 for 6 then. 6 to Cullen and 8 to Douthwaite. 17 overs left.
Only 4 wickets. 78 have been bowled. And
I take it that Carey's fit enough to bat.
Yes.
Push him out in the wheelchair if he has to.
Well, he didn't. I mean, obviously, he didn't feel fit enough to carry on bowling, but he walked off the ground in not appearing in huge discomfort. I suppose you don't want to worsen an injury on in the last innings of a game. But Hannon Dolby will run away from us and bowl, and it's played on the leg side by Douthwaite. Intercepted by Mosley.
No, mark you that Carey, like Hogan, is not one that likes to block a lot.
No, that is the problem, isn't it, for Glamorgan? Van der Hoogten is capable of defending, but Carey and Hogan like to put back to ball.
Yep.
And unless Glamorgan have magic another 100 from somewhere, there's not much point in that. There's no shot played by Dan Douthwaite, who is on message from the dressing room, no doubt. Rein in all your attacking instincts.
Must I?
Oh, go on, I fancy a quick 50. But I think the only time I can remember Michael Hogan defending for a draw was at Canterbury in 2015, I believe it was, when Glamorgan went on that little unbeaten run at the start of the season, or the first half of the season, where he batted about the last half hour or so. Canterbury 2015.
He can block, but he doesn't like it.
And Dolby bowls, Douthwaite leaves through to Burgess.
If you look at his Twitter handle, he says he's never been LBW in his life. Dangerous to say that. You're going to get a trigger-happy umpire.
Yes.
You say I'm going to help. That's out.
More runs than anyone else at number 11.
Number 11, yeah.
But, yeah, Glamorgan will be hoping it doesn't come down to Hogan, who was out without scoring in the first innings, but made 54 runs without being dismissed in the match last time out. 194 for 6. As Hannon Dolby bowls, and off the inside part of the bat, Douthwaite plays it down to square leg, single. 195 for 6. Warwickshire's over 8 -1. Won't care about that. Doesn't matter in terms of the points table.
You got an interview Matthew Maynard, I gather, after the game, and I think you mentioned earlier on that he won't be very happy, because if Glamorgan do lose this game, it will be 3 losses, and 2 other games where they've been defending desperately to avoid defeat. And I know they've been without David Lloyd, but it's a worry.
Hannon Dolby in to bowl, and that's blocked up to mid-on. No run. Side bottom of the fielding.
I think you've got a bonus in Callum Taylor.
Yeah, from the season, yes. He showed what he could do in an attacking capacity at Northampton and in a defensive capacity here today when he batted over 2 hours.
Very good fielder, useful off-spinner. And then Joe Clark has a lot of work to do, but he's had a taste of it.
As that one almost squares up Tom Cullen, but he gets a thick outside edge down into the gully. Joe Cook batted, that's 80 minutes in this innings for 23. I suppose that the verdict is still out on him after just a couple of championship matches.
I don't know, because you look at all the top Glamorgan batsmen over the years. I don't know about Warwickshire's, but Hugh Morris started his career off with very low scores. Alan Jones The great Alan Jones batting at 6 in his first few games. He didn't get double figures. So you've got to go through that phase.
Oh, yes.
And I think if somebody recognises this boy can play, he will be a good player. You have to persist with him. And you can say that over the years, perhaps Glamorgan have made the odd mistake by releasing players who might develop at a later age.
Well, that's the trouble. How long do you give them? They're probably, you know, back in the 80s, there might have been 70s, 80s, there might have been 1 or 2 who were given too long to prove themselves.
Noel starts another over and bowls, and that comes onto him and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Just stepped outside his off stump. He'll have to be careful there because he's a bit nearer than the ball than if he's played just down the line. There are a couple, I think, I won't mention any names, that might have been given an extended career. Because there are some players who develop at the age of, say, 26, 27. But you have to justify your place before that. Noel from the river end is in and bowls. And that's just squirted away. He's doing that again, going outside the off stump. Now he's looking to where he is, and I can tell him he's a couple of feet outside off stump with his back foot. This is going to be a battle for these 2 young players.
Yeah, it's not a glamorous affair, is it? Grinding out for a draw, but it's something that has to be done in county cricket. Can't give the results away.
Just look at Glamorgan's bowling. Just break off as Noel is going to charge in at any moment. Here he comes. He's past the umpire now and bowls, and this time is the defensive response from Douthwaite out into the covers, and there's no run. You see, it'll be 40 next year. Michael Hogan obviously will command the first team place. Carey, Rory Smith, of course. The trouble with Rory that he's hardly ever fit, which is so unfortunate. And he certainly has potential, but you have to try and keep fit if you can. Douthwaite is coming and will learn as a third seamer. And in comes the next ball. That's played back down the pitch, fielded by Noel in his follow through. That's follow through for 20 yards.
He's definitely clocking up the miles, isn't he? As that shadow of the floodlight pylon is now stretching onto the edge of the cut strip, which might be potentially quite distracting.
Can they appeal against it?
I don't think you can appeal against a shadow.
It's the light, isn't it?
The lack of light. Have to turn on that pylon to make up for it.
Norwell is in and bowls again. Bowls a bouncer that Douthwaite easily evades and goes for a little walk to the man at short leg, and then he comes back. As opposed to side bottom, Norwell isn't bowling 2 on the trot. That was the first one this over. He might have another one now. 195 for 6. Glamorgan after this. Is it 15 after this?
Yep.
Sun, of course, shining on the scoreboard. Norwell wicketless as yet. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. Bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite has played it down. The yellow catch. It landed well short of the man on the fine leg boundary. That is the end of the over. 195 for 6. Where are the old scoreboards where they used to use the wheels to turn them round? Bright. Because these scoreboards, and they give you everything, of course. There's some wonderful old scoreboards. The one at the Oval. Do you remember that one? As you look up, they'd already had the run, or the 2 runs. 2 brothers used to do it. They wouldn't break down because of electricity, you see.
Pull those strings.
Yes.
Put those metal plates up on the board, on the hooks.
Are you talking to the nation? No, it's 5 o'clock.
5:30 is my next engagement with the good radio listeners of Wales. And I suspect we will still be going unless Warwickshire run through these last 4 wickets very cheaply. As, with 15 overs left, Warwickshire are going to give it all they've got. Alan Dolby in as Clive Eakin returns to the commentary box, and forward comes Douthwaite defending out on the offside, and there's no run. We're going to pin down Clive Eakin now, because every time he's left the commentary box today, 2 wickets have fallen in quick succession.
They're
so
determined to keep us here to the end of the day.
Bind you to that seat, Clive.
We're not getting away early now, are we? Not unless Warwickshire get 4 wickets and 4 balls, because they ain't going to give up now until pretty much the final over, I shouldn't have thought.
Alan Dolby with the 2 still catching on the leg side, bowls a short ball that Douthwaite has the sense not to do anything about, other than duck underneath its trajectory. 196 for 6.
Well, you've got to hand it to both these teams, really. I mean, the final day of the season, not a lot riding on it, but there's been a determined effort by both of them. Determined effort by Warwickshire to try and win this game, a determined effort by Glamorgan to stop them doing so.
Absolutely. It's been gritty stuff. Alan Dolby from the Cathedral Road end, running away from us with that shadow on the wicket now. Bowls full length ball, and Douthwaite turns it through the leg side. It just eludes Mosley in one of those leg side catching positions. Fielded by Thompson, coming in off the boundary, and they've jogged through for a single. 197 for 6, just looking to take the runs when they're available, these two, just to rotate the strike now and again. And interesting that mid-wicket, who was pretty much on the ropes for Douthwaite, is now halfway back for Cullen for the miss-hook rather than the full-blooded one.
It takes some explaining to your coach if you get out hooking in this situation.
It would. Alan Dolby steaming in bowling, hits the batsman on the pads as it goes down leg side. They wander through for a leg by, and that yell was just frustration really from the Warwickshire players. It was always going down leg. 198 for 6. Cullen 6, Douthwaite 11.
Well, you keep thinking that this has slipped away, and then they get a couple of wickets and they live in hope. They're going to be quite frustrated if they don't make it, but I suppose they'll comfort themselves in saying that, you know, they really will have given it their best shot.
Oh, absolutely. Both sides have fought hard. Glamorgan to try and get the 8 draw points. Warwickshire for the 16 victory points. Alan Dolby in to Douthwaite, who leaves. Ball that might come back a little bit. There was an appeal earlier for one that he padded up to and was just flicked on the pad as he pushed forward outside off stump without a shot.
I don't know if you mentioned of Eddie Bevan, but I gather from our news bulletins that one of the things the Prime Minister said in his statement is that they're going to review the opening of stadiums in October, so it could well be, and this will be very bad news for Edgbaston and Finals Day, but it could well be a delay in getting spectators back into stadiums.
Oh dear. As Alan Dolby bowls, and Douthwaite on the back foot blocks it firmly back to the bowler. 198 for 5, more relevantly 14 overs left to play. Is the first Saturday in October, isn't it? Where
it's in October, yeah.
Meant to host the 4 counties.
And the real hope was they would have, if not a full crowd, then at least some, but that must be in doubt now, sadly. It's difficult. I mean, I'm not a virologist, so I can't comment. I understand when people say, well, hang on a minute, if people, and pubs are still being allowed to open, so if people are allowed to sit around in pubs, why can't they sit around in stadiums? And I hear all that, but I don't have the expertise to comment. Ultimately, it's just very frustrating and we're very lucky in the job that we do.
Absolutely.
At least we're getting in to see some sport, but I have to say it's not the same without you folks. It really isn't. I'm not just saying that, it really isn't.
We have to remind ourselves that we've got the privilege of being in here, which there's only, a few dozen people in the ground in various capacities, apart from the players, stewards, and various media people.
I've seen the odd football supporter who seems to have turned into a temporary director turn up, but yeah, it's Unless you've got a flat overlooking the ground, of course, in which case you'd be very smug, no doubt.
We've referred to those at Taunton and Bristol during the course of this campaign.
Absolutely. So Will Rhodes still plugging away, Overs ticking away, though just 14 left. He comes in to bowl, and that's driven beautifully by Cullen. He'll get 4 runs, and he'll move on to 10. No great value in the runs here, but of course it's always... Players always like to get runs, whatever the situation, and that goes on to Cullen's career record. Another 4, he's on to 10.
Yeah, he's one of those, of course, battling for contract for next season.
Should Glamorgan have a sudden fit of excitement, they need 129 to win. Should they suddenly decide?
Send in Hogan.
In comes Rose, and that's hit into the ground to point, where it's fielded by Ethan Brooks. No run, but no wicket. That's the important thing from a Glamorgan point of view. What is it, 82 more balls to see off, or if these two stay together it'd be slightly less than that. But I do think Warwickshire will probably take this to the very end now. I mean, you've got 4 wickets left, you can't really give up. It's
might as well go for the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not unheard of for 4 wickets to fall in an over, however unlikely. That's pushed out to the offside for no run by Rhodes. I've seen Sean Pollock take 4 in 4 balls, albeit in a 50-over game, or a limited overs game at any rate, on his Warwickshire debut. Take 4 and 4 balls, and now we can all go out. Will Rhodes, Warwickshire captain, comes in to bowl, and that's short, and it's how does he hit that? He hit that for 4 through the offside. Yeah, see the ball now. Slapped it through the covers for 4. He's on to 18. Will Rhodes, strange first season as captain, but certainly positives out of it for him. He's still got the T20, of course, where he wasn't supposed to be captain, but because of Chris Green's unavailability, he is. But at least in these 5 Bob Willis Trophy games, he's kept some pretty decent form himself. So that's always a big question for new captains. Will it affect their own personal form? Doesn't seem to have done with Will Rhodes. Comes in now to bowl to Cullen. He pushes that into the offside. There's no run. No doubt it'll be a learning experience doing these 5 matches as captain. Still looking for that elusive first win, but at least he's got this experience under his belt ahead of what will hopefully be a full season next season. But, we can't know that for certain yet.
We believe it when the supporters are in here.
Rhodes into bowl to Cullen, who just doesn't get that out of the middle of the bat. It comes with a bit of an inside edge, rolls out. Rhodes fields, 13 overs left for Glamorgan to survive. 205 for 6.
That shadow now couldn't be more distracting than if Will Rhodes had placed it or drawn it on the pitch himself.
I do recall a match at Northampton when it's a Worcestershire match, actually, when I used to cover Worcestershire. And they came off because of the football floodlights. I remember Phil Neal, the Worcestershire captain at the time, was absolutely livid, rightly so, I think. Hardly Worcestershire's fault that they had football floodlights at the ground. They got back on and won the game, but...
Hannon Dolby to Douthwaite. In he comes, bowls. Douthwaite leaves a ball that went over the stumps, possibly just outside off stump as well. 13 overs left now, minus that 1 delivery. Morgan still probably counting them down in overs rather than individual balls, unless they're particularly keen on practicing their maths. 277.
77 left, I think.
77 balls to capture 4 wickets. Hannon Dolby bowls and Douthwaite leaves. Through to Burgess. I suppose it's good for the game that these games go the distance, isn't it? With the result in doubt right up until the last few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been an interesting game one way or the other. Bowlers on top in the first innings of each team.
Yeah.
Batters on top in the second.
First time that Glamorgan have been ahead on first innings this season, but they really didn't make the most of it. Didn't bowl hugely well yesterday morning, Van der Hoogten admitted, as a team. As that's for something of a leading edge from Douthwaite, who's looking to play straight, but it ended up cover. And Warwickshire did accelerate and get going through the efforts of Hayne, Bell notably, and latterly Mosley in that second innings, 65, 90 and 71 respectively. Be remembered for the Ian Bell retirement this match, I guess.
Yeah.
And signing off in style with 140 runs. But will the team be able to reward him with the victory that they've talked about? Send Belly off with a win. Hannon Dalby in bowls, and Douthwaite coming down fairly late on that one. Plays it on the leg side. He doesn't always look too orthodox in defence, Dan Douthwaite, does he?
No. I suppose the closer Warwickshire get to this, the less like it is we'll see Ian Bell given a sentimental bowl at the end of the match. I doubt very much he would take that up anyway, but I know a lot of supporters would like to see it. But if you need 2 wickets off the final over, you can't really bring Ian Bell on at that point. Although
he might be a golden
great
arm.
Story if he made them.
Might be the golden arm. What is his first class best bowling? As Hannon Dalby to Douthwaite, and Douthwaite meets that with a very firm defensive bat. Ian Bell, best bowling first class cricket. Where is it? 4 for 4. There we are. At Lord's, 2004.
Fairly seriously, and he bowled in the T20 in the early stages of that competition.
Yeah, he's got T20 wicket or 2.
4 in total, I believe.
And a 5 for in limited overs cricket.
Yeah, so yeah, it was. He's never been an all-rounder, but a bit like Jonathan Trott, I suppose. He used to have a little bit of a bowling to his game, but gave it up really because his back was telling him to stop.
And Dalby brings in his fine leg and square leg 5 metres. And that is a double bluff because he bowls a full-length straight ball that Douthwaite blocks again. 12 overs left here at Sophia Gardens on the final afternoon of the first-class season for these two counties. Sanitisation time. 73 Salmon has been the leading contributor for Glamorgan. 32 from Chris Cook. 31, albeit a longer defensive effort, from Callum Taylor. 23 from Joe Cook in the first hour of the day. 3 wickets to Ollie Hannon Dalby. 2 to Ryan Sidebottom. 1 to Will Rhodes, and Liam Norwell left wondering if he got out of bed the wrong side or ran over a black cat on the way to the ground. He's been hugely unlucky, really.
So, there's 12 overs still remaining. If it was still 4 wickets down, I think we'd be close to a finish now, but Warwickshire will still, I'm sure, persist. Of course, as I keep saying, they will get a new ball with 5 overs to go. Just to add a little bit more to the potential drama.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going that far.
I think we are. I think this is going the distance, this game. We had only a few interruptions, haven't we, in the first 2 days, where we lost about 3 hours worth of play. Maybe 3.5 hours worth of play in the first 2 days. And we're going to see Alex Thompson on now. We are, as I say, 7 overs away from the new ball, so maybe just give Thompson a go with the old ball, see what happens.
Why not? Time for a twirl.
Indeed. Of course, 1 or 2 problems in his previous spell without actually...
Well, at least it's something different, because these 2 batsmen, they're just starting to get set, really, aren't they? Just starting to see the ball, so you might as well serve up something different.
4 men round the bat. You could argue at this stage you might as well put everyone round the bat, but look, will he induce Cullen and Douthwaite to be attacking. If either of them gets stomped, that's another thing that will require a certain amount of explaining to the coach. In comes Thompson to bowl to Cullen, who plays that straight down the ground, I think for 4. No one's chasing it all that hard. He's going to go for 4 runs. Cullen on to 18.
Yeah, the
Sidebottom wasn't going to kill himself chasing that one.
The chase was a token one. The batsmen running were as a token effort as well. It either goes for 4 or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, we might just settle for 2 anyway.
So you've got 2 men either side of him. Has Cullen as Thompson bowls, and Cullen doesn't quite middle that. Anything that isn't straight out of the middle of the bat will lead to shouts from the fielders around him, as if they can't believe it hasn't got the wicket. Alec Thompson into bowl. And there's the 4 defensive, and it's close-ish to short leg, I suppose.
Get it.
Yes. Rob Yates there.
As if he needs telling what to do.
I remember a match between Surrey and Yorkshire at Scarborough where the Surrey team did really reel in the crowd. But in a minute, Alex Thompson comes in to bowl, and he's charging down the pitch there, Cullen. He manages to get his back to it. If he'd missed that and been stopped, that would have been a strange way to get out. So it was a similar situation. And Surrey were being quite vocal around the bat, but the Scarborough crowd got more and more. And the more irritated they got, the more Surrey did it just for fun in the end. So every ball they were, whatever happened, they were shouting, which had the Scarborough crowd going. That one is played at mid-off for no run. .210 for 6.
Yeah, I suspect we'll see a couple more overs of Thompson, maybe even up to the
new ball.
Yeah.
He is in again. That's a short wireless, and the fielders in close. And the leg side were leaping out of the way there. He couldn't resist that one. Cullen wallops it for 4. It was not a good ball from Thompson, in truth.
Well, look who's the man at leg slip. Ian Bell.
Yeah. He wouldn't have wanted that on the last hour of his career.
Cullen didn't actually get all of it. It wasn't off the middle of the bat, reached the boundary nonetheless. But blimey, if that had hit leg slip off the meat of the bat, then Bell's career might have ended half an hour earlier.
Another over goes by.
11 to go for Glamorgan. Final radio update for me in a couple of minutes' time. As we get to see another change of bowling.
Ryan Sidebottom
is back into the attack.
No doubt Liam Norwell will have a 3-over blast with the new ball.
You'd have thought so. He's been hostile, if so far wicketless today. Liam Norwell, 21 overs, 0 for 43, and Dalby, 22 overs, 3 for 45. Sidebottom, 16 overs, 2 for 24, claimed the 2 morning wickets. Can he add in the evening as he bowls at back of a length delivery that Douthwaite manages to block? Rhodes 13 overs, 1 for 52, getting Callum Taylor caught at short leg. Ethan Brooks just 3 overs, 0 for 13, and Alex Thompson so far 9 overs, 0 for 27. I think we'll see it's probably 2 more of him, or is it 3 more? Anyway, whatever it takes to get to 90. Sidebottom. Arms pumping in, balls with a grunt of effort, and Douthwaite says, "This is my best forward defensive shot. I learnt it out of the textbook, and here it is."
Yep.
They shall not pass. 214 for 6. Required run rate 10 runs per over.
Oh, they get that now. It'll be interesting. Go on, have a go. Why not? You've got nothing to lose. Try and win the game. Damn. Be a hero.
Here's Sidebottom trying to be a hero for the Bears, but not on this time, as Douthwaite gets everything very firmly behind it and blocks it out on the offside. Well, Warwickshire have tried their socks off to win this game.
They have. So there will be disappointment if they don't win, but that will be tinged with a certain amount, I think, of, well,
give it our all.
And it's not got huge consequences failing to win, if we're being honest.
Sidebottom is in to bowl a short pitch ball that Douthwaite does well to duck underneath. And to be fair to Will Rhodes, he's been quite inventive in the field placing, because there have been a lot of positions in the field that we haven't been quite able to describe using the normal terms.
It is remarkably rare, though, that catches actually go to fielders in those sort of positions. You try funky positions, but
funky fielding,
it doesn't usually work.
Yeah, the straight fielders have gone. We saw silly mid on and silly mid off at one point, but there's a short leg and a shortish mid wicket in the form of Mr. Bell. As again, a grunt of effort from Sidebottom. He's giving it the full Sharapova, but Dan Douthwaite blocks it.
See, it's almost as if Douthwaite's counting every ball, because every time he sort of plays a good defensive shot, he walks away almost in celebration with himself. That's another one I've seen off.
Well, it's a battle with himself in a way, isn't it, as well as with the bowler, as he'd much rather be clubbing them round. I'm sure he'll enjoy his innings in the T20 on Friday night rather more. But now he has to grit it out. 2:14 for 6. Sidebottom in. Bowls run down towards third man. Douthwaite, I think, wants a couple of runs here. They may even think about a third. No, don't bother, boys, as it's hauled up just inside the third man boundary. Warwickshire chasing to the last. 2 more on the Glamorgan total. 216 for 6, but most relevantly, the orange figure in the middle of the scoreboard, remaining 10. Remaining a radio update for Clive, by the look of it. Well, Clive has his departure has heralded wickets before today, but will it pay dividends now? 216 for 6 on this sunny Sophia Gardens September evening. Still going late into the day, as Warwickshire will finish third in this central group, whether they win or not. As Cullen drives through the offside, the first ball of Thompson's over, and that's racing away to the cover ropes for 4 runs. 220 for 6. Inside the last 10 overs. Morgan really will be ticking them off now. So this is the final action in the group stage of the Bob Willis Trophy. Everything else has finished now around the UK. And Warwickshire probing away in search of 4 remaining wickets, as Cullen drives back to Thompson, no run. In this central group, Somerset won the group and secured themselves a place in the final by beating Worcestershire by 60 runs, as their seamers between them did the job again at New Road. As Thompson bowls and Cullen props forward. In the North Group, Lancashire beat Derbyshire by 178 runs. Derbyshire were bowled out for 202 today, despite 52 from McKinnon and 69 at the top of the order from Lewis Rees. 4 wickets for Morley there. Faster ball, big appeal for LBW, that's out! Up goes the finger. Cullen has gone for 26. It's game back on for Warwickshire inside the last 10 overs. Was that an LBW or catch behind? No, it's an LBW. It's a fairly clear decision, I think, that one for Jeff Evans, unless there was too much turn. That was the only question. And Cullen beaten by a slightly quicker delivery. As we'll have another look on the replay, whether it would certainly wasn't over the top, but would probably have been hitting a leg stump. 224-7, and just every time as though it's looked as though Glamorgan have got things together and heading for the safe waters of the draw. They sprung another leak, and Alex Thompson strikes for his first wicket of the game. Cullen leg before for 26, 220-7, and the Warwickshire victory is now back on with inside the last 10 overs here at Sophia Gardens.
A nip and tuck, Nick, isn't it? As you rightly say, you think Glamorgan have saved it, and then comes a wicket. Tim van der Houten coming to have a word with his partner Douthwaite, and so much depending if he could just defend for 5 or 6 overs. Cracking game though, isn't it?
They're
to and fro.
Still going to have to face the new ball, aren't they?
Oh yes.
Douthwaite has been there for 58 minutes for his 13 not out. He's faced 42 deliveries. Cullen faced 28 deliveries for his 26. He was in there for 44 minutes and struck 6 boundaries. But Tim van der Houten must be feeling pretty claustrophobic by now, because there are 5 around the bat, as well as the man at shortish mid-wicket. There's a silly point, a forward short leg, a leg slip and 2 slips. So van der Houten is going to have to use all his reach and try and get forward, you suspect, to the off-spin of Alex Thompson as he drives to mid-off. No run. 220-7, and Warwickshire will, if they need it, have the shout of the new ball in the last 5 overs. Tense times here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan desperately trying to hang on to salvage a draw. Van der Houten pushes forward. The ball eludes the infielders.
And credit there, I think, Nick, to Will Rhodes. He kept Thompson on after he'd been struck for 2 fours an over or so ago by Cullen, and he thought perhaps he'd get a seamer back, but he kept him going, and then got his reward with that LBW decision. So there are 2 LBWs now in the last 20 minutes or so, and 220-7. You would say, if it was on television, who's going to win? He would say, whoa, 75. No, I would say about 60-40, 65-35. Shall we say, to Warwickshire? I think that would be fair, wouldn't you?
Well, it's a virtual 2-1 Warwickshire victory compared with the draw. Yeah, maybe 60-40 in Warwickshire's favour.
Yeah, perhaps so. Anyway, it will be side bottom to bowl, and he's bowling his 18th over. Comes in and bowls to Douthwaite. Oh, he's caught it. Oh, I thought he'd nicked it, and so did everybody else.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come. No, he's just beaten through it went.
Yeah.
Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners. Glamorgan hanging on just about there, 220-7, but they have nearly 9 further overs to negotiate, and every time it seemed as though Glamorgan were set for safety in a draw, Warwickshire have claimed another wicket. Nick Selman batted for most of the day, 73 off 215 balls. Warwickshire have chipped away all through the innings. 3 wickets for paceman Alan Dolby, and that looks like a catch at the wicket. It is, and Warwickshire claim the 8th wicket. Dan Douthwaite has gone caught off the bowling of Ryan Sidebottom, and Warwickshire now looking favourites to win with over 8 overs to dismiss the last 2 Glamorgan batsmen. They are 220 for 8. As that one just off the face top end of the bat. Douthwaite couldn't get it out of the way in time, and Clive's departure yet again has signalled wickets. So thank you for your brief contribution, Edward. Now I'll keep going till the end, might as well, as Clive Eakin comes back in to mark what now looks like a Warwickshire victory. Was saying it was probably 60-40. It's now probably 80 or 90% in Warwickshire's favour. Clive, every time you're off, they take wickets.
I know, perhaps I better leave again. Well, you know, it's just not that many overs left, though, are there? It just needs the last penultimate wicket pair to be really stubborn. But I remember That ain't great and lovely Christopher Martin Jenkins when Monty Panesar walked out in here
yes.
against Australia, as I say, well, that's it, game done, pretty much, and somehow England survived.
Cullen Douthwaite both going with the score on 220, 86th and 87th overs.
It's a good ball from side bottom. Can't really criticise Douthwaite. It was a way swinger which he just sort of fended out from about his chest and almost taking evasive action, and Michael Burgess took the catch. So, well, Carey then, who was off the field.
Yes, hampered by some sort of side problem.
He is coming on, obviously, with his team tantalisingly close to saving the game. There are only 8 overs left after this one, but 5 of those will see Warwickshire have the new ball available.
As a grunt of effort from side bottom, he falls over as Carey gets off the mark first ball with a single through the covers.
Scratch in the front of the crease there as if he lost his footing there. Side bottom. I think he's bowled well in this game, Ryan Side Bottom, and hopefully he'll be back next season, be an important part of Warwickshire's seam attack.
Well, he'll certainly demonstrate his worth if he knocks over one or two of these remaining batsmen. As in he comes and bowls up in the block hole. Van der Hoogten defends. Glamorgan would probably prefer for Van der Hoogten to have more of the strike. I think it's fair to say that he's got a more established defensive technique, albeit still being a tail ender.
Well, he kept that Yorker out pretty well. Attempted Yorker. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is stretching. He might come on and then sort of take the new ball in mid-spell. Although Thompson got a wicket in his last over. So.
Side bottom into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who chips that on the bounce back to the bowler. Had there been a crowd, he might have thrown it up for a crowd catch, but actually looking at the expression on Ryan Sidebottom's face, he doesn't look in the mood for frivolities anyway. It's been a long day of labour for the Warwickshire Seamers, and they've done it pretty well.
Well, in this interview with me at the end of yesterday, Dan Mosley did say we'll have to be patient, and it certainly proved to be the case. Will their patience ultimately be rewarded?
As in comes side bottom, bowls, played defensively by Van der Hoogten. And there is no run. 8 overs, 48 deliveries for Warwickshire to claim the last 2 wickets here at Sophia Gardens.
With the sun shining.
And, can we arrange a few more fixtures for the next couple of weeks?
Indeed. Pleasant weather now, so...
I suspect there's a few clubs doing that around the country.
Probably,
the season's still already over. No, let's have a few friendlies last couple of weekends of September. Those clubs not involved in league finals and the like.
Thompson's going to continue for at least one more over. And...
so it's the 88th, so he might bowl 88th and 90th.
Yeah, will do.
If required.
5 men round the bat. 3 on the offside. He's got 2 slips and a short cover, and then a leg slip and a short leg. Comes into bowl, and he's got a lovely appeal. That hit came off the knee of Carey. He's down on one knee, Thompson, with his arm raised. It's very elegant.
It's thespian, isn't it?
It is. But it's in the negative. I shouldn't Chetan Patel, if he appealed like that, might struggle to get back up again. But, Thompson comes into bowl, and that's, I think, a full toss, which in normal circumstances Carey might have tried to welly out of the ground, but he settles in this circumstance for dabbing it onto the offside.
Yeah, poked it away, keeping out of trouble.
Thompson in again, and all down forward onto the leg side this time.
The trouble is with a side strain that might actually hinder his mobility getting forward to the spinner to try and kill the spin.
Yeah. Alex Thompson. Warwickshire need 2 more wickets to win. We're certainly going to the very end. Thompson bowls, that's pushing the onside. The earliest we'll finish now is with 1 ball to go, I would suggest.
Quite.
Oh, well, of course, unless Warwickshire get the 2 wickets. So that's it could happen with the next 2 balls. Liam Norwell is stretching. Give me that new ball. We'll have to wait a little longer for the new ball. 5 overs with it as Thompson comes into bowl. That was pretty close to short leg, I think. Yates took a dive, couldn't reach it, and he's got a run. Carey. I wonder how close that was. It's 90 overs for the new ball, and that's, I presume, as much as anything, partly because of all the protocols and what have you, with having to sanitise the ball every 6 overs. So 90 balls, overs for a new ball before you get the new ball, or maybe also to encourage spinners.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
Thompson wouldn't be bowling now, for it should have the option of a new ball. He comes into bowl, and that's dug out by Van der Houten. And it's the end of the over. A couple of decent deliveries in it, but it is another over survived by Glamorgan. 7 more to go. 2-2-2 for 8.
42 deliveries, 2 wickets needed, 109 runs required. Van der Houten yet to score. Carey on 2. 2 new batsmen at the wicket, because Selman and Taylor looked to be blocking it out for a long period. They fell in quick succession, and then Douthwaite and Taylor lasted 40 odd minutes before they too fell in quick succession. And Warwickshire have 2 to go. 2 wickets needed. Side bottom in to bowl to Carey. Full length ball, might have been a full toss. Oh, they're going for a single. Why on earth are they doing that? Carey is home. Well,
that might suggest that Carey isn't feeling very comfortable out there and wants to keep off strike if possible.
Well, Van der Houten, as I said, probably has slightly better defensive technique.
But it would have been amusing if he'd been run out there. Well, Warwickshire would have been amused. It just occurs to me, it's the nature of sort of cricket results. If Warwickshire were to get the 2 wickets now, they would have won by 110 runs.
Side bottom is into bowl, and they'll take a single there as well to put Carey back on strike. So that that negates that theory of Carey wanting to get off strike.
So that happened now, won by 109 runs, which would suggest a sort of thumping victory by Warwickshire. It wouldn't really do Glamorgan justice, given how much they've battled to try and save the game.
Yeah, they've not looked like winning it at any stage on the 4th day. I mean, really the game was taken, I think, out of their reach once Warwickshire passed about a 250 lead on the 3rd day. Side bottom into bowl to Carey, who cuts and will get 4 runs for this, I suspect. Yes, the ball just reaching the ropes now, down to wide 3rd man. Legitimate enough shot from the number 10 batsman. 228 for 8.
Nothing really happy in this over so far for Ryan Sidebottom.
Entirely under control, that shot, but placed it as well between second slip and point. Might there be an extra slip summoned, one wonders? 2 slips is not an awful lot. I suppose fine leg is almost in a catching position. More like leg slip. As side bottom into bowl to Carey, who dabs it down on the offside. To cover. No run. 228 for 8. Only figure really that counts is overs remaining, which at the moment stands at 7 on the board.
So 1 more over after this one before the new ball. It'll be Norwell and Hannon Dolby trying to get 2 wickets with the new ball if one doesn't fall before them.
Side bottom runs away from us. Bowls, and that's off the pads, I think, of Carey, down to fine leg for 4 leg buys. 2:32 for 8.
Sure, Hogan will be quite happy not to have to come out.
So I was saying the last time I remember him trying to defend seriously for a match was about 5 years ago at Canterbury, where I think it was he who was dropped at slip in the final half hour, but just about held on. Possibly even a youthful Darren Stevens involved in that one.
Still going Darren Stevens.
2:32 for 8. Side bottom in. Balls to Carey, who flat pats that one through the offside for 4 more.
Tired delivery really from side bottom, dragged it down. Maybe it might be deliberately bowling the odd bad ball just to see if the batter plays a loose shot at it, but he does look as if he's had a hard day's work. Side bottom. Will Rhodes is having a chat with him. Actually, it might be slightly more serious than that. Has he got an injury? Anyway, that was the end of the over, so he probably... I know they have to have them, but 5 overs to go, or 6 overs to go.
6 overs to go.
Two wickets required.
You're lucky it's not 7 overs to go.
Yes, we're having another sanitisation break.
Yeah, 89 gone. We had 5 overs bowled overnight, and Warwickshire have plugged away gamely, and they've been successful on regular occasions. Most of those occasions being in pairs midway through the sessions when Clive Eakin's been next door.
Yeah.
Not sure how many of these wickets you've actually taken on the commentary, Clive.
I'm not sure. Not too many. I've got to go at 6 again, so they'll still be out there at 6. So, I was going to say, I forgot what I was going to say now. But
it's 90th over. That's what you could say.
Yeah. So it's going to be bowled by Alex Thompson, and we're almost there, almost at the end of the red ball season for these two teams. The sun's shining beautifully. There'll be one more match in the Bob Willis Trophy to be played at Lord's between Somerset and Essex. And Warwickshire Glamorgan will just have some T20.
5 to come. Yeah, plenty of action. 5 to come for both sides, and both will hope for more.
Yeah, I can say, hope for 8 to come. Or 7 to come, rather. In comes... Liam Norwell's coming in now. With the old balls, a big LBW appeal. Umpire Evans has walked away straight away. He's not interested. It may have been too high. They're coming back for a second leg bye. So Norwell's obviously going to take the old ball for one more over, so that he'll be fully fully going. The engine will be fully revved up by the time he gets the new ball.
Yeah, it could be 8 matches to come in T20, couldn't it? 5 in the group, quarter-final, and then 2 on the finals day.
Yeah. That wasn't one of the more convincing appeals from Liam Norwell.
No, it's going miles down leg side.
But I suppose they'll appeal for anything at this point. 2 slips and a short leg. He comes in the ball to Van der Hutten, and Van der Hutten just gets bat on that. 34 balls left for Glamorgan to try and save this game, for Warwickshire to try and get the last 2 wickets to win it. Plenty of shouting going on out there. Well, they had to wait a long time for cricket. They haven't had very much of it, so they're determined to enjoy it till the very end here, and both teams have battled admirably today. Norwell bowls, Van der Hutten plays that onto the leg side. No run. Temptation for either side just to let the game drift with nothing of any great import riding on it. So might have been too much for some, but both these teams have been thoroughly professional and determined in their efforts. Do you want to win, Warwickshire? You're going to have to work for it. It's been Glamorgan's attitude. In comes Norwell to bowl to Van der Hutten, who plays that, just moves across the stumps and plays it to square leg. He ambles through for 1. He is on 2. It's 2:39 for 8.
Carey taking guard. I just thought they might have developed a strategy as to whether Van der Hutten might have taken more of the strike. But Carey's obviously confident enough, the boy from the Bont.
Norwell turning. trees behind him by the river Taff. He comes into bowl, and that's into the body of Carey, who plays it away to mid-on. Another ball goes by, but it's the next 5 overs. It's interesting that Norwell will only get 2 overs with the new ball. Presumably Hannah Dolby would get 3. I think I'd have been tempted to do it the other way round. However, perhaps Norwell prefers that end. The river end. He probably is the most threatening bowler. But Norwell comes into bowl. That's played onto the onside, into the ground. Down mostly takes it. Might have been a bit later than that. Carey, we are at the stage where Warwickshire will react as if every ball was surely a wicket taker.
Yeah, I think that required Carey to jab down fairly firmly to make sure he wasn't yorked by that one. 5 overs left, 30 deliveries maximum remain in this match. Carey and Van der Horten meet for a little mid-wicket conference and talk tactics. Here is the shiny new cherry for Warwickshire with 5 overs to go.
Hannah Dolby gets first dibs at it. May fly off the bat, but Warwickshire won't care about that at all. 3 slips, a short leg. The man on the fine leg boundary, I think, has been called up.
4 slips in a gully would have been expected, surely.
Will Rhodes may be heading in that direction, to be fair, so it may be... No, he's changed his mind and sent someone else to go there instead. He sent Alex Thompson.
Yep.
And go in either 4 slip or gully position. Oh, and another one.
Yeah, quite right.
Perhaps not. Perhaps he's just getting point coming closer, I think.
So I suppose Carey's looked as though he might cut, but it's Van der Horten on strike. 4 slips, yes.
Short leg as well, so...
Stick them all in.
In comes Ollie Hannah Dolby to bowl, and that is clipped through the covers. That'll be 4 runs. Will Rhodes is going to jog to go and get the ball. He is not at all fussed about trying to stop it. Yes, they're not thinking, well... I suppose he could have tried to stop and hope they'd run 3 and get Carey on strike, but then Carey probably wouldn't have gone for the 3rd if he didn't want the strike. 243 for 8.
Yeah. I'm tasked to write a match report for this on the BBC Sport website. I'm not writing much yet.
No, that's always the problem, isn't it, when games go right down to the wire. So, what have we got? We've got 29 balls left. 2 wickets still required. Ollie Hannah Dolby in. Accurate delivery, but comfortably defended by Van der Horten.
Yes, the man who destroyed the Ian Bell dream of signing off with a century, Tim Van der Horten. But I think, looking back, Bell will probably feel quite serene about this last game. He'll feel even better if Warwickshire claim his last couple of wickets.
He said he was in a good place before the first innings. A little skip from Ollie Hannah Dolby. Bowls, and that's just leaning into that to place it onto the leg side of Van der Horten safely. No real sign of the new ball doing anything spectacular here for Ollie Hannah Dolby. And Warwickshire may just run out of time. They've kept going, they've never given up, and they still won't. But will they ultimately get the victory that they clearly crave quite a lot? Hannah Dolby, their top wicket taker in the Bob Willis Trophy, comes into bowl, and that's left. It was a good leave, that, from Van der Horten. And, Ollie Hannah Dolby's acting as if it was close. I think line-wise it was. Maybe he thought that was going wide. I think in the end it may have gone over. Seen the replay, yeah. It jagged back, and it did go over the stumps. So if that had kept a bit low, that would have been an embarrassment for the batter.
Rhys Jenkins is listening in Corfu Town, where it's 35 Celsius,
Lovely.
so it was a few minutes back. He was on his 2nd glass of wine, but that was 50 minutes ago. So he may be a bottle in by now. Why are the Bears not creating the bat, Steve West asks? Well, they are now. Finally.
5 slips in place. And in comes Hannon Dolby, and that's clipped down to fine leg. There's no one there, so that'll be 4 runs. Van der Houten on to 10. Will Rose has come sprinting out. He's going to say something to Ollie Hannon Dolby. Can you get a wicket this next ball, please, Ollie? That'll be all right.
Yeah, thank you to all our Twitter contributors and to everyone who's enjoyed listening during the course of the Bob Willis Trophy on the BBC website and on the Glamorgan cricket website with the video stream. Clive and I have got further business together on Friday night at Edgbaston in the T20.
There's Rob Gurney will be joining us for that one as well from BBC WM. Ollie Hannon Dolby bowls, pitches that one up. It's played through long on by Van der Houten. They've taken 1. They could have had a second if they really wanted it, but not worth taking the risk. Craig Miles fielding it keenly, the 12th man.
How did he manage to fall over then? Throwing
slid
himself
to stop
around.
it.
Yes.
Anyway, 4 overs to go, and only 24 more balls for Glamorgan to survive, or 23 if these two can do it.
Yes. The new ball is in operation, ladies and gentlemen.
Didn't look particularly threatening from Ollie Hannon Dolby, to be honest there, but maybe Liam Norwell can get a bit more out of it.
Second over with the new ball. Norwell today has looked like one of those cartoon balls with steam coming out of his nostrils, hasn't he? Really thrown everything into it. Late into the final evening, we'll go past 6 o'clock as Norwell is in to bowl to Van der Houten, and through it goes to Burgess. Not sure whether he got his bat out the way at the last moment or whether he's beaten, but the result is the same.
Yeah, I think he played it, but it was a decent line from Norwell. He is going down to do a bit of gardening now, Van der Houten, as if that's going to do any good now.
So, reflexive behaviour, isn't it, on the part of professional cricketers?
Yes.
If in doubt, go and prod the pitch. 23 deliveries. Norwell in, bowls, 22 deliveries, defended out on the offside.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep going to the end of that heartbreaking test match a few years ago, wasn't it, when England got to within 2 balls of saving the game.
Yes, England, of course, was one of the most famous test draws of recent history on this ground. 22 as in comes the next delivery, and Van der Houten edges that one past the slips.
In fact, it was fielded at 5th slip.
Oh, sorry, it was taken, was it? I was looking down towards the boundary there. Didn't carry. Thought it was flying down to the ropes. 3 overs to come after this one. Only Michael Hogan to come in. Glamorgan's big hitting, reluctant defending, number 11. Norwell in, bowls. Van der Houten defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Clive will attempt to apply the ultimate jinx by leaving the commentary box to update BBC CWR listeners for the final time during the course of play. 5 slips and a short leg. Mid-on, mid-off, cover point. That's the field for Liam Norwell to bowl to Tim Van der Houten, who is clipping that one through the leg side for 4 runs. It'll just about reach the boundary over towards the pavilion side of the ground. Safe enough shot from the number 9 batsman, as Norwell just drifted onto leg stump. Nothing there to interest the phalanx of slip fielders. 252 for 8 Glamorgan. Van der Houten has 15, Carey has 11. But more relevantly, there are 3 overs to come after this. The shadows long across Sophia Gardens. Bright sunlight still, though, as Norwell bowls a full toss, I think that was, that Van der Hoogten's hit for 4 on the offside. There's some very easy runs here with everyone in as a member of the ground staff fields it, tosses it back to the nearest fielder. 3 overs left, 18 deliveries for Warwickshire to claim 2 wickets. If Glamorgan defend 17 of them successfully, then it is match over. 256 for 8. Glamorgan, having been set a theoretical 331. They've never gone for it at any stage. And Ollie Hannon Dolby will have this anti-penultimate over of the 90 scheduled of the day. He gets his fielders exactly where he wants them, takes his time. There are 4 slips at the moment. There are 3 others on the offside. A point, a shortish cover point, and a mid-off, a short leg and a mid-wicket. Hannon Dolby into bowl to Carey, who edges and has caught it slip. 9 down. 17 balls to go, and Warwickshire on the verge of victory. 256 for 9. As Lucas Carey forlornly trudges off. He was trying to defend, but Hannon Dolby found the edge of the bat. Had to play that one. It was on about off stump, and it was edged to the safe hands of Sam Hain. And Warwickshire have 17 balls to claim the last wicket and finish the season with a win. Hannon Dolby with his 4th wicket. And he now has 4 for 45. Excellent bowling from him to lead this charge towards victory. 17 balls to go. 17 chances for Warwickshire to take the final wicket. Carey looks as though he's just lost a fortune. Did his best. That was a ball at which he had to play, and it was a ball that would have defeated probably better batsmen than he. Court Hain bowled Hannon Dolby for 11, 9 for 256. 17 to go. Michael Hogan has a long conversation with Tim van der Hoogten. This will not be Michael Hogan's forte, not experience that he enjoys. Likes a carefree biff at number 11. Now he's got to try and play out the rest of this over or get on strike. Hannon Dolby bowls and Hogan drives on the offside. 16 balls left. Hogan, a man who has famously never been LBW in his career, but that tells you that he likes to get the front leg out of the way and have a swing. He's not going to be able to do that now. Last man, 16 balls left. 5 slips, short leg. Hannon Dolby in to Hogan. Bowls. Hogan leaves a ball that jags back and is taken by Burgess. Not taken by Burgess, going down the leg side. It's run away to the boundary for 4. 4 byes. 15 balls to come. And Hannon Dolby did manage to get that one jagging back, and it was probably over the top of off stump, and Hogan threw his head in the air as if to say, well, I nearly left a ball that bowled me there. 15 balls to survive. Can Warwickshire press home their advantage and take home 19 points? 5 slips and a short leg. Hannon Dolby to Hogan. Leaves that one on length. 14 balls. That one probably went over the top as well, but that was a fair enough leave. Two tallest men in the game opposing each other. 2 balls left of this over. 2 more overs for Warwickshire to claim this final wicket here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. If you've been with us all day, well done, and I hope it's been worth it for this fascinating finish as Annan Dolby in past the umpire. Bowls, and Hogan fences at that one and manages not to make contact, more by luck than judgment. 13 balls left. Fascinating stuff here in Sophia Gardens. The floodlight pylon shadow is now entirely across the playing arena. Thankfully it is away from the wicket at the moment. Tim van der Hoogten leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. The slips array increases to 6. If Hogan edges in the air, he's toast. Short leg, just 1 fielder out on either side of the wicket. Runs don't matter. 9 wickets down, 260 for 9. Annan Dolby bowls to Hogan, who plays that safely out on the offside. Does not take the very long single that's on offered. 12 balls to come for Warwickshire to claim the last wicket, and for Glamorgan to try and block it out for a draw. Liam Norwell will bowl the penultimate over of the game. Gives his cap to the 12th man and prepares to run in from the River Taff end. County cricket at its most fascinating in some ways, as Glamorgan look to hang on for the 3rd draw of the campaign. Warwickshire look to force home a first victory. Tim van der Hoogten is still fiddling with his gloves. Norwell is ready. He's raring to go. He's in and he bowls to van der Hoogten, who pushes defensively on the onside. 11 balls left. 5 slips becomes 6. Anything off the edge, there's a man there. 6 slips. Remarkable field here at Sophia Gardens, as one of those slips now trots across to leg slip Ethan Brooks. As in comes Norwell to bowl to van der Hoogten, who defends. 10 to go. Dramatic stuff. Clive Eakin back with us.
Yes, shall I get up and go again? I'm
No.
a bit too rational for that, but yeah. Well, what a game in the end. What a finish. What a finish to the season. All of it having very little consequence overall, but it's nice to see professionals desperately wanting to either win or not lose.
10 to go. Maximum. Could be 1 to go, of course. Norwell in to bowl to van der Hoogten, who gets that one down towards backwards square leg off an inside edge. It squirts away. 9 to go.
Umpires will be under a bit of pressure. Anything that hits the pads now, they're going to be up and screaming, aren't they?
Anything within 6 inches of the
Yes,
outside
indeed.
edge as well.
Yeah.
9 balls to go. 9 balls for Glamorgan's 10th wicket pair to try to hold on.
Nice end to Jeff Evans' umpiring career. Got a guard of honour at the start of the day, and he's having to work right up to the end.
Be grateful not to have to raise the finger in the next 3 balls. Well, Jeff Evans as Norwell bowls and van der Hoogten defends on the offside. 8 balls to go now. He checks that with umpire White. He will possibly try and look for a single off the last ball if there's anything available, rather than leave it to Hogan to block
You
out.
don't want to get a run out though, do you?
And I think Warwickshire are recognising that possibility and just taking an extra fielder out. Now there's still 4 slips and a leg slip. Short leg now vanishes, and they Are they giving Van der Hoogten a single to get one ball at Hogan? No, they're saving the single at the moment. 4 of them, 2 on either side of the wicket. Norwell in, bowls, short ball. Van der Hoogten ducks underneath it, but in no way could try to take the single there. And it might well be left to number 11, Michael Hogan, to try to demonstrate his rarely used defensive technique.
Oh, wow.
7 balls left, maximum for Warwickshire to take this 9th wicket. Norwell retreats into distance and runs in from the River Taff end for his final ball of the first-class season, and Van der Hoogten fends it down to short fine leg. They will be able to bowl at number 11 Hogan for the last over, or at least the start of it. 6 balls for Warwickshire to claim the final wicket. Van der Hoogten is 19. Hogan is yet to score. Hannon Dolby has 4 wickets to his credit. Will he make it 5 and be a hero?
Well, Liam Norwell kicking the ground in frustration. He's been very unlucky, I think, to finish wicketless in this innings. But that's the way it's going to be for him now. I think he was definitely looking for a single there, Van der Hoogten. He rehearsed the shot. He was trying to get it just inside leg slip so that he could scamper through for a single, but hit it too close to the fielder. So it's all down to Holly Hannon-Dolby versus Hogan. Of course, if Hogan gets a chance to scamper a single, I expect he will, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips, a short leg. In comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby to Hogan, and that's gone straight past the bats to the wicket keeper. Warwickshire slip cordon, can't believe it. Some of them are on their haunches, sitting down. They cannot believe that didn't find the edge and win the game. Oh, indeed, hit the stumps and win the game for Warwickshire. 5 balls for Hogan to see off.
Big ask.
But keep him about there, Ollie, and that could well do it. Don't want to try too hard now and get it wrong. Gotta just get the ball in the right place and trust it to do the work for him. He comes into bowl now, and that again has gone past the bat. And it's a good line, maybe just a bit too short so that it went over the stumps. 4 balls to go. And this final Bob Willis Trophy match of the season for these 2 teams, at any rate. And all the slip cordon there, they'll be anxious. No one dare drop one now. It would be fitting, of course. I'm sure Glamorgan fans won't necessarily agree, but if this ball were to sail into Ian Bell's hands, as long as he didn't drop it. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and that is left by Hogan as it spears back at him and goes over the stumps.
Oh dear, nerves of steel, Michael Hogan. The ball is jagging back in. Hogan really can't afford to leave those.
Well, I was going to say, it's almost as if he's banking on Holly Hannon-Dolby not to hit the stumps. I'll just keep out of the way of the ball and hope you miss. That's 3 more balls. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has had a very good season for the 2nd season in a row with the red ball. Can he finish it off in style? 3 to go. Skip from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. In he comes. Bowls, and that one Hogan has got away. He won't get off strike because it's going to go for 4. So he will have to face the last 2 balls. Made him play there, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, to be fair to him, but Hogan got bat onto it. I think that would have hit the stumps if he'd not hit it, so well done, Hogan, for keeping it out.
Well, perhaps it's his version of a defensive shot. Swing it away for 4, then it can't hit the stumps.
Yeah.
2 balls.
6 slips. Is it? Yeah, it is 6 slips, isn't
6
it?
slips.
6 slips.
And a short leg. Short mid-wicket.
Short mid-wicket and
cover for just in case he drives it uppishly.
2 more balls to go. Are Warwickshire going to be frustrated? Are Glamorgan going to hang on for a hard-earned draw? In comes Ollie Hannon-Dolby to bowl, and that one he's played. It was an accurate delivery. He's played it away well. Hogan, it'll be another 4. No, it won't be 1. It'll be a single.
He's got off strike.
Hogan has done his job, and it's Van der Hutten who will face the last ball of the match. I have a chat in the middle, probably saying, whatever we do, do not attempt to run off the last ball.
265 for 9. Hogan remains not out 5. Will Van der Huchten be not out 19 or dismissed for a Hannon Dolby 5? Last ball of the last group match of 4-day cricket for these two.
Ollie Hannon Dolby's drying his hands on the grass, and some of the other players are doing the same. This is, I don't know what that is in aid of. That's a little... I don't know what that was. It was just a little rallying call, or some sort of routine was going on there. So, Ollie Hannon Dolby to Van der Hutten, the last ball of the season, and it is left and it misses, and Glamorgan have got the draw. Warwickshire frustrated, they kept at it, but they have finished 1 wicket short of victory. Hannon Dolby claps his hands in frustration. They don't need to admonish themselves, they've worked really hard for it, but credit to Glamorgan, who have hung on and saved the game. Warwickshire do finish 3rd in the pool. They would have done whatever, as long as they didn't lose the game, they would have always finished 3rd, but they are denied that first victory. It's as close as they've come to get one this season, but in the end, for all their work and all their effort, it has been denied them, and Glamorgan have been determined to keep them out and have succeeded ultimately. So a terrific way to finish the season. It probably won't look that spectacular on the sort of scorecard, but we've had a terrific finish, Nick Webb, and these two teams lock horns in very different circumstances on Friday, but they walk off after a very good match, and I think both take credit today with a drawn match.
Well, Warwickshire have bowled well. Glamorgan have batted better.
Sorry to interrupt, Nick, but Ian Bell is getting applauded off. The players have all stopped so that Ian Bell can walk on his own over the boundary rope, and the support staff and the coaching staff, and I think some of the Glamorgan coaching staff and players as well, have come out to applaud Ian Bell as he takes his last walk off the field. Glamorgan have paid their due tribute, and well done to them for that, as he leaves now and goes up the steps for the last time as a first-class cricketer.
So, a lovely moment for Ian Bell. Didn't quite get the send-off his team were hoping to give him, but really they tried their guts out for 90 overs today. Ollie Hannon Dolby 4 for 58, Ryan Sidebottom 3 for 37, the main protagonist. 2 wickets fell in the afternoon session, 2 in the morning session, and 5 as Warwickshire chipped away. And in the end, Glamorgan's last pair just about holding out by the width of her bat and the coat of varnish on the top of the bails on occasion. Van der Huchten off with a big smile on his face. Glamorgan have done some sort of job to earn a 3rd draw of the season. Warwickshire were by far the more likely to force a win throughout the final day and a half of this game, really, but well played to both sides.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Cardiff and to Glamorgan for looking after us. And that's it. That's the end of the Bob Willis Trophy as far as both these teams are concerned.
There we are, Clive, and I will be back as part of the BBC Sport commentary team at Edgbaston on Friday night. Birmingham Bears against Glamorgan. Thanks very much indeed for your company. Hope you've enjoyed today's commentary and hope we can entertain you again on Friday night. From Clive Eakin, from Edward Bevan and from myself, Nick Webb, a very good night, North Star.
Johnny Tully, will be Warwick.